rather mobile mode on my desktop. Way better.
Because the mobile mode for Watch Together sucks balls.
Surprise me. Isn't it crazy how that's just a program that the entire time with EFAP, I think like one episode went down and
We
we were
tried
like,
like
uh-oh.
Yeah, we had to try like 3 and I think offline we had to experiment and try more than several, and they all sucked. They were terrible. They just didn't perform the basic functionality of shared controls on a video. They couldn't manage it. Watch
No.
Together's been the only one that's just worked.
Yes, I am very much alive. I did a Wednesday doing some Bloodborne and shots talking about different things. It went for like 8 hours. I didn't even manage to
Wow, that's a
finish
long time.
what I was trying to do. So, part 2 tomorrow. Wonderful Chatteroony. And I've got all the messages collected off the conversation, and I'll probably do plenty of fun to be had. Though I believe I may have been speaking of Boromir by the time I was at the end of that stream. I was drunk.
Were you? Yeah.
Those sorts of... I think at one point there was a thing of like doing, because I play like shot games with metal, and it got brought up again. Like, what one would you do with rags? Like, what game? And it's like, what game? What? How? I can't do shots with you, can I?
Yeah, you can. You can.
You sure?
How many?
No. But you know what? That's all right. Listen, I can do half shots or something. We'll come up with, or I can water it down a little bit, or we could say, "Fuck it, I'm gonna lose," and that's just fate. But I think that there's plenty of stuff that we could do, and games we could play, and things of that nature, and there's all sorts of stuff we could do. We could throw in trivia in there, or we could just do some game-based challenge. But yeah, I'm totally down for that. Absolutely.
I feel like OBS is using the wrong microphone. I'm gonna have to try a couple here. Chat, let me know which one's the correct one. I've switched.
Do you sound different?
Yeah, but you got, because Discord is correct, I think, but I don't think OBS is. Okay, everyone's saying not that one.
All right.
All right. Well, the one I was just on, but that's probably not right because everyone's trapped in a water bottle. Yeah, it's cutting me out, but I don't know why it would be doing that. Everything is the same as far as I know. This is better. It's the right one. Sounds good. Must be a noise gate.
Maybe. Because you have to, maybe your Windows settings and your Discord settings, like on top of each other, are being fiddly.
Edit filter. I mean, I haven't touched any of this, and I don't want to touch worse, but I can see on OBS that putting me out a little early. On OBS specifically. Annoying. If I just remove 8. Is that better? I guess. Oh, well, without the noise gate, now you can hear background noise, but I mean, it's probably pretty low.
I wonder with like multiple noise gates how that works in terms of like are they additive, or do they just kind of work together? Because you got like NVIDIA Broadcast, which works pretty darn well for getting rid of background noise and stuff. And it has its thresholds of strength that you can set. And then Discord has it too, and they have like noise cancellation and then some other option. So I wonder if those sort of programs play nice with each other.
Noise gates are sequential.
Audio can just be a bitch to set up.
Yeah, well, especially when I have not done anything, so OBS is being a dick. But hopefully, is this durable, chat? Some people are saying it sounds fine.
Yeah, let me click on it. Yeah, you sound good.
Because it's weird. I can see that sometimes it's not picking up what I'm saying, but I have no idea why that would be happening. It's really turning it off and on.
Yeah,
again.
you sound totally fine for me. You sound good.
All right. Well,
you sound good.
As long as it reaches a particular goodness, it looks like it does, and then offline I'll see if I can make some changes. Stay away from the vodka. Could the alcohol have done this? It in the computer.
What were you drinking?
It was vodka. I had a liter. Which,
Jesus Christ!
It was, to be fair, over
a
8
liter.
It was over 8 hours. So.
God damn, that would kill me.
I mean, still.
No, yeah, that is
a liter.
I learned that is about my cap
straight
at this age. Yeah.
You didn't mix it with anything,
Nope.
or?
Which was tough at the beginning, but once you get far along, it tastes like nothing. It's just going
Oh
down.
yeah, it makes the movies better. Yeah. Oh yeah, I know alcohol. Oh yeah. That's just it's wild.
Well, this
That's
is why people saying
that
like,
is
"Oh, you could do it with
actually
rags." I was
insane.
like, I can do it with rags. Like, I feel like,
No, we'd have to make some if it's over a short period of time. And my like recharge period is pretty quick. I've gone out drinking some nights and I've got absolutely destroyed, but then a couple hours passes and I'm like actually back to normal and I totally like it's in and out kind of with me. It's like it's hyper accelerated the like how it works with me. But yeah, we'll
I think
think of
I've
something.
done
We'll think of something.
I've done 1.5 liters. It might even have been 2. It was this Brazilian lesbian wedding party, and there were lots of Polish people there, and we had a drinking competition. And so that night, sort of, there was a brief break in the middle of it when I think I fell asleep in a bath, and then I woke up, and then I fell asleep on a sofa, and then I woke up with lesbians making out on top of me. It was a really fun evening.
no, that's the miracle of alcohol.
Yeah.
Make an advertisement with that for a spin-off or something. If you need help with your audio, I'm here for you. Thank you, Gary. Jay Long was going to be here any second, so just before we get started with the Retarded Avengers Assemble #2, which hopefully now explains how the format works, because I was mentioning this on Real BBC, and Gary was like, "Wait, how does that make sense? Retarded Avengers, but Superman."
Yeah, why isn't it Retarded Justice League?
Yeah, and I was like, "Oh, because that's it. It's not that. It doesn't matter. It's fine. Like, it'll make sense."
There can be retarded Avengers that have nothing to do with a Marvel movie. You know,
Yes.
it transcends Marvel.
It's like a collection
So,
of wonderful people
it's
sharing their
powerful.
perspective on a film that has experienced, I'd say, pretty much in full
Has everybody calmed down?
the
Has everybody
pattern
calmed down a
that
little bit?
we've
Not
commented
quite,
on a million times. And I'm sorry, Superman was not immune to it. It's seen as this fucking great movie by so many people, and then enough time passes, and it's like, well, it was good. And enough time passes, it's like 50. I liked some of it, didn't like some of it. And I think
Once
Force
that's
Awakens
happening,
effect.
it's
game
over.
Yeah,
Once
it's
that
game
happens,
over
it's
at this
over.
point.
Except for, in a couple of years or, even in a few months, you'll start to see the tweets like, oh man, actually, this film was actually really great, because that seems to be reliable with
Actually.
these sorts of movies. Yeah. Or like, film Twitter ruined it or something. It's like, dude, film
Yeah.
Twitter loved it. Like, so I don't really,
Why was everyone so hard on this
Film
movie?
ruined it.
Yeah,
but
hard on.
Yeah, everybody was so hard on it, weren't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
God.
in recent days, a psychopath that might be here right now released a rather long video going over pretty much every detail of Superman that I happen to have seen. And I really love the Incredibles section, by the way. Never going to deny some
yeah.
praise for that movie. But holy shit, just it's one of those things where, because you do a deep dive, you've seen a movie once, sort of like, well, yeah, I think I've grasped what's wrong with it. And then you watch a video like that, you're like, oh my, yeah, didn't think of that, didn't think of that, didn't think of that, didn't think of that. Like, there's so many lines you play where I was like, oh my god, I completely forgot that they said that. And like at that point, and for that reason, as an example, when they say like Lex wants to have Luthertopia or whatever the fuck for petroleum.
Yeah, in the Middle East. And
It's like, what?
a technocracy, right? A technocracy oligarchy.
It's just one of those things where you're like,
It's just a
that's
thrown in
pathetic.
line.
It's just like a man
This
who
is
can make
this
a
is the thing that Lex
universe.
wants, by the
He
way.
can make black holes. He can make antiprotons, but now he really needs petroleum deposits because they're valuable.
Well, I was thinking about it when watching
He's
it.
diversifying his portfolio.
What's his name? Metamorpho. If he can create a sun or even an equivalent of it, why can't you just like turn him into a battery of some kind? He's able to recreate indefinitely.
Infinite solar power.
Yeah, or whatever. Like he can generate pretty much anything.
Fusion power. Yeah.
But then,
But I mean, then again,
he's
like,
dwarfed
it's just,
by the universe creating. So whatever.
well, yeah, once you've done Pocket Universe, I recreated the Big Bang. It's like, right, so this is our first movie.
Yep. I still get that there's still a couple of comments in the section saying, it's like, okay, but the universe thing isn't that bad, because they do say it's just a pocket universe.
Oh my god.
That is
Just a
not the
pocket
fucking
universe.
problem with that premise. Just a pocket
Just-
universe with just a Big Bang,
What
which
bad
he
guy
just recreated.
can he not like defeat by weaponizing the pocket universe technology.
Yeah, I mean, that anti-proton shit seems like it could be pretty useful, you know? You could probably do a lot with that.
But we
Well, I
don't
don't
need to
know. You
beat
just
Superman
put
with it
on
because he
Raptor
killed
armor and
Ultraman
be,
with it. Like
you know.
Ultraman gets
That's
sucked
true,
into the
Yeah,
black
actually,
hole
yes.
that Lex creates,
You
even though Superman can
can
blow
do
his way out of those.
Rex is right. Mr. Terrific's like, we can't go in there, but Lex Luthor created suits that could. How is it that he didn't just build a suit, break off some of the kryptonite from Metamorpho's hand, put it in his big Lex Luthor suit, and then personally beat the shit out of Superman instead
Yep.
of doing the 1A thing?
Well, that
I
would
can't
fit more of his
believe-
character to
I
do it
don't know.
personally, but
Like, I don't know, man. It's just funny. Like, oh no, next movie he'll build the suit. It's not like he's been shown to be able to build the suits, get kryptonite, and like fight. He cloned Superman.
how does he
man.
get out of
First
prison in
movie.
the next movie? The
Dude, that's
entire
so
world
funny.
hates him.
Like, the amount of time it takes to go over all the stupid Pocket Universe stuff, you're like, oh, by the way, cloned Superman. You're like, what?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and not only that, but that cloning Superman was relatively easy according to Lex.
Yeah,
relatively
so whatever.
easy. Don't
The
you
only
like
problem is
how
that
there
he
are
came
barely
out
any?
stupid and brain dead, but then it's like, well, okay, why didn't you just do it again? Like, it's not, you can do this as many times as you want to. You don't need as many hair follicles as you want clones. You can just recreate that process.
Exactly. So make a whole bunch of Ultramans.
Mm. On the Ragna's question though,
Ultram-
like how he gets out of
Mhm.
prison, I assume that means you haven't seen Peacemaker season 2 when he is moved from his current high security prison to a prison with lesser security because he's now
Right.
working sort of with the government to find the new universe dimensional rift thing that Peacemaker decides that he has now, because the government really wants to stop that, and they will work with Lex to do it, even though Lex made the first one.
I have to imagine Rags and Fringy being told, like, you guys, you gotta see Peacemaker so you know what happens next in the DCU. Whoa.
You know what? I'll take my chances.
Oh, I
Yeah,
can't
no,
wait.
I mean, I'm just.
I'll
No.
risk it.
It makes it all worse, though. There's not any
interested.
point watching it. It makes Lex Luthor in any ways, like James Gunn wrote both, and so like you know what he did with Superman. So when you in Peacemaker season 2, you hear Lex say things like, "How does it feel now that you know all the metahumans are ruling everything?" When James Gunn said in Superman they've been around for 300 years, and then when Lex Luthor then says, "I was so close to getting rid of them all, even though he just made 3 new ones," it's just. Like, the guy's insane. Not Lex, James Gunn. He doesn't know what he's doing. It's just like whatever comes to his mind on the day he's writing a script will go into that script.
Well,
Does
you
it
know,
connect with his other scripts? No, but who cares?
as you went over,
Yeah,
though,
not conducive with
out of the ones he made, what legendary characters, such as
Oh,
the
yes.
engineer, she lost all of her, she gave up her humanity for this fight, you know?
And
He
and
really
Hawkgirl,
hated
who
Superman.
had-
Yeah.
How many lines of dialogue? Less than 10, maybe? Maybe
think so,
less
yeah.
than 10 lines of dialogue.
And one of them was
yeah.
caca. So it doesn't really
That's
count
right,
that
yeah,
much.
that's
It's
true.
not that doesn't really count that
Also,
much.
like, are we at a point where we can all agree that like that shot was awful? Like, why were we pretending that it wasn't? That was like a remarkably bad shot to be
Oh,
featured in like a Hollywood production. You
Also
know?
waiting for the day we could say the CG is really bad. I don't know if we're
A
there
lot
yet.
of
Yeah,
CG
'cause
is.
that was,
Yeah.
and the cinematography as well. It's like it looks
Yeah.
like the Flash guy. It looks like Madam Web, honestly. The way that the camera just arbitrarily flips around and shit. It's like, yeah, it kind of reminds me of that. Like, oh yeah, we move it. That makes it good, right? It's like not necessarily. I don't even know why we're like, oh yeah, let's flip it around and stuff. This looks real. All of this looks real. I'm convinced that this is happening.
Movies aren't about realism, Fringy. Oh my god.
I don't know, man. Like, it's, look, the Christopher Reeve, like, Superman, like,
It looks
it's
really
obviously older,
real.
but, like, it actually kind of works, like, compared
Yeah,
to
yeah, it really
now.
does. It is. It has a certain. There's a certain. How do I want to describe it? It looks better and worse, but better in the ways that matter.
I think I agree with that.
Yeah, I
But then
getcha.
again, that's a really awkward thing as well, right? It's like, nobody can really make the case that this movie is better than that one. And then people sort of default to like, well, yeah, of course. It's like, why, of course? Why, of course, it can't be better? Why we just concluded that, oh, yeah, they did it the best the first time and they could never top that.
I know I
I
have
don't
had
know.
a few people in my comment section saying this is the best Superman we've ever had on
Oh my
screen.
God.
Not too many, but one or
Wow.
two. Usually followed by words like
too
"You're
many.
just a grifter." I say, okay. so you're just retarded. But
Yes,
if
I'm
you believe
grifting
that,
for
then fair
the
enough.
Christopher Reeve Superman. They called us up and they sent us a check.
Even though, let's be honest, there was so much to farm on positive coverage of Superman, but no one will call
Of
you
course there
a
was.
grifter for being positive on Superman because that's
Nope.
punk rock, baby.
Even though it's, I mean, what are we talking about? It's fucking Warner Brothers.
I don't know
Like,
what the fuck we're
it's-
talking about with that movie.
It's a major studio film, so
Yeah, I'm not that
you know?
concerned with what they have to say about what is and isn't punk rock. It's like when Disney puts talks about how bad capitalism is. They can just
Oh,
go
they love it.
straight to hell.
They love it. Do it every fucking movie at this point. But yeah, I mean, so last time it was Thunderbolts, and it was an effort to, instead of covering like one video per stream, which was our usual thing, it was like, how about we get a bunch of usual suspects, like people we've regularly jumped into in these episodes, and collect them up. And I was thinking when doing the first one, I was like, instead of having, interesting point that we kind of want to address, and then a fucking slew of bleh, and then a point we want to address, like, what if you cut out the bleh? And then you take the interesting points from multiple videos, and then you can even create patterns, and you can show, one, how a lot of it's like a monolith of thought in the review sphere, even with the people that we cover who, let's be honest, we pick some wacky characters.
Some wacky guys out there.
But at the same time then, so you get to like hit the interesting points, or the most interesting ones, and see how they sort of, like, I'll always come back to the beef thing, because that was not planned, but it was so funny to see like how, culturally speaking, there's an effort to have particular points made, whether or not you have any idea what you're talking about, because you got to say that, and you got to do the this, and you got to say the this, and when you start listening to a lot of it, you're like, wait a minute, none of these people can say anything about character X or why they're good. Does anyone else notice that? Or they can't say anything about like the writing in this area, or the comparisons are always this. Why is that? And you get some interesting results. So we thought, hey, we'd give it a shot, and you guys seem to like the retarded Avengers for Thunderbolts. So, our good friend of the show, Springy, decided perhaps it would be interesting to approach this.
Yeah, because I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's gonna be the exact same thing. The name of the game is pattern recognition. What is it that everybody keeps saying, and is there really any merit to it at all? That's what's interesting about the format. Why does everybody keep saying this exact same thing? I feel like this is some weird, like, collective psychosis that's going on with this movie, So strange. Can't make sense.
It's literally memes that just get spread around and everyone says them. And the origins, who knows? This is the thing I'm supposed to say about this movie. I'm supposed to compliment this thing or talk about beef.
Some of them struggle to mention who is in beef or who made it, but a lot of them get that part as well, so good for them.
I mean, wow. Yeah, beef, man.
Beef.
Yeah, beef. Oh, beef.
Beef.
Beef's pretty good.
What's
You don't
wrong
want to
with
have
beef?
no beef.
The movie's about mental illness. It's about mental illness, guys. Mental illness. And what do you think the key word is going to be for Superman, huh? What do you think
Optimism.
is going to be the key word?
Punk rock.
Optimistic.
It's about family.
That's what's so powerful about it.
That's-
Beef.
What, the key word's going to be beef for Superman?
No, I don't. No beef here. This is a beef-free zone. I think it's going to have something to do with like positivity and optimism.
Fun.
Fun could be it, yeah.
Well-
Well, I was going to say, is there anything before we get into it that you feel like mentioning, like in terms of just experience of collecting this? I know it could be mind-numbing. I've experienced it.
Yeah, it was. It was. So I mean, I'm not gonna. Some of the videos are better than others. None of them are good, but some of them are better than others. And I suppose I'd almost be curious to see what everybody concludes. Who was the worst of the worst in terms of who was the most neurodivergent? Like, who was the most?
I like how that's
silly?
just come around to becoming a slur again. It's like,
We got rags. We got to earn it. We got to really.
It took it didn't well, it didn't take that long, but calling someone neurodivergent is just, oh, you mean I'm retarded? Okay. See,
It's that NPC
Oh,
meme where they go from being like, that's the word you say, eventually just the crossed eyes or angry eyes, they're like, okay, new one, and it's like, what's the new one? Update.
the cycle begins anew.
I was going to mention, I assume that there's not been a revival of my meme with Chris Dugman clips. Move over. That was a specifically my style preference, but it would be nice if everyone did it. But it's okay if you don't.
I think I've got a couple of zooms, just a few.
All right. This
But it'll make you savor them more.
mine was more what you could call a workman's sort of montage. You from understanding have got some extra stuff in here, some fun stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it was in a post-credit scene. It's more like a, we got like an ending to this that is kind of like beyond the videos themselves. Look, it's going to be a big old adventure, and it's an adventure that's very much rooted in the fact that we are now a few months removed from it. Everybody has hopefully calmed down, and the movie just like, I mean, how well did it really do? Everybody said it was a massive success, so I got it'll just be there'll be a bit of a reappraisal of that claim. I think it's safe to say. But anyway,
All right, well, yeah, fair
because
enough.
someone's missing.
True,
watch
someone
together.
has left the watch together. Can't have that.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Oh, I mean, if nobody has, but it says that one of you is not in there.
Okay, wait a
Does it?
minute.
I think it
might be
says
me.
it says 5
Oh,
for
right.
me.
Well, yeah, but one of them is grayed
one's
out. That
grey.
means
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh. My taskbar's
you-
covering up that part.
I was about to say.
Remember
do
when-
are you
remember when you
colorblind?
could-
But
Well, you could remember when you used to be able to put your taskbar on the left side of the screen? Boy, that was actually quite nice because the bottom is the worst place for it. 'Cause that's where all the-
Are
you saying you had it vertically on the left side?
Yeah, on the left side, yeah.
Yeah, no. Thanks.
Really?
No, thanks.
Yeah, no way.
Yeah.
Never. No way. No.
Oh, on the bottom it's the worst because it's always blocking up all of the like we're putting your text or everything like that.
Is
The
it?
Discord things. Yeah.
Okay, well, so most of my programs are not full screen. Like Discord's not full screen on my monitor.
It is for me.
Well,
I
you
just
know
don't like
what?
it on there. And also like YouTube chat as well. That's gonna get covered
We
up.
are a
Telegram
very
desktop.
progressive podcast. You are allowed to have your taskbar on the left side, the bottom, the right
No, I'm
side.
not. They got rid of that.
Well,
It has to be on the bottom now.
so sorry. You could probably hack it, but as long as you don't put it on the top, no one's allowed to do that.
That's a real that would cover up all the
That would be the
tabs
worst.
of
That
your
would just-
browser. That would actually be the worst is at the top.
All right, it looks like everyone's in. Ready when you are, Fringo.
Let's go.
Superman.
I realized it jumps right into the intro. I should have left like a little gap so that we could all be ready for. Anyway, yeah, we'll just get going.
We can do the gap ourselves.
Hey,
Hi there.
how you doing?
How you doing?
Rewind.
Rewind.
What? Holy shit.
It's good shit, all right?
Hey,
Hi there.
how you doing?
How you doing?
I hope you're doing. I have been waiting for Superman.
I feel
Oh
like
my
chat
God.
should be very familiar with that opening at this point and how it's been edited. Okay, you gotta notice these things. Yeah, some clever shit. All right. Also, I fiddle with like the knobs on my mixer. Don't know if it's making things better or worse. I'm just gonna have to keep an eye on chat. So let me know. A voice, I mean.
Professional knob fiddler.
Oh yes.
Movie for what feels like my whole damn life. And no, I'm not talking about any kind of deconstruction or reconstruction or ab-fuck-construction. I'm talking
Where's
about a
three?
film that showcased, that honored.
Abstraction.
Oh, that was two.
Abstract.
Yeah, I don't know
Abstraction?
if that. Yeah, we're getting a bit clever
Hold up.
here, aren't we? Is that a real word?
I don't know.
Abstraction.
I've heard of an
I-
abstraction.
What's
Yeah.
interesting is that I Googled it because I thought, oh, maybe abstraction actually is like a word. And interesting, I normally don't look at these and I actually need to reinstall the add-on that disables them. But the AI overview says abstraction is likely a misspelling of abstraction.
Mhm.
Well, it was Injustice, so I assume that he was shitting on it because it's got evil Superman, even though it's got a good Superman in it.
almost like the
Right, that's
conversation is
what
flipping back into the sense of like, yeah, we hate evil Superman. It's like, well, I mean, wait, there's like potential with that story, okay? Like, I get it. We've done a lot of evil Superman, but yeah, there's, depends on what you
Oh,
do.
also, remember, you might wanna have the filter up.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
some of these videos using a lot of trailer footage, so that
Streams
that
are
I
always
don't
hit
like.
harder
So
than the videos.
I'm surprised with some of the videos because there is, I mean, the amount of editing effort that was put into some of these videos is like pretty feeble, honestly. It's just like, yeah, just throw on the trailers and
Also,
sort of loop the trailer. Yeah,
he
that's all you
said
need to do.
handful of words, and there's already someone in chat being like, oh, the 1 HP voice is like, yeah, I'm sure he lowers his health to like
You
0.5
need to.
HP.
You will have to sort of try and inoculate yourself in real time. There is
This is
a
the
lot
beginning of
the
his
1
video.
HP
This is at
voice.
full
Yeah,
strength.
this is the beginning. Wait until it gets to the end. There's a lot of 1 HP. It's yeah. It's
I forget which one.
pretty obnoxious.
I think it was at Deadpool Wolverine where we covered it with Nutzer, and she was actually losing her mind with his voice because once you have like 40 minutes of it, it is kind of like, man, this is just fake. Like, there's no way
Yeah, of course.
you sound like this for this long.
Yeah, it's pretty inauthentic, I would say.
Yeah, it's very weak.
The character that has been a defining part of so many of our lives. We all have that first Superman memory, right? Or a vague idea of one. For me, it was
I guess we probably have a memory of one or an idea of a memory of one. Sure.
It's fine, but can we talk about the movie?
Gotta explain.
Well, no.
This is
We
why
gotta
it
get you
means
primed.
so much, or rather, this is why older and better versions of the character mean so much to me. I actually don't think I do have a defining memory of Superman. He's just always been a character that I'm just aware of that exists, and I've never
Sure.
been very interested in.
Because you're a godless foreigner.
I don't know if I have a clearly defined introduction to Batman either. It's just like, yeah, I mean, I just watch the movies, like watch some cartoons and stuff. Like, you know what I mean?
Wouldn't be surprised that anybody has like a core memory associated with superheroes and stuff. But I was thinking myself, like, I don't think I have like when I first watched Superman. I was like, no, and it's like, what about Batman?
And that's
A bit more with Batman.
That's
but
not an
still no.
indictment of the superheroes. It's just with a lot of things. If you were to ask me, when did you first learn about the nation of Paraguay? I'm like, I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. I just learned about it at some point, I guess.
Wait, can we talk about the movie?
No, no. I don't know about that.
That's why we're here with Chris Stockman.
The movie
he's
has
gonna
scenes
talk
in
about
it.
the movie. He's going to tell
Well,
us
he's
who
going to
made
talk
it.
about who was in it and who made it and how
Yeah.
much it cost and when it released and stuff.
All the most important, juicy details.
Hell
I'm
yeah.
excited.
What a terrible intro.
Superman. Written and directed by James Gunn.
James Gunn.
James Gunn.
I know that guy.
Yeah, James Gunn.
Possibly the most discussed director
my
these
estimation of him has dropped dramatically over the years.
Yeah, it's kind of and the unfortunate thing that's happening now is it's making me it's the thing that always happens where it's like, dude, like what about like Guardians 1? Like, how do you square that away? It's like, how do I square that away?
Oh,
Because
I'm bordering
because it
on
gets complicated now.
assuming that Guardians 1 is as good as it is, less for him and more for people he was working with, or the restrictions
Everyone
he
else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He had a co-writer for that, didn't he?
had. Yeah,
The only
there's two other
things
writers, I
that-
think.
The only thing that really ties it together with modern James Gunn are it feels like it's some stylistic choices. And that kind of it's sort of it.
I want to welcome the idea as well. It's like plenty of creators that we believe are fully responsible for masterpieces are simultaneously responsible for like pieces of shit. We've got a whole list, but with him, it's just like, but it's so gradual, and his format is the same throughout. It's just the quality is dipping, and it's like, is that age or a lack of whatever? And it's like, or is it him getting way more freedom? Because he had like complete freedom on Superman. Is that not the case?
Yeah, that's the thing that's starting to. And Guardians 3, it's safe to say he had a lot more freedom on that one than he did for 2 and 1. It's like, and it's the worst one, so I don't know.
It's like the
I don't know,
Snyder
like-
effect in a way.
There's also a big difference in like trying to establish yourself in a studio and being in charge of a studio in terms of like the amount of care, I suppose, you put in, the amount of time you dedicate to making sure every little bit has to be right because you're still trying to make your name in this huge property. And Guardians 1, like I think it's fair to, safe to say he seemed to care about that movie, cared about the characters, had ideas for their stories, made sure that no one in there was just like a bit part comedic side character role. Like everyone there has something to do. And then the structure broadly remains similar, like the premise remains similar across lots of his subsequent things, misfit stories with a bunch of funny characters in, accompanied by catchy pop music. But whereas with Guardians, he actually cared about the characters, now with like the formula seems to be doing the work for him in his mind, and he's got to go away and do other things. He doesn't have time to, flesh out Hawk Girl beyond that she's a war criminal.
Even though he worked on that script for a year.
Yeah.
He said he worked on it for a year. I wonder how long he worked on this new one, Man of Tomorrow. I wonder how long that one was.
Wonder how long he worked on
Oh, maybe
Peacemaker.
he started tomorrow.
I think it's safe to conclude he doesn't spend very long on Peacemaker, because even though I really don't like Superman, from what I've seen of Peacemaker, it's like, yeah, the quality of the dialogue is like noticeably shittier, which is pretty funny. Like, not strictly in terms of like the plot construct, because I haven't watched the show, but when you hear the line of dialogue, it's like, oh, that feels like a first draft.
The excessive
really
swearing that feels
Yep.
like a first draft bit of writing.
Every other fucking line is a fucking swear word in Peacemaker. Every fucking other fucking it's just, yeah. And
Sometimes
it's
you
not
get
even very
3 in one
creative
sentence if
swearing,
you're
it is
lucky.
just fuck, yeah.
I enjoy The Departed, okay? But like, you can chill out a little bit with
But
that.
you, sir, are The Departed.
Not, well, yeah, of course. Oh yeah, Peacemaker, just as good as Martin Scorsese film.
And this is the start of a new series of films from DC Studios. Superman must reconcile his alien Kryptonian heritage with his human upbringing as reporter Clark Kent.
Does he?
No.
What is that?
No.
I was about to say, like, what synopsis did you read that from? Because that is not the film.
It feels like it's the thing that you say, right? With Spider-Man, with Superman, I guess some people would probably say it about Batman, depending on the movie.
It also
I mean, I guess
applies
huge props to Chris Stuckman if he follows this up with, or at least that's what they told us when really the film's about da 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 da.
I mean,
But
it
I
applies to
doubt
the
he'll
other
say that.
other first runs of Superman. That applies to, like
Yeah,
Superman
yeah.
78. That applies to, probably even Man of Steel. That applies to. This movie, no, because like reconciling is just, hey, go rape everyone. I don't want to do that.
Well, both
Okay, then.
both his Kryptonian father and his Kansan family are far more prominent in the original Superman than they are in this.
Yeah, and
Man of Steel.
the quality of their time is better than the quality of any given time in this as well. Like, just comparing
Certainly,
dialogue sort of thing.
for Superman.
But on top of that, the big problem is that as much as you'd be like, well, you do get your Superman because he's in a Superman outfit flying around punching, then you get your Clark Kent where he's in Daily Planet and he's walking around, he's having his interview with Lois. It's like, I don't really feel like there was much difference. I'm not even talking about the actor because he held himself differently for sure, but the way that he talked didn't fit. You know, like his interview with Lois, and I know that was done as Superman, but that then you're like, how much Clark do we actually get? You know, like,
Well, when he flipped back and forth, and when she hit the recorder as well, it wasn't really like his expression, like his tone changed because he was getting frustrated. But
Yeah.
like, in terms of personality, it didn't change.
But that's kind of what I'm getting at. It's like truly when you think about it, it's like how many Clark Kent scenes did we get? Like one?
well,
One and a half.
And then you get to a bit of an awkward thing. It's like, how many Clark and Lois scenes were there in totality? It's like, ooh, less than 5.
And you need to knock out the
pretty sure
ones
less
that
than
don't have
5,
anything
yeah.
in it, really, because if they like plot only.
Yeah. Pretty much. I mean, the last time that they have a real conversation with each other is before the first hour mark. It's right before he goes to the Pocket Universe, which is kind of like the beginning of the second act, sort of. Like, that's kind of crazy when you think about it.
Yeah.
As the embodiment of truth, justice, and the human way, he soon finds himself...
Wait a minute.
The human
Look
way.
at- Did you just avoid saying America? Ew.
Well, that was the thing
Gross.
that James Gunn put out, right? It's the human way.
Boo. Boo, boo, boo.
Boo. When I go to the comic book store and I pick up my next issue copy of Whales Man, and his
Whales
get his
man.
sidekick the sheepinator.
Sheep boy.
Right? I look, he'd better be talking about how great Wales is and how he's the embodiment of Wales and how not like, oh, just general humanity. That's what I'm
Well,
about. I'm like, fuck off.
For the record, if this was what it was from the first day of creation of his character, like that's what he said, I feel like we'd still be like, the human way is a bit clunky, isn't it? Just a bit. Like the human way.
You know,
It's-
the way humans
It's also the
Fuck
kind of thing that
dogs,
he's
I
not
guess.
supposed to be able to say until basically
Hey,
the end of his
just calm
arc,
down,
right? Because
YMS.
he can't be trying to reconcile his alien and his human backstory if from the beginning of the movie he embodies the human way and knows it, because then he's not gone on any kind of journey at all. Like he's always been confident in what he represents. Like the American way was absolutely fine as a slogan. It's in Superman 78. That movie did better internationally than domestically, slightly. Like it's never been exclusionary. Captain America is an incredibly popular character all around the world because actually it turns out that you can have, universal values embodied in a country and the rest of the world will go along with them if they like them. So getting rid of, the American way, because the American way is the embodiment of universalist values that Superman represents, in favor of the human way, which tells you nothing and just sounds lame and clunky, is such a creatively shit decision.
Isn't also
I
not just like seemingly obvious that this is the kind of thing you'd write in a maybe not parody but a subversive superhero where they come from a different planet and they're trying to come across as though they're helping humanity when they're actually there to destroy it, and they're like, hello fellow humans, I also value the human way, and you're like,
it's a cookbook.
like, wait a minute, I don't know about this guy.
And I do not like this denigration of like Americanism or being American or American culture that's been going on for a number of years now. Like, oh, the American way? Well, that's not a good thing. Or, oh, actually, America's always been shitty and terrible and awful. I hate it. I don't
supposed to
like
be
this
a-
denigration that so many Americans have.
It's aspiration,
this
right?
shame
Like,
that they have with it. Yeah.
Superman simultaneously draws from the best of America to then inspire to the best of America. Like, it's supposed to just be aspirational, not some kind of definitive statement that there's absolutely nothing wrong with anything America ever did in any way, shape, or form. They're perfect. It's like, no one's saying that. You're all right. Calm down. That may be rags.
This just reminds me of what was it that we watched? There's been a few things where a character will say, the brave women and men, and it's kind of like you know that when you say it differently,
They
to
did
the
that in
way
Falcon
it's
the Winter
always
Soldier,
said,
didn't they?
I think it was in one of the, I think it was in Crisis on Infinite Tisms, and I think it was in Halo Season 2 as well.
It was in Halo, yeah.
And it's very much a case of like when you say it, you kind of call attention to like the fact that you're doing it differently. Like
You're
'cause it's
specific.
always-
You are not
it's
pleased
so
with the fact that
frequently men and women. It's so frequently
Yeah.
said like that when you flip the order, it's like you call attention to it a bit, and it's like this truth, justice, and the human way. It's like, well, everybody's heard the other phrase, so everybody notices that you've changed it. Like you're calling more attention to it than if you would just said the normal phrase.
Yeah,
I just find it funny.
I just wanted to remind. So Falcon says we need new heroes, ones suited for the times we're in. Symbols, they're nothing without the women and men that give them meaning.
I remember that.
it's like you sound so insecure.
Yeah.
It's
I
like
think it's
it's kind of a parallel with like when they get married, the man takes the woman's name. It's like, yeah, I guess there's nothing technically immoral or crazy about that. It's just like, that you're obviously going against the trend of human civilization in order to what's going on? What
You're
are
talking
you doing?
about
It's moral
Anissa
posturing
Jones'
is what it
husband,
is.
that guy.
Yeah, Anissa's husband, yeah.
Yeah, that guy. Got his name.
And then when you pointed out that it makes no sense, or like, why did you change it? They say, why are you complaining? It's not that important. I said, well, but it was evidently important enough for
It's
you to
important enough
change
for you to
it.
change it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't really care that much, but like, it's just funny to me. It's just like,
Yeah, you
that's
you
not
caring
the
is the more
phrase.
important thing, not the thing
Yeah, I
itself.
don't care really.
Why
But,
do you
like,
feel it's important to subvert this sort of established trend?
It's and what? Did James Gunn say this? Did he change the quote?
I wouldn't be
Yeah,
surprised.
As far as I know, he's the one who put out the human way thing.
Okay, yeah, all right.
I may be
Okay,
incorrect, but that's what I believe.
Well, I've heard it a couple of times from different sources, and it's just always cringe. Stop it. doing that.
Mega cringe.
Embodiment of truth, justice, and the human way, he soon finds himself in a world that views these as old-fashioned.
The script for this video has been very hard for me to write because I struggle to find a way to say that while I like the movie a lot, I didn't love it.
That's because it's bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. because
Well,
it's
wait,
bad and you have
hold
terrible
on.
taste.
Oh.
He wanted to love it, but he didn't. He didn't love it.
And I really wanted to. I'm gonna give Stupid Man a solid 8.
Holy shit!
It's entirely possible that you could give a film that you didn't love an 8.5 out of 10. I wouldn't myself, but
Yeah,
you know,
8.5 out of 10. We're in love territory, I'd say. Come on.
That would have to be. Yeah, ironically, also, because I don't think he agrees with the way that we view this. He would have to be saying, like, objectively speaking, this is an incredibly, well-made, master-crafted movie. It just doesn't appeal to me personally, but I recognize it for what it is. So I'm going to be fair and give it the score that it has sort of earned through its construction and its craftsmanship. But I just didn't like it. But I don't know if he's capable of that. I don't know. Cosmonaut doesn't instill
Well,
confidence.
he's done this like crazy. Remember the episode we went over like all of his past scores for phase 4 and 5, and then his overall.
Yes.
It's like, this is good, this is good, this is good. Then looks back, wow, that was bad, wasn't it? It's like, huh?
He
That
gave
is-
everything like everything averaged out was like a 7 basically, and then he said, "Wow, what a disappointing,
Just awful, yeah.
phase this was." Now that the minds have been cleared by everybody else,
Feels like the numbers are never actually representative of the reviewer's perspective, but more so the cultural smell
can I
at
get
the
away
time.
with?
The smell test. Sort of.
I know.
hey,
Yeah.
it is just Cosmonaut who did this, and we got 4 other main characters in this story. So let's see what they have to say.
5 out of 10.
Do I have nitpicks? 100%. There are certain storylines that I think are kind of insane, but none of them stopped me from loving this movie.
I feel
Okay.
Okay.
There are
Kind
there are
of
certain
insane.
Lines, more than one. How many
More than one.
storylines can a movie really have? So we got a few storylines that are kind of insane, but I love the movie. It's like, I guess that's possible.
That's
Just like
fine
it's possible
in
for
You know what's
isolation.
funny?
to love a movie that you give an 8.5 out of 10.
I'm almost I'm thinking about like if we take it as Superman's storyline, Lex's and Lois's, is that pretty much everything? Mr. Terrific was kind of Lois.
I guess you could say that
Mhm.
everything is bound up in those 3. Yes,
Yeah.
those are like the 3 main storylines, and
if
every other character serves
at
as one of those.
least 2 are insane. It's like, oh shit, what?
I
What, the
assume
third
that
one?
he
Oh,
maybe
boy.
about the pocket universe, and it's like, yeah, that's a big part of the movie. That's like
Crazy.
Act 2, 3 encompasses both of those. So if that's kind of insane, again, it's possible that you could love the movie, even though there are certain storylines that are kind of insane. But I don't know, personally, that'd make it really hard for me. But hey, that's just 2 of our characters.
Mm.
It
like
just
this
goes
is
to
the
show
ex-
how great the third act is that it can, shoulder
Oh.
that burden.
Oh, yes.
exact kind of review that will leave everyone vaguely dissatisfied with my take here.
Man, it's been a while since I've heard Captain Midnight's voice. We covered him a bunch over the times, but it's been a while, I think.
Yeah. I forgot who he is, sort of. It's been a long time. He's just one of those names floating around in the ether, He's an idea. He's an idea.
You got to clap.
There we go.
Yeah.
I did. Did
Oh,
it not
okay,
come
it
through?
didn't come
I
through,
think the
yeah.
noise gate might have. Clap. He's an idea.
That's
Eh.
brilliant script.
Because I'm really torn. I don't think I'd call this a great Superman movie exactly, but I do think it features a great Superman and a lot to recommend. And I think that's still pretty high praise.
I'm torn, but I think it's
That's-
still worthy of pretty high praise. It's like,
But it's not
well,
a good Superman
not
movie,
too
but it has a
torn,
good
man.
Superman. That's a
great
strange thing to say. It's not a good
Superman,
Superman movie, but it has a great Superman.
Yeah,
I guess it's possible. Just
it's
I like he means
possible.
the
It is
actor, like Corin
possible.
Sweat specifically.
Well, we shall
Um,
see what everybody has to say about the nature of
'Cause
this
I'm quite-
Superman and how
You'd
great
have
they
Because
thought-
I'm
think
quite
it is.
positive of Corin Sweat, but
yeah, I think everyone is. But I was
doesn't
going to
change the
say,
writing.
if you're going to say it's a great Superman, I assume you're referring to the performance and the writing, right? For the character.
I
I'm
would
certainly
assume
hope
so.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what I would mean if I said it. If I said the
That's what-
character was great, then yeah, the
That's
writing
what
and
we
the
would mean.
portrayal.
That's something to bear in mind is
But
that
we're
for
psycho
plenty of
crazy people. As I've come
No,
to
yeah,
discover.
for some people, it just means the performance.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway.
Is under the most stress he's ever been behind the camera, and I think you can feel that. You can feel the
Oh, Jesus.
Because the movie is fucking stressful, or it's trying to juggle 68 different things?
No, it's not
or-
even that. It's just the way he said feel. It's like, oh, we're in for a...
Feel.
Oh,
Like he's passing a stone whenever
Yeah.
he says it.
okay, well, we got lots more of that on the way.
this movie is fighting tooth and nail to never once be boring.
teeth.
He showed the teeth when
Wow,
he said tooth
my
and
bad.
nail.
Tooth
Yeah.
and tail.
Bro,
Tooth and
editing.
tail.
Editing
That's
is my
good. That's
passion.
good. That's good editing.
I like it
I'm-
more than I don't. It's just he's Hightower's
funny.
strange with editing. He's because he clearly puts effort in. He's
He
just
puts effort in for sure, but the effort is shadowed in ways that I don't like. So, what am I to do with that?
It's one gigantic ass beating, which I love, after another. It's Gunn literally screaming at you saying, look, Superman is vulnerable. Look, Superman is not some god. Look, he's anything but boring. And yet,
Okay.
Mm.
He remains
Mm.
incredibly boring.
Yeah.
He's not exciting as a character, that's for sure.
This
He threatens
Superman is
to
not
maybe one day
particularly
breach into
interesting.
being exciting, but he's not interesting himself.
The thing
yeah,
is,
man, that's kind of a necessity.
I'm kind of like because it feels like a shot was just thrown at Zack Snyder there, right? Like because that's the previous iteration. Significantly, he was portrayed more as a god, and the idea that you would summarize it as boring. I can't remember our coverage entirely, but did we ever say that like the big problem with Snyder was boring?
No,
I mean,
those
it's
movies
a
aren't boring.
They are wacky movies. There's some crazy shit that happens in them. I don't know if boring is the right word.
Hmm.
And I don't know that we want to necessarily say that doing the whole God interpretation of Superman is like inherently boring. I don't know if we want to be
No.
saying that.
I don't think so,
you know,
yeah.
Like that there are certain angles, because I mean, essentially what you've done is what was done before, that the archetypal Superman is boring. You've just flipped it around now because the tides have changed.
Yeah, no, very
Yeah.
true. Actually, worth commenting on. There was an era, I'm sure everyone still kind of remembers it, where the goody two shoes Boy Scout Superman was boring. We need to change him into something else. A lot of people feel like Man of Steel and Snyder's version is a reaction to that, as well as the uptick in evil Supermans that
And
happened.
Justice and the Boys Homelander and all that. But the really interesting part is, if you want to make the case of like, well, James Gunn's working really hard to make sure that you guys know that Superman isn't boring. It's like, cool. Batman's still more popular though, so like,
And
you know what I mean?
Spider-Man.
Like, well, shouldn't the outcome be, because that's what's going to be important. It's like, well, sure, but how much is this going to generate new Superman fans or revitalize old Superman fans? And is it going to be such that Superman is more popular than all of the other characters that people still generally prefer, like Batman, Spider-Man, Wolverine, you know, like all of these sorts of characters? I don't think so. And it's like, so what does that say about
box
the
office that-
successfulness of this film?
Yeah.
The
But I mean,
successfulness
I'm
of
almost
this film.
less interested though, like even just in the terms of the character's popularity. More people will say that Andor is boring than will say the Mandalorian is boring, for example, even though
True,
like Mando as
true.
a character is incredibly boring. But with these movies, well, they say the Gunn movie and the Snyder movies, they both seem much more interested in Superman as the superhero. Like neither of them, I don't think, are particularly interested in Clark Kent. This movie definitely isn't, to the point where like it barely acknowledges the existence of like an alter ego called Clark Kent at all.
You know, like, because on that note, right, maybe it's unfair to pick the most popular versions, but I mean, this film is being held up as like the revolutionary Superman film. So, you know, everyone's invested in what Batman is going to do to solve the problem of the cruise ships, the Joker, and Two-Face at the end of The Dark Knight. Not just in the sense of a logistically speaking, how is he going to get around to doing all of it, and what tools is he going to be able to use and stuff, but also like a moral thing of what will he decide, how will he deal with this circumstance. I don't even need to say this for Spider-Man. Almost every one of his movies, it's like he gets pushed to his limits near the end against some villain of like, how is he going to do it? But like Superman, was there anything like that in this film of like the audience was like, oh Jesus, like how is he going to be able to solve this problem? It's like, well, he just sort of he just wins eventually.
He just does. That's sort of what I was getting at as well, which is that so just okay, limiting it to this movie, you have the big there's seemingly a big dilemma at the end. Most Superman movies sort of require a big dilemma moment because once he's sort of reached the fullness of his power, then the question is, how does he use the power? That's where the drama comes from. Older Superman movies, and I mean, I guess Snyder did more of this than Gunn did, but older Superman movies have sort of historically tied this question to who he is as Clark Kent. Like who he is as Clark Kent is the most important thing to set up the dilemma at the end, because when you have this all-powerful God being, a moral dilemma or like a zero-sum game is the very, very simple, easy, and effective way of making him still interesting. Because if you don't do that, he's just unstoppable and boring. This movie's dilemma at the end is, oh, so you've got Jarampur is in trouble at the same time as Metropolis is in trouble. What will Superman do? And the answer is nothing, because Superman doesn't need to do anything, because that problem is solved off screen for him. And even if it weren't, you have the divide between all of reality will be destroyed in your first DCU movie, which we know isn't going to happen, or you might be able to save Jarampur, which we don't really care about. I don't remember even Snyder being quite that unimaginative when it comes to presenting Superman with difficult choices. If you don't have a very pronounced Clark Kent in your movie, and he is just a godhead, then you can, it's still kind of interesting to say,
It's almost like a
what does God
logistics movie
do?
at that point.
Yeah. But if you don't have a Clark Kent in your movie and you don't bother doing the God thing either, then you kind of have nothing, because Clark Kent doesn't influence Superman's decisions in this film.
The balance is insane. Like, save Jarampur or save the universe. Like, well,
yeah.
I mean,
you know what's really awkward though?
Which one will you choose?
Even Man of Steel recognizes that you need to present him with some kind of choice. It's balked and stupid, the Zod choice. It's really dumb. But there is an idea there. The whole point is that he needs to make a choice about essentially like whether he wants to sever his last remaining connection to Krypton in order to save humanity. It's like, it sucks. It's really bad. It's stupid and doesn't really make any sense. But like, even Snyder recognizes that you need to present him with one. But in this movie, there's never any point where you seriously believe that Clark is not going to keep saving people. He's always going to keep saving people.
Snyder had the more difficult job, arguably, because he chose to focus on sort of Superman as the Godhead. He had to come up with a choice mechanic, which is only really understandable on the realm of the God. Like, which planet do you save? Which planet do you... This movie makes a big deal of the fact that Superman's defining quality is his humanity. And humanity has many, many more interesting choices available to it, arguably, than gods. At least many more understandable choices than gods do, because, gods are rather large entities that are slightly difficult to grok. And yet, there isn't a human decision at any point. He makes a big speech about how humanity is his greatest strength, and at no point in the movie has his humanity actually dictated his decisions or his actions, and it doesn't solve the dilemma.
Even though the decision's pretty straightforward, he was bailed out of it, like you mentioned, the big final one. But that happened in the middle of the film too, with the interrogation or the threatening, the torture scene, I guess you could call it. The Lex being like, "I will shoot this man if you don't give up your parents." It's like, oh, that is a dilemma. I shot the guy. Whoops. Well, never mind. You don't have to make a choice.
I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. Bail, like, don't break out. To make a difficult choice.
And I think a lot of people don't interpret it that way, because it's like, oh, that was haunting, that was horrifying, and like, Corin Sweat's trying to deliver the anguish. It's like, yeah, but he was bailed out of the choice. Like, there's pain there, but Superman does not have to choose between two things.
It would be kind of like even Spider-Man, when Green Goblin's like, you gotta choose, and while he's saying that, like one of the Mary Jane slips out of his hands and falls down. It's like, oh shit, all right, well,
oh shit,
yeah,
I didn't mean to do that. Actually, I came across as really evil. But
I guess there's no choice now. The choice has been taken away. It's like, yeah, she's dead. All right. Anyway, you gotta save the carriage full of people, or yeah. I don't know. It's just there's no real. There is no point in this. It's kind of the awkward thing about Superman in this film is like, what is his arc exactly? Realizing like, oh yeah, the reason why I do good things is because of my entire life. But like, he never at any point stops doing good things. So like, the only thing that's challenged is his like perception of why he does good things. It never in any way, shape, or form gets in the way of him doing that. He keeps doing hero things even when the revelation happens. So it's not like all that happens is he feels better about why he's doing it. That's it. You can have that, I guess, as like a storyline, but I don't know, it seems kind of like weak,
Well, no, I think there's still some hanger-ons for this. So, for example, it says, next day, though, he will know that Lex is threatening to kill, will get killed. Lex demonstrated it was not an empty threat. It's like, so why not shoot him in the hand or the foot, and then get the next shot ready?
If the concern, do you think Superman would have the concern of, oh, he wouldn't actually kill?
Yeah, he would
this
imprison
guy,
people permanently in a
Alec, right?
pocket universe, but he wouldn't kill anyone.
Yeah. Would that be Superman's concern? Because obviously that wouldn't be. Superman would obviously believe that he would be willing to kill this guy.
And I remember at the time just thinking like, this is going to be tough for Superman to solve because, I think if you're trying to write it fair, he might just get pushed into giving up his parents to save lives. It's like, oof, tough though, especially if it means the parents get killed or captured.
But I mean, that's storytelling,
Yeah,
that's
and then
like
having to
kinda
see him
why
deal
we're
with the
here, isn't it?
consequences of that and rationalize it later and
Mhm.
explain it to Lois and things like that. Yeah, that'd be called we'd call that a film, right?
Yeah, that would be a story. That'd be
That'd be a
writing.
story.
We don't do that here.
I mean, and
God,
again,
look.
just to connect it, I would say that you have the Dark Knight's equivalent would be when you get the locations of Harvey Dent and Rachel, and the Joker switches the information so that Batman ends up saving the person he didn't want to. There's a lot going on there to talk about character, and I don't know, just that those sorts of choices given their consequences and they have a definitive effect on the story. It's like I feel it's the kind of thing that the movie was missing. Him giving himself up to be like, I gotta go find my dog, is very like, okay.
Yeah.
Likes his dog.
It's like, yeah, sure. All right.
Superman is vulnerable. Look, Superman is not some god. Look, he's anything but boring. And yeah, man, that's kind of a necessity at this point, even if I personally wanted more small moments.
Sorry, did you say it's like a necessity that we need to make him not a god and
It's
not...
a necessity. It's a necessity that it kind of needed to be a mess.
I
seems like
disagree.
I do not agree at all because the original was not a mess. It had a very
It's
clear
like
structure. It
necessarily
never
that it
felt
needed
confused.
to be so aggressive, I guess you could say, as a story, and so like scattershot. You need to really hammer it home. Superman's not boring, you pricks, and that means that you can't have quiet scenes where characters talk to each other.
Yeah, that's bizarre. I mean, a movie
I
can
don't
be
know about this
complicated and
economy,
complex without
yeah.
being messy or.
Well, it's just this seems like a weird dichotomy. It's like, yeah, it's not possible to get people to like Superman again by just having quiet scenes where he talks to people. It's like,
Yeah,
I don't know,
that's
man.
not
there's
what
a
got
lot
him
of
off the
those
ground to
scenes in
begin with
original
back in the
Superman.
70s.
Yeah, there's not
Yeah.
many of those scenes in the Thomas
Yeah.
Superman film, but okay.
Like one of the best scenes
Sure.
is just him walking to the house with his dad, and that's just it.
Yeah.
He's just having
Yeah.
a talk, or just the date with him and
Well,
Lois, and how he swaps back and forth.
But like, even with this movie, isn't everyone's favorite scene him with his dad? It's not like a messy scene.
Well, I mean, as we're about to see,
I mean, that's
certainly
the
one of
only
my
good.
top favorite scenes in the movie. Clearly.
Moments that stood out to me above all else are the moments where Clark is sitting, not in action, when he talks to Lois about the goofy band he thought and still fully believes is undeniably cool. Or when he's at the
I genuinely think the film would be doing better, or would have done better both critically and just box office and everything if it were less messy and more focused on these important
Absolutely.
scenes.
Of course.
You see, like,
But
he's
then
sort of
again-
framing it as like it was necessary for it to be messy, but maybe it shouldn't have been.
I mean, I think that's major cope.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, you might already sort of be realized, like, this is a weird thing to say. This feels like you trying to sort of make sense of it being, like, kind of not what you wanted it to be, Because you're talking about all the things that you wanted and how little of that was in the film, but you're, like, saying it like it's almost a good thing. It's very weird.
Daily Planet and tells Steve to shut up because he's talking shit on Ma and Pa, whom he
Wait, hold on. Sorry, can we'll just rewind that a little bit there? Hold on.
Or when he's at the Daily Planet and tells Steve to shut up because he's talking shit on Ma and Pa, whom he clearly calls every time he gets an article published. These moments.
I think that is actually kind of
that's
a misunderstanding of the scene,
true.
honestly.
He
I
didn't
don't
call
even think
them.
James Gunn wants you to believe that that's what's happening. The point of
They
that
have to
is
call
they
him.
and he's kind of not super interested in, like, making the conversation go for a really long time. he hasn't seen them for a while, they tell him not to be a stranger.
Yep.
Like, the opposite is, I think that what James Gunn wants you to think is, oh yeah, he's kind of like not talking to them as much as he needs to, and then when he goes back to them at the, second act low point, he's reminded like, oh yeah, of course. Like, you're not meant to read this as like, yes, what a great relationship he's got with his parents. It's kind of like, he's not really, should probably be
passive
paying a
and
little bit more
distant,
attention
yeah.
to them, Like, yeah. Don't be a stranger. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, this is a weird read on a film that I don't even like the movie, but like, that's clearly like the point of the scene.
The assumption,
Very
I think, with
strange.
James Gunn was that 3 years as Superman, he hasn't spent as much time with the Kents, remembering that like the core of Superman was drawn from them, right? Because that's part of the movie, even though we've gone over how much that doesn't make sense.
Moments, they are so sweet, they are so Superman, they fill my cold, dead, barely beating heart with joy and compassion. And if my only real complaint about the movie is that I need more of these characters, more of these actors beautifully portraying these icons.
Oh man, it's so interesting because I agree, but I wouldn't be saying it with this tone.
That's exactly right. It's like, yeah, I would prefer that we have more of the quiet moments and the scenes where the characters connect with each other.
More character.
But he's saying it like in a positive way.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the difference between saying like I want more of Andor and I want more of Superman. Sounds like the same basic sentiment. Really isn't.
Really isn't.
Because what one of them is, there's so much here that's really good. I would love to see more. And the other one is, there is fucking nothing here. I need more.
In a way that I dreamt about for so long. How much of a bad thing is that really?
Let's talk.
Might be a really bad thing,
That he says
like a
it.
really, really bad thing. If you're like, yeah, man, there's not. No, I know the delivery is great, but so isn't it weird? Every single one of these characters so far, it's like, man, you're like. You've got like a positive conclusion, but all the things you're saying aren't very positive. It's so weird. It's just strange.
A little bit about David Corenswet as Superman and Clark Kent. This feels very much like Superman to me, and I liked Henry Cavill. I liked Christopher Reeve as a kid. I enjoyed Dean Cain's portrayal. Even I've always been
even.
Very tactical. Even.
You're not allowed to like him anymore, Chris. Good. Even. Excellent choice of even.
Someone who looks for the good in performers who are trying their best to bring something to a role.
Oh, good for you.
Clark Kent.
Superman,
played by David Corenswet. Very good. For me, not necessarily the greatest Superman ever on screen.
Nando's funny. He's so
funny.
Unassured. Like,
my favorite.
He'll make a statement and then immediately be like, "Am I committed to this statement?"
Just tell us what you feel, man. Just tell. It's easy. Just tell us what you feel.
I think he's my favorite character in this. It's between him and one other character. But
There is this aura of uncertainty and confusion that kind of radiates off of him that I find oddly.
It's a good meme.
I don't want to say endearing, but human.
Yes.
Greatest Superman ever on screen. Do I think this is the best Superman movie ever made? Yeah, I think I do. Not necessarily the greatest Superman ever on screen.
David Corenswet.
Wait, is that the second person who said greatest Superman, but not the greatest Superman?
It's
referring character in movie.
No.
So
This is
he's
the
saying that this movie's
opposite way around. Gotcha.
It's but again, I find it now. Look, it's entirely possible that the best Superman movie doesn't have the best Superman in film, but like it seems unlikely to me.
It would mean the film would have to be carried by everything else, like the villain or the supporting characters or Lois or.
Which seems unlikely, right?
Which it is not in this movie. I mean,
it seems very unlikely to me. Like, I almost want to draw more attention to that. That just seems kind of silly. It feels weird to me. But
as you said, it's possible. It depends on how one explains it, because I could totally see someone saying The Dark Knight is the best Batman movie, but it does not have the best Batman in it. You'd be like,
Yeah, like I could understand that. It does depend
because
on the
in
context,
that it's like universally
you know.
accepted that like the Joker in that movie is insanely good. It requires almost no explanation to know what they're probably going to say after that.
Yeah.
But with Superman, what we have I would say a very unlikable Lois Lane who's kind of a bitch. We have Hawkgirl doesn't exist. Lex Luthor's a goofball. The actor's good, but he is a
Mr.
character is
Terrific
really
is kind
quite
of
not
fun,
good.
but I mean that's
Yeah,
more or
he's
less
kind of
it.
fun,
Like, he's
and I
kind of
like Guy
fun,
It's
Gardner.
still,
Yeah.
just to be clear, it's so fucking weird that included pretty much everyone across the board. The only unequivocal praise of both, like, seemingly the script and character is Mr. Terrific, like the actor, I mean,
It's
as well.
Mr. Terrific.
It seems like that's the only one that everyone's really happy to just say, you know what, that was just really good. It's like, but everything else gets caveats.
But the thing is, it's kind of inconsequential. Like, it's easy to say that because he, it's
He's not in
like
it
he
much.
Really, he's not really going on much of an arc. That he's doing exactly what you would expect him to do, more or less, throughout the whole movie. So, like, yeah, I mean, I like him, but it is kind of a funny point compared to with Superman or Lex, where it's like, well, you got to be a little bit more committal here in why you like them, because these are the main characters of the film.
That is Superman. Like, that's Superman, period.
But I mean, he clearly thinks he's one of the best Superman by the sounds of things.
Plenty of people
curious to hear
do
why.
feel that way,
Period.
yeah.
Based on the one
He's a great-
trailer
yeah,
I
he's
watched, I thought maybe he wasn't going to bring enough charisma, but I was wrong. He's perfectly charming. He's funny without being a superhero quip machine. He's strong and confident when he needs to be. He marries the Clark and Superman personas perfectly while still letting both of
Calm
them.
down.
Yeah, sorry, no. We need
Yeah,
to...
they definitely.
Yeah.
We don't even know if he does or not.
Not
because
really.
we don't see them
There's not a Clark
I
in the
mean,
movie. Like, who
not
are you
really.
marrying?
beating Reeves in the original. That is a tall order.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, like, I don't know, I'm trying to be harsh, but it's like, he didn't even come close. I don't think. It's like, the scale of Superman...
I mean, I wouldn't even... I mean, it's a bad script.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
it's-
I'm happy to completely concede that. I think that from what we saw, it's like he's ready. He can do it, but not yet.
Mhm.
He hasn't got the script yet.
Yeah, but unfortunately not in a film written and directed by James Gunn.
No.
Have their own subtle traits. He's perfect.
My favorite
Perfect.
Superman property of all time for my entire life has always been the animated series, which I think is why I enjoyed this movie as much as I did, because James Gunn's approach to Superman feels the most like that animated series that I've ever
No,
seen
it
in live
doesn't.
action.
Yeah, so I haven't seen the animated series, but like I don't believe him.
I've seen plenty of clips of this Superman, and this is a Superman that Corin Sweat, I assume, is going to become someday, is the plan. He is not like him. If you want to do the whole, like, well, he's in training, he hasn't quite gotten to this point, it's like, okay, that's one thing, but, like, he is
Sure.
30.
Yeah, I mean he's not. I mean he ain't that young.
He's not that young,
You
no.
know?
This isn't Smallville, which, by the way, Smallville Superman is a lot more, I would say, confident
it's
and
more,
assertive, and
I would say so. Definitely. Yeah, definitely.
so no, I can't see this comparison really.
This is definitely a press X to doubt, though it looks like a lot of people in chat are just saying, no, this is wrong. But hold on to that thought. So, just bear in mind, Chris Stuckman's favorite interpretation of Superman, or his favorite Superman media, is Superman the Animated Series. And that's why he likes this movie, because it reminds him a lot of Superman the Animated Series. Keep that in mind.
I did, because James Gunn's approach to Superman feels the most like that animated series that I've ever seen in live action form.
Like, this is about as far from the mature father figure Superman of the animated series or...
Ooh, interesting.
Well,
Okay.
so it's both not they're obviously not the same person, but it's interesting to have a back to back
They're not
of
the same person.
How
They
do you
are-
have two different opinions and they're equally as fucking dog shit as each other? Damn!
well, polars, because he's one to one or he's completely opposite. You're like, I mean, neither, I guess.
something even more in that direction, like George Reeves. But as a new take on a younger Man of Steel, I think he does...
Okay, so just for the record, I'm not saying 30 is old, but relative to a superhero, developing their perspective and everything, it's like 30, obviously running for 3 years, he doesn't feel like that at all.
No, he's like his
Yeah, I
naivety
just-
is like what you would expect of like the prologue in Superman 78, like when he's actually really, really young before he's fully got his powers and understands what I mean. Like he presents as so naively disconnected from the way the world works that, and it's not impossible to write in something like, he was so sheltered growing up in Kansas because his adoptive parents protected him from the world because they feared the world discovering his powers, but like, that's not in the film, so he doesn't really
and
have any excuse for doing it.
bear in mind, Christopher Reeve was 26 when Superman came out.
That's
So
insane.
like Christopher Reeve was younger
Yeah,
than David Corn Sweat. But like you don't think of him as like, oh, that's like a young version of the character. No, you just kind of think of him as the character.
Yeah.
You know, it's because it feels like it's an important caveat. Like again, I'm not going to pretend I'm like a big Superman fan. I'm not like that interested in the character, but I definitely get the impression that the Superman that we see in this film is kind of a Flanderized version. Like everybody called him like a Boy Scout, and James Gunn's interpretation is like, oh, he is actually. Whereas the impression I always got from like the media in which he just appears anyway, that like I would have watched or seen in games is, no, he's like a leader. He's very much
you said
sort of like
the patriarch.
He's a scout
sort of
master.
father figure character. Yeah, that's probably a good way. I don't know. It's just like, because again, High Top brought up Injustice, but I mean that presents the evil Superman against the more archetypal Superman, and it's very much more of like the leader that's willing to be like stern if necessary and bold and decisive.
Yeah.
Commanding. Like that's definitely much more of what you associate with Superman compared to like, oh, golly gosh, gee. It's like, I don't know about that so much, I don't know. It's a little bit awkward because, I don't know. It's like, it does seem like Superman's kind of getting a bit Flanderized now, and that is now like a highly praised interpretation of the character, even if that praise is diminishing with each passing day.
Was a fantastic job. The film really leans into his earnestness, underlining it in some pretty over-the-top ways, from the gollies to the squirrel saving, but the actor pulls it off really well. Taking
good.
a script that I think in the wrong hands could have resulted in a Superman that felt like a pastiche, and making him feel like a three-dimensional character.
And I think he tries his hardest. Like, I do like his performance, but
yeah,
I mean,
it's a good performance
that
is let down by the... Yeah.
That's how I'd say it. It's
I
don't know.
Oddly enough, this is kind of another case. So now we've got two in a row, essentially, of wow, you've got a great actor for Superman. Shame about that script.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty lame.
It's a curse.
Pretty lame.
It's the Kryptonian curse.
Yeah.
Poor trio of actors, David, Rachel, and Nick, feel genetically engineered in the gun range to play these characters. Thank you. Of course, the very faithful...
Oh, James Gunn is in the game Gun Range. Okay, carry on.
Full writing helps add to that feeling.
I do enjoy that. The faithful writing is what adds to that feeling. The faithful writing, sure, whatever you say.
A lot of people...
Faithful to the comics.
Yeah.
Oh.
A lot of people make the claim. You wonder.
Each of their performances feel...
Well, again, I read All-Star Superman. It's not like this movie.
But a lot of people said that it was. Who am I to trust?
Yeah, but that's because James Gunn said that it was a primary inspiration, but like I don't see it. I don't really see it. And even like on a core just sort of like breakdown of the plot, I mean, it's nothing alike. So yeah, I don't know why everybody keeps saying that.
Feel all too human. Even within the camp, there's this palpable humanity behind all of their eyes that has been lacking in so many adaptations.
Dude.
And it's not
so
just
many adaptations. Interesting. How many? I don't know, because it feels like a lot of Superman media actually, when you think about it, has a good reputation. When you actually think about it, it's just the movies. More so.
Yeah, because it's the Snyder stuff is a pretty...
Lots of people.
Yeah, people speak highly of Smallville.
I've seen people speak positively about the interpretation of Superman in that Superman and Lois show that came out recently. Plenty of people like the Lois and Clark show from the 90s, Batman the animated series, appearances in video games. Like, I don't know.
Really,
like,
it's
I
the
feel
Snyder
like
stuff that has a super
Snyder
shaky reputation.
Yeah, I mean, some people even like the Superman Returns Superman. I don't particularly. I think that film sucks, but like, I don't know. It's just kind of awkward. It's like, oh yes, the palpable humanity that's lost in so many adaptations. Like, I mean, really, it's mainly the one, and also this one, kind of. But it's just kind of funny. Like, we can't praise the movie without shitting on a substantial amount of superhero media, Superman media rather. It's kind of just awkward.
Superman moments of him saving a squirrel or telling a woman who was nearly crushed to death by a giant monster to take slow, deep breaths, or screaming in such tangible agony as a kind man who most would not look at twice is murdered right in front of him.
I think most people would be disturbed by that. I think
yeah,
the
this
vast
is a
majority of
bizarre.
people would be pretty unhappy to see that happen.
Well, yeah, what's the
That would
implication?
traumatize most people, I bet.
Most people just wouldn't have a reaction to someone getting murdered in front of them. Like, come on.
Was he saying like the man, like he was like the man who was murdered? People wouldn't look at twice, but they would if he was murdered. So it kind of defeats the object.
No. And even then,
Definitely
I
would.
think they would because he seems like a pretty nice guy.
He's just a
and I
nice
think people
dude.
He was a
would
really
Yeah.
nice
respect
dude.
him
He was
for
a good
that.
person.
That is his reason for being in the movie. He is the nice man who can be killed because he's not an important character. That's like.
And it's sad that the nice man dies. That's the
Yeah.
story for him.
That is, it is sad when a nice man dies. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
This is good writing, actually.
They should make a book. Save the nice man, and that's the right
Save the
advice.
nice man. Don't hit the book. Don't shoot Malik in the head.
Twice is murdered right in front of him. All that is so wonderful, so Superman, but I think the true power of David's performance resides in the tiniest of bits. It's him telling Lois that even though Crypto is not a very good dog, he's somewhere out there scared and alone.
I don't know what he's done with the footage here as well. And also, like, I don't even know why we'd be making a point of this. It would be like, yeah, Crypto's not a good dog, but like, it would kind of be weird, like, if most people didn't give a shit, you know, like why are we highlighting it as like it's a notably heroic thing? It's like I feel like the average person would want to make sure that they can save Crypto if they thought that was in their power.
Superman being the ultimate paragon superhero, doing the nicest things ever, and your example is like he would put everything on the line to save his dog. Like, okay, fine, I'll agree that Superman would want to save his dog. Sure. Would Batman? It's like, well, obviously. Spider-Man? Well, yeah. Punisher? Yeah.
I think Wolverine would. Yeah,
Wolverine, sure.
Punisher, they would save their dog.
People really like dogs, man.
Yeah.
People like dogs.
Dog is a trope for a reason.
Yeah, like it's weird to be like, man, it's so Superman that he would save his dogs. Like, I feel like all heroes would do that.
Yeah.
But
I guess
like
that is the human way, I guess.
No, it's much more common.
A lot of people don't like
for the
dogs,
average
right?
hero to be like, I could give or take a dog. I don't care. Well, whatever. Like, if you kill my dog, it's whatever.
It is kind of weird when Lois says, "Oh, it's a dog." It's like, what is? Huh? Are you okay? You know,
Yeah, you're a bitch. We're learning a lot about people today, aren't we?
But I mean, it's kind of the same in the movie where they're making fun of the dude who wants to talk to his cat on the phone. It's like, why have we normalized shitting on people because they care about animals? Like, it's very weird. Oh wow, you care about? It's
that's
like
a green
Multiverse
flag.
of Madness. Well, it's in Multiverse of Madness. You remember, like, oh, I lost my cats, and then you know, Doctor Strange, like, huh?
Yeah.
Like, what is wrong with you? What is actually wrong with you? Like, that
Why
is
are you
entirely
being
normal.
a prick?
But,
It's normal.
Great little reference in chat, especially since this is a Fringy made montage, but when all the dogs in the 101 Dalmatians sort of reference episode, and then Snowball 2 walks up to the TV and Hope just goes, "Get that cat out of the way."
Then they all glare at her.
Yeah, the glare is perfect.
Yeah.
Somewhere out there.
I don't know why that's reminding me of what was the pet that they had that made Santa's Little Helper and Snowball stand up on their hind legs and say, "We love you."
Oh my god, I remember what you're talking about.
What was that? Or was that when they got the Lassie dog?
Oh, fuck, why can't I remember? I know Bart gets an elephant at one point, but I don't think it's that.
I think it might have been the Lassie dog when they got that one. I'm not sure.
You're probably
That was
right,
pretty
yeah.
funny.
Out there scared and alone, somewhere out there, and he needs Clark to save him, to make him feel safe, even though
Can you
Crypto
please
has
stop
done
sounding like you're edging every time you say something emotional, you fuck.
What's
It's so cringe.
We're still early game. Like, this is he always goes. You know, people say 0.5 HP. It's like it's gonna get 0.1. That's how it works every time.
You gotta adjust to it so that your brain
He
doesn't
knows.
explode.
Like, he's just over time. He's charged it up way too fast. It would be curious to watch like a really old video from him and see if he's kind of flanderized himself. You know.
It has.
nothing but
Something
brings
to note as
stress.
well. It's like Crypto actually isn't out there scared and alone. I know that's what Superman worries about for all of 5 seconds, but actually Crypto's having a really swell time
Having a great
because
time.
rather than just
Yeah.
killing the dog, which he would do because he's that petty and bitter, he's just having squirrels beamed into his brain and he's having a whale of a time. So he's totally fine actually, because the movie can't actually put a dog in danger, seriously, because that might actually cause people to feel things and we can't be doing that.
Yeah.
Someone
We
mentions
can shoot the brown guy, but the dog needs to be.
this is the scene
okay.
with the giant cloud foot thing that weirdly happened for Superman or whatever. I don't know if we ever got an explanation for that. Like,
I think we did talk about it. His foot, it just looks really big for some reason.
not in this shot, but there's a shot in this scene, I think. Yeah.
And destruction. It's the way in which David delivers that line, that sentiment with this pure, somber empathy. His whole idea of self is collapsing on into itself, and all he can worry about is this dog. It's the way that at the end of the movie, once Lex is defeated, exposed, you can see a bit of empathy from Clark as he stares into the tearful eyes of...
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ. Fuck
Like, do
me.
people actually buy this shit? Like, is his
Yes.
comment
Yes,
section
I
just
guess.
filled with people
Yes.
like, oh my
He's so
god?
passionate. He loves
Yeah.
film so much. Oh my
I
goodness.
love your authenticity, they say.
You're so human, like Clark Kent.
Jesus.
Someone who cannot accept failure. This one look, it's brief and I wish I could show it. Only a split second, but it's almost like he can't help but feel
If it's a split
compassion
second, you can
towards
show
someone
it.
who has dedicated
Yeah,
his
he just did.
entire existence into killing him. It's beautiful. It's the way Rachel is seemingly always on the move, unable to sit entirely still unless she's doing what she loves, interviewing, getting to the truth. It's the way she is observing.
You are...
Jeez,
what,
you are
that's your
glazing
assessment
this
of Lois
role.
Lane? It's like, she's always moving and
Well,
doing
yeah.
things.
Oh no, she's got to get. She's a journalist. She's got to get to the truth. I wonder how many people are going to say essentially variations of just that about Lois.
Also,
in this film.
What
lot
else
of
is there to
people-
say
I will
about
now
that
describe
character?
the duty of a journalist.
A lot of people
'Cause she is
rightfully
a
picking up
journalist.
on this first name basis stuff that he does, you know?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's a bit cringe. It's like when an interviewer. It's like, so Tom, when they're talking to Tom Cruise, like, you're not friends. Like, why are you? You know what I mean? I guess it'd be awkward if you kept saying Tom Cruise every single time. But like, why do you talk like your buddies? You know?
Timothy Cruise.
It's funny.
Well,
'cause
that
you were
just
thinking of
goes
that.
to
I was
show
just
how
thinking
great
of,
the acting was.
Rachel!
Such a personal
Rachel!
connection.
Rachel!
Clark's behavior, not just as a lover, but as an investigative
I
journalist.
think that's almost certainly the case, but do I know that?
We finally have a big
Why is she
screen
an
Lois
asshole to him?
I don't know, man. Just,
Why is
what
she a
is there to
fucking
s-
jerk?
What is there to say about Lois in this whole movie, really?
Except that like, she
well, we're about to
switches
find
her
out.
intrepid journalism on and off. So like everything he's just described, yeah, she moves all the time. That's very interesting. She's an investigative reporter. She doesn't drop a story. Okay. Then why is she never, ever, ever looked into Lex Luthor and his dealings with Bravia, given that they're quite common knowledge in this movie
Well,
before
but-
the movie even starts? It's not until like when it's time for her to exposit the connections for the audience who are too dumb to have actually spotted it themselves. She says, "Oh yeah, I spoke to my connection at the bank, and he told me that yeah, Lex has been buying these arms at a discount. Oh, sorry, that Bravia's been buying the arms at a discount. Also, Lex has these cultish followers I've just decided that I know about who believe that he's going to create a technological utopia. Like all of this
Let's
stuff.
get a movie
is
with
stuff
that
was
banker
so
guy.
easy to find out, and she had every motive to try and find it out before the movie began, and she didn't because it wasn't time for her to do that yet. So, like, the movie portrays her in a way that actually destroys the essence of her character.
Well, and then comes up with the fucking, uppercut at the end. Her third act drama is we must write the article that exposes the connection to one politician in one country, as opposed to reality collapsing.
Yeah, a reality
it's
collapsing,
so
which Lex is
awkward.
responsible for, and which is
Provably,
emanating
yeah.
from a camp with his flag flying over it. That I pointed out in the video. That is your story, and if you don't have that as your story, then you shouldn't be a journalist.
Well, look, it's just High Top. We got a few other characters here. I'm sure that they're gonna say a lot of interesting things
Okay,
about
alright.
Lois and how great of a character
Think
she
so,
is.
yeah.
It's one
Probably.
person.
Okay, fair enough.
Lane, who has her agency
you say.
back, a purpose outside of awing over Superman.
Ooh,
Aw.
another hit to Snyder.
Well, another hit to Snyder.
Well, you showed Snyder, right? Or, that
Well,
was...
hold on. Well, hold
Okay,
on.
alright.
hold
The
on.
big
Okay.
screen Lois Lane, who has her agency back, a purpose outside of awing over Superman.
Oh no!
Ooh.
Fuck you. Lois Lane was an awesome.
no.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
That is
Uh-oh.
Lois Lane was
Whoops.
really great in the original. She had
Ooh.
flaws, she had strengths, she had a personality. She was very believable as a
no.
character. I
I like
What a
how I was
bizarre-
already a little like
What
You chill
collateral?
out on shitting on all over everything in Snyder every single time you want to, but now like shit on the 78 movie. Oh, okay,
Lois
them
Lane in
fighting words.
78 catching strays. Wow.
Well, yeah, it's another awkward trait of the super positive people is that they can't help but unwittingly shit on other things to praise the thing that they're currently talking about. Because yeah, this is a bit awkward. This version of Lois is obviously better than the new version of Lois because you can have a bit of a conversation about who she is. So
The new version
yeah,
of Lois
bit
is
awkward.
still a simp. Like the entire conversation when Superman goes back into his flat rather than the Fortress of Solitude for no very good reason. When she comes in, he says, "I never wanted to rule over everyone." She says, "I didn't believe for a moment that you did because you're just kind and you're nice and you love everyone and you're just amazing." It's like, that's the
But I would be your
criticism that
queen,
you
right?
say.
If you did.
Yeah, that would be more interesting as a movie.
That would be interesting. Like maybe you should, dearest.
Great, going after Superman.
Well, a long goodbye.
Rachel Brosnahan as Lois Lane. I liked her. Actually, I did really like her. I think she.
Oh, you have
That was a weird way to say that.
Like he's
like
building up
her.
the courage in the middle of the sentence to finish it.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause this-
I like her. I like her. I like her.
It is like there's two of him in the room. One of them says the statement, and then the other one looks at him, and he's like, "Yes, that is true."
Like his two shoulder angels fighting in the middle of the sentence. Or it's like Obi-Wan Kenobi is using a Jedi mind trick on him in the middle of the sentence. You like Lois Lane.
I like Lois
Are you
Lane.
sure you like Lois Lane? I like Lois Lane. Good.
really like her. I think she had solid chemistry, but also I think she just had the correct amount of pluck. The word that you have to use to describe Lois Lane. She was very plucky.
Rachel Brosnahan.
Why you have to is because you
Lucky?
have nothing else to say.
I was gonna say that's a little thin there, but all right. She's plucky.
Yeah.
She had the correct amount of
She's got
pluck.
spunk.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Super spunk.
Brosnahan is excellent as Lois Lane. She feels like that hard-edged reporter who's going to find the truth no matter what. And she doesn't care about all of the noise. There's this sequence where Metropolis is literally being destroyed and everyone's just running around Daily Planet, and she's there with her papers trying to make sure she gets this article right. And I thought that
that's like super retarded though, isn't it?
That is a criticism. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
not
that's a good
praise of the
criticism, Chris.
character.
you're on point there.
was the heart and soul of the character.
This is very frequently a problem.
It's not a criticism. That's just
It is
indicative
praise.
of how great of a Lois Lane that she is. But also like, oh yeah, Lois Lane, she's like a journalist.
Well, oh yeah,
You
sorry.
can tell by
because
the scene where she
I
does
was-
journalist things.
I was distracted by the fact that what he said is better as criticism than praise, but at the same time, it's not even either. It's just saying what happened in the film.
Exactly. There's no analysis.
She is a journalist in the
Pretty
film,
funny.
and she is writing articles despite crazy things happening. Like, yeah.
Yeah, no, I saw the movie too. Yeah. Yeah,
A
that happens
problem
in it.
these movies have with Lois Lane. As things
Discuss.
really kick in high gear, it becomes less and less about her. And they manage to figure out a way to make her.
I mean, it's called Superman, but like, it's usually about the other guy. But that's, yeah, fair, I guess. To turn this into, I think, a very valid criticism would be they clearly had no idea what to do with Lois to the point where what she does in the third act is funny. Like when you
Yeah,
really think about it.
Basically, she's flying around in a ship writing an article while Superman is trying to save the world from being consumed by a black hole.
Yeah.
It's very much a case of they run out of knowing what to do with her, which is really awkward when this film, so many people have praised this film and like in the way that it uses Lois Lane. It's like, I don't know, man, it's a bit awkward. Like she's not that big. Like she's a part of it for sure, but the longer that the film goes on, the less of a part of it she becomes, and she shares very few scenes with Superman. You know, it's a bit awkward. She's got a lot more scenes. She spends a lot of time with Mr. Terrific by comparison, you know? Like in
More
terms of the total
time, I
amount of
feel.
time shared on screen, it might be about the same, which is odd.
Yeah, it's an unusual way to get people to sort of pair the characters together in their mind.
Part of the action. It's not like she just goes away for like a half of the movie or something.
And of course, what is she doing when Mr. Terrific? Because that's the whole point. It's like, well, we need to pair her with like a character who can like do shit here, like fight people. So she just kind of has to sit there while Mr. Terrific takes all of the actions.
She becomes
initiates
comic
in doing
relief,
it.
right? Like she
Pretty much,
prompts him to
yeah.
be funny.
She reacts to Exactly. So I don't know, man. Feels a bit awkward. Like, doesn't actually feel like they
Why
did give her
not?
much to do.
You could have
Why didn't
actually
they
given
do
her a
what they did in the?
subplot that's
You
journalist
know what they
based
should
where
have
she
done?
has to. Yeah.
They should have done what they did with Mary Jane in the Insomniac Spider-Man games. Give her like a little, like a taser, so that she can do stealth missions.
So she can take out an
it's
army
weird
of
you said that
soldiers.
because I was gonna suggest that they have her like sneaking around the LexCorp building and like trying to get into to get documents or to meet up with someone or to get something while
Well,
Superman's doing
to be
his thing,
fair,
but I
I
can do
think
my thing. And
I think that works better in a film than in a game. Yeah, if you wanted to do something like that, compared to a game where it's like, oh, you want to play Spider-Man? Too bad. You got to play as Mary Jane, just sort of sneaking around this place.
Yeah,
I think the movie sort of has two contradictory ideas, and it would have been better to pick one and run with it, because there are a couple of scenes where, rather than be Clark's love interest, she is doing the journalism thing, and whenever she does the journalism thing, it's usually it's the thing with the photos that Eve is taking, and Jimmy Olsen has been sent the photos. So Lois takes a very severely injured Superman back to his parents' house in Kansas, which she now knows exists. I don't know quite how, but she does, and then, rather than be the love interest character in that moment, then she's called out of that scene to go and do the journalist stuff that Jimmy Olsen is supposed to be doing, because like she looks at the photos he sent her and then she spots the stuff in the background and then she fucks off to go and do the journalism, even though the purpose of the previous scene you would think is to try and establish the romantic side of the character. So like she's being distracted from one of her roles to do the other one. The other one is actually doing work a different character should have been doing anyway. And then when it comes to actually writing the story that sums everything up, it's the wrong story. So she's doing the journalism thing badly. The journalism is distracting from the romance, and the romance occasionally distracts from the journalism. So she's kind of a quarter of several different characters and never really one in its own right.
That was
if
another
you're a writer and you have a character who like is a journalist and that is their skill set, that opens up a lot of opportunities for you to explore things like villain motivation and backstory and bringing them to justice. And they can do all of this logistic work while the hero is doing, more heroic, strength-based stuff. And they really don't take advantage of that being your skill set.
It was, I can't remember if you said anything about it, but Platoon, your video, when it was like, oh, Superman, he's got his kryptonite poisoning. We need to take him to Kansas, which is such a like, what? That's like on the list. That's like the fifth plan. Like plan one would be Metamorpho healing him, which was something you did like 5 minutes ago. I like your line where you're like, "Oh, Superman just remembered he's been poisoned." Like, because this is like, what? Why is this suddenly a thing? And then of course it's like, why haven't you taken him to the fortress where he's got the med bay that heals him?
Or just fly to anywhere where it's still daylight because you have a spaceship. Or get the guy whose baby he just saved to create the sun again, which is a line I can't believe I've just used.
Well, and he just flew, so it's like, so fly up to the sun, right?
Yeah, you could go up to space.
So yeah, and it's like all of those plans are better than go to Kansas. It's like, yeah, but we got to get him to Kansas so we could scene with Pa Kent. Like, okay,
he just needs some bed rest and a classic gravy recipe.
Mm-hmm.
She's there, but by the end of the movie, out of these three characters, she's the one that probably gets the least screen time. And I think that's okay.
I think Rachel
and that's
Brosnahan.
I think that, thank God.
Isn't that kind of interesting though, that that's where his mind goes, despite the fact that she's got a lot of screen time. It's just not particularly substantive screen time.
She's just around for a lot of it, yeah.
Yep.
Like, I'm here with Mr. Terrific. Oh, I'm looking. Fun.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, it's Joan and the Whale. But I'm here.
And as Lois Lane was also just incredibly well cast, providing a more cynical counterpoint to Clark's optimism. The few scenes with just the two of
she's
them
an
are a
asshole.
high point of the movie, creating one of the most believable and well-realized couples in the superhero movie genre.
Wow.
That is a strong claim.
To be clear, there is one single scene where they draw the contrast, and that's the interview scene. Because in the very next scene, there is no contrast, and she has undying faith in him.
And I think she comes home, complains about him having made food for her, and then is a dick to her in an interview in a very unnecessarily antagonistic way. And then they basically don't see each other again until the end where they kiss. That sucks.
It just feels like another one of, I like the performance. Like, yeah, sure. Yeah, I better mean the script, man.
Yeah.
Like, it's just another one of those. Yeah, but what about the script?
Lois was also great in this movie. She felt very accurate to how I would believe Lois would act.
Okay, everybody keeps saying this. I don't believe you anymore.
Well, not only,
I don't know
but
about that.
why is
She's
everyone
so different from...
It's interesting how all of them have found a way around praising the script every time.
Yeah.
Like they'll say
The actor,
something
the feeling,
that,
the
yeah,
journalism.
She's accurate. The performance was
Here's-
the
good.
faithfulness.
Yeah.
and yeah.
Here's a description
Wow.
of what happens in this scene.
So it seems like you guys are having trouble.
And
telling us why
and
she's good.
like, second billing, second most important character in the movie, second or third, either between those two. I don't know.
She's a journalist.
actually really like.
Yeah, that's right. She's got pluck.
She is plucky.
Very
He
accurate
has the
around.
correct amount of pluck.
how I would believe Lois would act in a Superman story. And I actually really like that her and Superman are in a weird stage in their relationship. They've only been dating a few months, and it's at the point where they're just starting to get a little serious, and they have to navigate that and see how they really feel about each other. They put
Where was that scene?
Also, is it just a good thing that we didn't get to see them meet or start dating, or her discovery of him being Superman? Is it good that we've
I
skipped
couldn't
all of
tell
that?
you why that's just better.
I don't
If
see.
anything, it makes it confused because like some of the stuff she throws out during the interview scene when she brings up the super shit nickname and he crashes out, to use the horrible phrase, and she says this is what you always do. You close up and you run away. I say, well, that does he? He doesn't do that at any other point in the movie, but if you tell me that's what he does, then fine. But then if that's what you know that he always does, then you can't be at the beginning stage of your relationship or just exploring this getting serious, because that line requires that you've done it before.
I wish we had seen a lot of that, you know?
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah. I feel like he's inventing a lot of this stuff, or he's just sort of assuming this is how it would have gone down.
And Lois into a situationship. And I think it's a very relatable and engaging romantic subplot, and their chemistry made it even better.
And as much as I like...
And I like that all of the shots you used are pretty much from a total collection of what, about 8 minutes of the film? Because that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The Daily Planet and the apartment, and that's it.
The legendary Gene Hackman in Richard Donner's original film. Rest in peace, by the way. What a loss. Nicholas Holt's portrayal of Lex Luthor is my favorite live-action Lex Luthor I think we've ever gotten.
Why?
Probably.
That's a weird thing to say when you name two people
And
who've
I swear,
died.
just can you please don't talk about his acting ability, all right? And I know you'd be like, that's not fair. And you'd be like, no, I know, but I just want... please tell me what in the writing. But I'm guessing they're going to just repeat the lines from the film. He's petty.
We shall see.
He's
we
jealous.
shall see.
He's
But
envious.
He is Chris Stuckman's favorite Lex. Let's see what everybody else thinks.
My favorite Lex Luthor on screen.
Dude.
Favorite on screen.
I mean, I'm just going to
okay.
get out of the way now that like the reason people say this is because of Nicholas Hoult putting in maximum effort, 100%. Which, to be fair, could be said about almost every character, actually.
But definitely in the case of, hey, look, we shall see.
My fucking boy, the god tier hater, the best big screen Lex, one of my new favorite superhero movie villains, Nick Hoult.
He takes a bit further. Not just his favorite Lex in the movie, but one of his favorite villains in any superhero movie. So,
okay. Ooh.
I mean, there's a lot of competition, really. There is. There actually is a lot of competition for villains. So, yeah, all right, careful now. But hey, all right, let's see.
There's Darkseid.
Hey,
there's
wow,
Steppenwolf.
All of the DC. No, we're going beyond DC, Rags. All superhero movies.
There's Fluoride? Who was the name of the villain in the Marvels?
Oh, Darth Ben.
Darth Ben, right?
Darth Ben. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why I thought her name was Fluoride.
I was about to ask, what's
because of those fucking teeth she's got with the
I don't know.
with the ball, the metal balls in her mouth.
Oh yeah. What a great character.
That was a good costume.
I
like how they showed her dying in the trailer.
The Marvels.
Wacky.
What a film.
Fucking level, dude.
Now, Nicholas Holt's
Next level.
Lex is far from the most complex or interesting take on the character.
Oh, rip. The reality smashing in there. That is quite fun, isn't it? It's like, he's great, he's amazing, he's the best. He's not that good. It's like,
He's not complex like it, which I don't even necessarily think is a flaw. I mean, Gene
No,
Hackman
yeah,
wasn't really that tough to figure out, but he was a great villain.
It's entertaining, but to be fair, I am happy to concede that Nicholas Hoult is entertaining as Lex, and there's like,
yeah.
It's such a shame because any future iteration, you kind of just have to hope you can ignore this film, and it's like give him another shot. It's like, all right, hopefully this time we can do it, we can get it.
He is effective. Despite his convoluted schemes, he is presented as a very blunt threat.
I really feel as though his effectiveness is based on the reality of the world when we join it, and not what we see him do when we get here. Because
it's the fact that
we have to assume that before
the fact that he has Ultraman and the engineer and the
Yeah.
Raptors.
Given his power level, his skills, his resources, everything he can do, he is supremely ineffective in this movie by virtue of the fact that he loses when he really, really shouldn't. And his convoluted plans are key to the fact that he loses because he does all this unnecessary shit.
The most competent things he does are before the film begins. We just have to assume that Lex Luthor, who was able to get himself into position with all this stuff, was way smarter than the one we see in the film.
It's the Boy Cavalier problem again in Alien Earth.
Yes.
It's like the same sort of character. You're told he's a mega genius and he's evidently built all of this stuff, and then everything you see him do is impossibly stupid. There's no way he could be in the position he's in based on the character we see. But they tell us he's clever, so he must be.
Every single fucking goal he has, there's like 5 better ways of doing it throughout the whole movie. And whatever, it doesn't matter.
With one of his most memorable scenes being where he shoots an innocent man in front of Clark. His self-aggrandizing speeches, his bone-deep jealousy and resentment towards Superman, it's all well-trodden territory, but I would also say that it's elevated quite a bit by a very committed performance.
Elevated exclusively by his performance.
Yeah, the thing is that I would probably agree with that, but it's not elevated to the point of being good, because there's only so much that you can do when the script is dog shit, It's not like it's elevated from being absolute crap to being absolute crap, but like he did a he did a good job sort of juggling it,
Can you imagine how much worse? Like put any of Lex's monologues in this movie and have say Chris Stuckman give them, and how much worse would the movie be as a response to that? Because it's not the content of what he's saying; it's just how he's saying it that makes the difference.
So my envy is a calling to destroy you. 1A, 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 1A.
1A.
Favorite thing about his performance
Minions?
is this unspoken underlying vulnerability to Lex. This sadness and this pain that
What is happening?
Yeah, I really got that from the 1A scene. The
famous
vulnerability.
1A scene, yes.
It's so famously good.
The iconic 1A scene, yeah.
It's explored in later entries. Something clearly happened.
Wait, hold on. It needs to, I hope it gets explored so it doesn't exist.
Wait a minute.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
Lex. This sadness and this pain that I hope gets explored in later entries.
I have to go further back, because how did he begin this?
Thing about his performance is this unspoken underlying vulnerability.
So it is strictly just Nicholas Hoult has provided this thing that doesn't exist in the script.
Nicholas Hoult did such a good job that I hope the next movie actually has writing that like supports.
This is getting mind-blowing in terms of like
That's
you
a
have
strange thing to say in your film.
video. It's like they've all managed to take reality, and they've done everything they can to turn it into the most positive version of reality. It's like this is a character that basically has anything, nothing worthwhile about him, but the performance is so good it kind of makes you think it is. And then he converted that into he has this vulnerability, this darkness, this is history, and I hope it gets explored. He's like, hang on. If it wasn't explored, that's not good, right? Like, what?
Yeah, if you're hoping for something, it means you haven't gotten it yet.
Well, there's always two criticisms because, like, on the one hand, yeah, if it's not explored, then it isn't good. But on the other hand, loads of people have told me that it doesn't need to be explored because this is just what Lex is, and that makes it good. Like, Lex is always like this in the comics. He is just petty. Characters and villains don't have to have depth to them, and they don't need arcs. They're good enough as they are. Not everything can be Citizen Kane, etc. So, like, it's a different defense than the usual one. At least it acknowledges the absence. It just doesn't like turn that into the criticism that it really should be.
to Lex. This sadness and this pain that I hope gets explored in later entries. Something clearly happened to this Lex.
Something happened. I don't know what it was.
I wonder what it was. Yeah. Something outside of the story happened, and boy, that must have been really fun and really neat, whatever it was that we didn't get to see.
Something clearly made him so full of hatred. Something...
Okay. Isn't this the criticism everyone has that doesn't like this film? It's like, why does Lex do anything? And then you got Hytop here being like, wow, I hope they explore his motivations. Like, they're saying it as a positive. It's like, yeah, me too.
Made him feel so worthless that he had to shape himself into somebody worthy.
Nicholas Holt.
Worthy.
What was that?
That was an odd way to say that word.
It's almost like slam poetry. This dude.
We said this. We said this with the Thunderbolts one. It's like you have to split him up with other people, and you can dose him better because holy shit, like you're taking this all at once.
Oh yeah, he needs to be diluted by other minds.
Something made him feel so worthless that he had to shape himself into somebody worthy.
He really does say it like a strange guy.
Yeah. Why did he do that?
Nicholas Holt brings the perfect amount of arrogant little hater energy to this role.
Don't you love that? Like, oh, you know, man, this Lex, something happened to him, you know, something that traumatized him and made him so hateful and, you know, and made him feel so worthless that he needed to make himself worthy. And then it's like, oh, yeah, he's just got that little bitch hater energy, you know? Yeah, it's just funny to me. Like, it's just one of them is like, oh man, what a human character. The other one's, what a fucking like,
they're
just
following that loser. Fucking meme that was like the hater. Like that's just a meme.
Ultimate hater, yeah.
Yeah, that people came up with. It's not even a real. It's not even a real observation of his fucking character.
You can see on his face in every scene that he doesn't just hate Superman. He truly believes he's better than him in every way.
I love Nicholas Holt. Loved him on The Great. I think he's put in a ton of good performances as Beast.
Beef. He's performed well as Beef.
Beef. I like Beef.
I mean, these would be the references. Nando definitely does this sort of thing. It's just like these are the things you're known from.
They're all the expected references. Oh, The Great, that's like a show he did recently. And X-Men. I've watched X-Men. Of course, I watched X-Men.
I still think the more reasonable take that everyone has about it is his X-Men performances are that he's just not the person to cast for Beast. He's a really good actor, and he did everything he could, but it's not like... He's in a lot of X-Men movies, and it's like, what's the scene that comes to your mind for Nicholas Holt's Beast?
Meanwhile, people very much associate Frasier with Beast, and he was only in one movie.
Not even for long.
Not even for that long, but people think of him as like, oh shit, that was perfect, compared to 4 movies. 4 movies.
And I'm really not trying to be a dick, but it's just like, what is the moment that comes to mind? I'm just thinking to myself, like, I think Days of Future Past have got some, like, it's flickering in my head somewhat, where he's yelling, but it's not much.
I think about Winston from Overwatch.
That's not quite what we'll go for, but fair enough. But yeah,
I remember there was a bit where he got into an argument with Charles. It was kind of like, all right, because that movie is bad, but people, it's so awkward because like
it's like a highlight or two.
Sucks, but like it does. It has a couple of scenes that are like good, which is more than can be said for the majority of Phase 4 and 5 MCU movies.
Well,
and James Gunn's
I think
filmography.
What was considered our hot take is we thought Apocalypse was worse, and people were like, no, and it's like, dude, Apocalypse is fucking awful.
Apocalypse is like, Apocalypse is dog shit. Like it sucks.
Couldn't have been because Oscar Isaac was playing Apocalypse. Come on, dude.
Yeah,
we can do this. But yeah,
even that had a couple of good scenes.
Nicholas Holt's been in a shit ton of stuff, and it's okay to not want to reference in the sense of like stuff you're actually familiar with him. It's just that his role, his time as Beast is just not really representative of him at his best. I would say it's not even his fault. I just don't think he should have been Beast.
Yep.
Even though some of those movies kind of get worse as they go, I think he gets better. Even though I think he was good in the original ones. I was
nice. I love that. It's like, oh, he gets better. Wait, no. He was actually good from the start. It's like, dude, come on.
That's an instance of him making like an opinion clear, and then his second version of himself goes, "Wait, that's mean. Don't say that."
No, hold on. Yeah,
we gotta undo that.
I was very excited to see his Lex Luthor, and I think he is so fun. He has so much energy. And he's very serious, very angry, very scary, but it's not a performance that sacrifices the camp of a character like that and some of the silliness of a character like that. So I think it's like a perfect balance.
He actually feels
like
seems silly to me.
Pretty much everything so far is either acting or he's got this history we haven't seen, or he's a little bitch. So we're doing great right now.
like a bad person. He doesn't feel like a villain that this movie has conjured to be an evil threat to our hero. He actually feels like someone who would destroy our planet if it means serving his own vanity or finding a way to make Superman look bad.
You mean the thing that happens in the movie?
Zero analysis, absolutely zero analysis.
Yeah, because it's like
he's
he
just
seems
regurgitating what happens. Oh,
yeah.
You know what?
Of course,
Lex
it seems
is the
that
kind
way.
of person who would destroy the world for his own envy. It's like, yeah, what? You mean the thing that he says, like that he literally says and like literally happens? There's no analysis. You haven't pieced disparate information together to like form an original thought. You're just describing what happened in the film.
Well, the problem is if you do one further than that, though, if you actually do take account of what he says contradicts itself and it contradicts what he does, because he's describing like the primary version of Lex we get in the movie, not the version of Lex who is also in the movie, whose justification for trying to destroy Superman is that Superman is destroying us. In other words, an appeal to the good of humanity that Superman is somehow threatening. Lex says that. It makes no sense. It doesn't accord with anything else that he says or does, but he puts it out there. He actually presents occasionally as though he has like a broader critique of metahumans generally for the risks that they pose to humanity. But then he goes and destroys the city in order to say, yeah, even though he uses and makes them and then goes and destroys like half of Metropolis because it's not a part of the city he cares about. And then even when it is a part of the city he cares about, it doesn't matter because they chose to side with Superman. So they deserve to die, meaning at some point they didn't deserve to die. So he did care about something more than his envy. Like, none of this actually adds up in the movie, but like Stuckman or no reviewer will actually point this out as a point of praise because, yeah, just relaying stuff Lex says will reveal how stupid and contradictory that character is.
Well, he might be the quintessential example of a conjured villain because his hatred towards Superman feels so fucking inauthentic. It's like, why are you here and why are you the ultimate antagonist to Superman in this movie? And it's like, because I fucking hate him. You know, like,
why did you
clone why do you hate him? Because I'm the villain.
Yeah.
Why are you the villain? Because I hate him. You know? It's very circular. And of course, there's obviously the world building issues of I don't know how the world doesn't have this very strong perspective on this Lex character already that makes him hated by everyone. And I have no idea why the government would trust him or anyone would trust him. His place in the world does, I mean, the word was used earlier, conjured. Like he didn't exist in the world until the movie began.
Well, it's a big point Platoon makes throughout the video that the whole world feels very much like it didn't exist yesterday. It's just everything feels so slapdash, even though they tell us it's got a huge history. So I don't believe you.
300 years. Yeah.
300 years.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Put that in the movie.
Kind of weird how in the news broadcast they're like, oh, you know, if Superman can't help the place, then you know, it's like, what about Wonder Woman or Batman? I mean, Batman is established as existing in this world in Creature Commandos. Or the Bat Family. What about Cyborg or Green Lantern Corps that we know is around?
Dude,
like, why just Superman? You know,
this universe is going to unravel so fucking hot, as if it's not already completely unraveled.
It already has. It hasn't even started yet properly. But it's I mean, goddamn. I'm sure. Like, dude, the fact that the follow-up film is going to be about a character who almost, like, in the vast majority of interpretations of the character has history on Krypton. Like, and you've changed it so that Jor-El was evil, and it's just like, yeah, we're not going to talk. You know what? It's like, dude, like, come on, what kind of plan is that?
Oh yeah, we're in trouble for like making anything. And the fact that James Gunn's having to seal some leaks in the plot in post, like, why doesn't she know anything about the parents? It's like she wouldn't.
Yeah,
like,
you assume all Kryptonians think the same.
She would. Also, what about Zod when he shows up? What's it going to be like? You know, we agreed on some things, okay? Like,
he has to incorporate that. He has to be like, you've betrayed your father's, blah blah blah. Like they have to I guess
That would be so cringe. though.
Zod's
That'd be
secret
so
unironic
Dude, people are
good
gonna-
guy in this version.
people are not gonna like it when that happens, but Zod's gonna be like, me and Jor-El, yeah, we wanted to destroy humanity in the sense of enslaving them, you know.
Ooh, he'll make him related. He was like my brother. We were brothers or something.
Ugh. Fun.
This tiny detail towards the end of the film where he seemingly is worried for the engineer's safety, even calling her Angela for what I think is the first time in the movie. when she's about to
Not
cry.
for the first time. Not for the first time.
No,
No.
he actually says right at the beginning, your pride will not be dictating our decisions today, Angela. And that's like when she discovers the ice fortress at the beginning.
Well,
Her
it's
pride
just
never comes
like,
up again, ever,
who are we
but-
kidding? The Lex-Angela relationship, like, oh, it's so meaningful. It's like, no.
Who are we kidding? Who are we
It
kidding?
is according
Come
to
on.
the actress, though, remember?
Oh,
She
yes.
took part in a very different film.
I sacrificed my humanity for this fight or whatever. It's
To
still
kill Superman.
one of my favorite lines of 2025.
wow.
It's so fucking funny.
Oh, yeah. Amazing.
I like how she just turns into Gal Gadot in her head.
She's that good.
Land going 400 fucking miles per hour glued to Clark. I love that because they never really show the nature of Lex's concern.
He keeps
I
saying
love it
That's
because
a
it makes
bad
no
thing.
sense.
I like it because they never show anything about it.
it's so good
Like,
because
all right,
it's not even
man.
there. Like, okay.
It must be great to watch films like you do.
Hell yeah. You can sort of just watch a
live in that
different film in
world.
your head while watching it.
Oh yeah, you have the film we're watching, and then you have the real film in my noggin.
Is it ownership or empathy? He created the engineer, he mutilated her.
Oh, sorry, stop it.
Mutilated her.
But like,
why?
you know what he's getting at, right? That he's kind of drawing on this whole history that's just not at all there. You know, this crazy journey they've both been through that he's technologically advanced her to the point where she's lost her humanity. She's more robot than she is human. What does that mean for the two of them? How does she feel about him? How does he feel about her? And how does she feel herself? And you're just like, yeah, these are all good questions that are not answered. We don't get any of this. You're just speculating on, like, you know, what could be... It's no different than, like, if you know, a Fantastic Four, if we said Miss Herbie, right, is the robot in that.
Yeah, the robot.
If I just started saying, it's like, what, you know, what was it like creating Herbie, and how did he first react when, was there multiple iterations, and how did the family feel about him when he joined them, and how does he feel about his failures or successes when it comes to defending different pieces of their legacy? And you're just like, what? None of this is in the film.
But it's so good. We did, yeah. But then he says, "But it's so good we didn't get to see that.
You
because
get to
it's
think about
implied."
it.
And then you just sort of cut back and he's talking to sock puppets. Like, you know, he's got little sock puppets he's having this conversation with.
What did you think about the movie Superman, Mr. Saki?
To be this force? Is that concern purely of ownership, property, or somewhere beneath his rage, his envy, his pain?
What the fuck are you? Like,
What are we doing?
This is still about the engineer, by the way, people. The person who's
Yeah.
barely in the film.
Yes, the deep relationship.
Let
that
me just
is
speculate.
implied, what are we doing?
Full
Man?
pride. Does he feel genuine compassion? Just super interesting stuff, man, that ain't on the page but purely shown through Holt's performance.
It's so fucking funny.
None of this is.
He's
He
right.
made
It
this
isn't
up.
on the page. You got it from the eyes and the anger.
His eyes speak louder
Yeah, there you
than
go.
any monologue he could give.
I do wish
His
Well,
eyes
well,
speak
how-
louder than any monologue you could give.
Whoa,
That's not a great way to phrase
bearing
it.
that very clunky phrase in mind, how do you feel about him expositing his motivation, maybe not really, for like a minute?
Well, we're not getting anything on that. We're talking
I think
about
it's-
speculating on his feelings about a character that he barely has interactions
The
with.
engineer, yeah.
So good.
Okay.
What it
Oh,
may
good
have
stuff.
been is so good. I was mentioning oinking poison in the ear. I hate that line
Oh
so fucking much.
no! Don't say that.
Ugh.
A little
Oh.
more time was spent developing Lex and Eve's relationship. Now, the detail that
Oh, yeah, their relationship. What is their
That is funny.
relationship?
They share
I'm
a
pretty
single
sure-
line of dialogue in the movie,
Yes,
and it's just him
he
telling her
wanted
to
to get out.
Could we not
Yeah.
rerun the entire speech Hightop just gave, but just replace Angela with Eve? What is her relationship with Lex? Is it possessive? Is it love? What has he done to her? How does she feel about him? It's all in the performance. Not on the page, though.
No.
he traps his exes in his own pocket dimension is really chilling. It sets the
It's not chilling.
not
It's like
fucking
kind of
chilling.
funny.
It's goofy.
Stupid. It's goofy and dumb. Yeah.
Pretty goof.
the stakes for Eve very well, but she's
Wait, what? It sets the stakes for her really well? It seems like she doesn't give a fuck, even though she knows about it.
How could you possibly set the stakes for what he might do to her if you didn't show all of his previous girlfriends trapped in glass boxes in a pocket dimension?
She doesn't seem to give a single fuck about all of the horrors at LexCorp. She doesn't give a shit.
Until she does.
Until it might affect her.
Until the pencils get thrown at her, right? That's when it's like, oh god.
Yeah.
Well, like, she meets Jimmy Olsen before that happens, and seems to have, like she says Lex tortured a dog the other day, again off screen. There seems to be some change happening. Like, a change has occurred off screen, and now she's maybe not completely on Lex's side anymore, but I don't, yeah.
The
It's not
pencils
in the
were
movie.
the last straw, you know, it was like, okay.
Yes.
Like, yes, destroying the world and torturing people and killing people and trying to kill a man who's explicitly only trying to help the world. These things are bad, but like not like the worst. Destroying the universe, I think that was a step too far, but she was already gone by that.
Mm-hmm.
Once she
Even
figured
though-
out that she was in the universe, she became concerned.
All the stuff with the fake false flag shit as well, she knew about all that, she didn't seem to care. Great character.
Well, she cares enough to know that it's incredibly compromising and take pictures as insurance, but she also doesn't care enough to actually use that insurance until he throws a pencil
Was
at her.
that meant to be intentional?
Yeah, did we
That
get
she
an
was
answer on
taking
that?
those pictures intentionally, or
Well,
that
that's
it
what
was
she says.
coincidental?
She says, I have information that will bring down Lex forever, and she sends him those photos.
Is
And
that
all of the information's in the
'cause
background. So, like,
She was.
Yeah, but
what is
like
the information she has that she knows will bring Lex down if she doesn't mean to have taken all of that information in the background of her selfies?
well that
What
was
she
that-
realizes that she had done that almost like unwittingly. Because
yeah,
she
that
just
was the
takes a lot of
question
selfies.
because she's portrayed as extremely like stupid, like, super
Yeah.
blonde bimbo sort of thing. So was the point that she takes selfies all the time, everywhere, and then is like, "Oh shit, I've got incriminating evidence," or did she deliberately take those photos? Because some of them aren't even like well framed, or at least as well framed as they could have been when she has complete access, right? But I was just like, was there anything that made it explicit that she intentionally took those pictures or not? Because I couldn't tell.
No, I don't think it's ever made. Well, I think the lines that make me think she did do it explicitly for that purpose are when she says knowing that she did it, and like, because if you think of the number of, like, you're in a room with all kinds of angles, any way you could be taking a selfie, and she just happens to have all of the selfies, which just happen to have all of the incriminating evidence. Now, it's a James Gunn movie, so it could just be rule of convenience. It just seems too convenient for her to have done it by accident, especially given that she knows that Lex imprisons his girlfriends in pocket universes when he doesn't like them. So, like, it seems like the kind of thing that she is doing as an insurance policy, except that does conflict with everything else she is in the movie, which is a stupid blonde bimbo. So, I just don't know. Really.
I wouldn't be surprised if we presented these two alternatives and then James Gunn said it's neither. Just to throw everyone off.
And so which one is it, James? But he's left the room. He said,
Yeah.
"I have to go write Peacemaker," and he leaves.
Season 3, baby.
Eve very well, but she's such a cartoon character in her scenes with Jimmy that I think seeing her dynamic with Lex and how creepy it can be would have balanced that out a little more effectively. She ended up being a very sympathetic and important character, so I wish she had felt.
I mean, she's an important
Sympathetic?
character, but
Yeah,
I mean,
as a
I
plot
wouldn't
device.
go with the sympathetic part because
I don't-
of all of the things which are said.
I mean,
It would, by the way,
Yeah.
it would have been
She's
neat
a-
to have that dynamic if you wanted to have like she's actually like almost like trapped by him, and she has to like he's a psycho like weirdo Lex is, and so she has to play this part and make sure she doesn't say anything that he'll take offense to because she knows what the what might happen to her, and you could play into that, and it could be played if you play it straight to be like actually a way to make Lex seem terrifying and unhinged from her perspective because she's so powerless relatively.
It's been weird to entertain, Lois Lane being this amazing character, but I think I'm going to draw the line with this one. It's like, you guys can pretend as much as you want in the videos, I mean, but this is not a character. She's just, like, in a bad way, the script doesn't give a shit about her. She's only here to facilitate certain plot beats. She's not a character. And I mean, even if you truly treat her that way, she's a piece of shit. She tolerated some of the worst, like, horrid crimes. Same for all of Lex, like, his team, He's the villain, but all of them bystanders that apparently just decided that even to the point of, some of them complained vaguely about the universe being destroyed.
Yeah, Gay Moustache Man says, I don't know where we're going to land when the whole world is gone. Well, that seems like
Finally.
a pretty important thing for you to have. Yeah. Well, he's now working for the government too, per Peacemaker, so we're going to see him again.
Like a little less of an afterthought.
There's also the Justice Gang in the film. Nathan Fillion as Guy Gardner, Isabella Merced as Hawkgirl, and
Isabella.
Thank you. Isabella.
Angela.
Hawkgirl, and Eddie Gathegi as Mr. Terrific.
There were some characters I like more than others. Some versions.
I love that. There were some characters I like more than others. Yeah. I would expect as much.
That would be, that's like,
unusual.
Are you an alien trying to convince
us
us you're human? Is that why you say these things?
Truth, justice, and the human way, It's I like some characters more than I like other characters. That's a statement.
Of comic characters I felt were more faithful to their adaptations than others, and some they made some very interesting choices. I thought a lot of these characters served interesting functions.
Man, he's just not saying anything. It's like he's refusing.
Name a character who's an interesting decision, who makes an interesting contribution to the story, and how.
You know what's funny? Because he has 2 reviews. This is all from the spoiler-free review, and it's like, you could like still name the characters, and it's not a spoiler. You don't have to just be like, oh yeah, some characters made some choices that were interesting. It's like you could say who they were. That's okay.
I have grown to quite frustrated with what are considered spoiler-free reviews because people have like convinced themselves to say absolutely nothing at all, other than who directed it, who stars in it, and it's good or bad, maybe. But you're like, oh, okay, well, that was a worthwhile thing to make.
In the narrative, but it did feel like cohesive, I would say, is my main thing with all of these side characters. It didn't feel like we're putting random characters here or there to set up X, Y, or Z. They all had something very specific to do, very specific function to serve in the narrative.
I guess Hawkgirl did.
Yeah, it's pretty funny that he says
her specific role was to commit a war crime.
Truly, she had quite the plot impact, and it's good that we got to know her so well up to that point. So that choice really meant a lot.
An impact was involved.
He says, it feels like that they're almost purposive. They're not, that they are all there for what reason is Guy Gardner in the same group as Hawkgirl, in the same group as Mr. Terrific? And where is that present in the movie? Because there is a single joke between all 3 of them. Whenever all 3 of them are on the scene, it's the only thing they talk about, which is, oh, Justice Gang, that's a stupid name. We don't like it.
Really funny.
So how is it purposive? Purposive kind of implies that, these 3 have something in common, or they have complementary skills, or there is a grander use for these 3 heroes being grouped up in this way. That's not in the film, though, because they just have the single joke to tell.
I don't remember if it was like a tweet or a review or whatever, but I remember seeing a clip of someone saying, I wish we had more on the rivalry between Guy Gardner and Superman. And it was like, a rivalry? There's not even anything there. You know what I mean? Like, of course I want more for everything. What I'm saying is, like, as if to imply there was a story that was given and that there's more substance to be had, as opposed to, well, there's barely anything at all.
Because the justification for Superman not being in the Justice Gang, as given in the movie, is that if they let him in, he would vote against calling it Justice Gang. That's that's it. That is, if there is a rivalry in the movie, that's all we've got. So, I'd like to see more. By which I mean anything.
Yeah, that's what kind of what I'm getting at. There's like, as if there was some kind of stated but non-substantive thing of, Guy Gardner hates Superman because he's outclassed him in several battles, or that the two of them had to work together at some point and they fucked each other over in some kind of previous battle and they've got a resentment there. It's like, no, there's nothing there.
Literally, that he's more popular.
And it's just like, if there were something, that would be neat, and then if there were something that was substantive, that would be really neat. But it's just the theme for me here is that a lot of people are doing so much work to say why this film is good when they seem to know it's not. It's just got to
they're
settle in.
They're not doing a good job at convincing. Well, it's certainly not us. Part of me was going to say themselves.
Mm-hmm.
It would be curious what they think about it in a year.
Yeah. I wonder if it'll be the sequel that will get everyone to look back and be like, Like, I don't know if say, for example, I know it's not going to be called Superman 2, or maybe it will eventually, who knows. But if it were to come out, I don't know if it being really bad or really good would make people feel better or worse about this film. Kind of like TLJ made everyone...
Because they could... Because you'd have videos that would say, like, oh, Superman, the first one, that's when the rot really began. Or, yes,
the rot really began at the beginning.
Yeah, but, I mean, it's true, though.
Yeah.
But if the movie was good, they would say something along the lines of, it just goes to show, how much better this is and all the lessons that they learned from the original Superman. Superman, not the Reese one.
Like that.
As major characters in the Superman movie, I think they do come at the cost of more time with the core cast, who are also new to us and whose story we're tossed right.
I'd say categorically, considering how little we have for everyone, but at the same time, they had enough screen time to have been substantive. Everybody, right? Like, I think the natural conclusion would be, too many characters, James. You couldn't juggle it. But it's like, I guess there are films that have done it though. Infinity War is always going to be the one people reference.
Yeah, I mean, even Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, Guardians does it better.
We're gonna stick to just James Gunn by both of them. Oh shit, there's 3. The first 2, I should say, do a good job at this. The first one more so, but well, I don't know. There's more Yondu stuff.
Another good.
I don't know.
From chat, first episode of Firefly, 9 characters, 40 minutes. Even though I guess if you take it as the 2-parter put together, I think, right? I'd have to check. But, even if that's...
But even then, it's less than this.
Yeah.
Shorter than this movie.
I really like that.
As major characters in the Superman movie, I think they do come at the cost of more time with the core cast, who are also new to us and whose story we're tossed right into the middle of. And that plays into the larger issue of it just feeling like there's very little breathing room here. Precious little time where the characters can talk to each other.
Is this Ren's review?
This is Captain Midnight, isn't it?
Yeah.
I was about to say, because I just, for some reason, like I know his voice didn't actually change, but there was something that got me to connect the two in some way.
5 main characters are Chris Duckman, High Top, Nando, Cosmonaut,
I don't know.
and Captain Midnight.
It was like the music and the voice and the cadence is just reminded me of him second. Just wanted to ask, just to clarify. It's still on my brain.
What I was going to say is, it's ironically, there's almost a lot of breathing room, but it's for nothing. There's time to settle with like information you've been given in plenty of times in this film, but there's just nothing you've really gotten. Because
2 hours longer than The Incredibles.
It's
our time and character information to like screen time and setting, or screen time and like the time code is very poor.
Because I think typically you say there's not enough breathing room when lots of stuff is happening really fast and you can't sit with anything. And as much as you could say this film is chaotic and frenetic and all that, as to thinking about what characters want to do and why, the problem is more so you can't understand it, as opposed to you don't have time to breathe and think about it. In fact, that might benefit the movie, right? If it didn't have breathing room, because a lot of people get convinced, like, it made sense. Yes, Lex is very mad. Generational hater, as they say.
Especially, when you're juggling a lot of plot lines, and not just the amount of characters, but the fact that they're split up and grouped in different ways. Yeah, it can feel rushed. I feel like everything's like rubbing against each other, like it's all blending together. It's getting almost like, like blended.
I mean, that effect is worsened when you just don't have characters to really differentiate the scenes. You can have lots of different variations in groups as long as you've got very clearly defined characters with motives, goals, personalities, and everything else. So you don't have to think, oh wait, where am I now? Who is this again? What do they want again? Like, as long as your characters are established quite early on, you don't tend to have that problem quite so much. But like this movie has a massive problem, not for having too little time, but for every single dialogue scene being basically empty. They don't say anything in the time they do set aside for conversation. It's either like the long interview scene kind of establishing theme, which takes way too long, or it's Lois saying that actually none of that conversation matters because she trusts Superman anyway, or it's a joke at Guy Gardner's expense, or it's a joke about the Justice Gang name. And these things all take quite a lot of time. There is plenty of time to have more conversations in them, but you just don't get those. And so you don't get characters. And so it is confusing when you jump between all these groups because I don't know who any of the people are to begin with.
Beyond exposition and the many, many jokes. Yeah, I think I lean pretty positive on this.
I could honestly.
Doesn't sound very positive, but okay.
I was led to believe something else based on your words, but
dude, it's such a genuine phenomenon, but I think a lot of people resist it. Gary's talked about it, but like a lot of people had this with TLJ. I've talked about how I had it with Prometheus as one of the earlier examples I can remember. But film, you come out of it and you're like, man, that was good shit. And then the friend is like, yeah, it was excellent. The film's great. Except that one part with the thing, you're like, yeah, that one part that was a bit silly, but whatever.
But it is good though.
Yeah, it is good. And then you're like, you know that thing with the thing? It's like that was weird as well, wasn't it? It's like, yeah, which kind of gets in the way of the end with the thing, and then after about an hour, you're like, like, I'm not sure. And what happens is a lot of these reviews are done maybe within the day or several days or week, because some of these are scripted, as I think High Top mentioned his was scripted. And I think that they're too used to, they lay down the conclusion and then they start to think through everything and it gets them to a different conclusion, but they recommit to that first conclusion because they're like, well, no, that's what it was. Yeah. And it's like, I don't think
how I felt.
I don't think that's what your conclusion was.
Exactly, yeah, because that's what I felt. The feeling that I had walking out of the theater, that is the thing of value that I need to hold on to. It's not the voice of doubt in my head. That's not the real me.
I could honestly list every character in this movie and express how good they are because everybody works.
But you won't. Tell us why. You won't.
You can't. You won't and you can't.
The Justice Gang somehow is in the movie the perfect amount for me. Most of the team
brings it.
Wow.
So you know he's Clark Kent.
Somehow
so you don't want to see them anymore.
Made Guy Gardner somewhat likable to me.
Oh, okay, wait. Dead here, because Guy Gardner.
The Justice Gang somehow is in the movie the perfect amount for me. Most of the team brings it, man.
So you know he's Clark Kent.
Somehow Nathan Fillion and Gunn made Guy Gardner somewhat likable to me, which having just reread Justice League International is...
It's not James Gunn, it's Nathan Fillion 100%. I would even say 1000%. He's
Oh yeah.
Anybody talking about him?
He is an incredibly good actor who's got oozing charisma.
Yeah, is there a role that Nathan Fillion has done that hasn't at least made an... I even remember in Guardians 3 he was fun. Just the brief time he's there. It's
yeah, he's kind of good in everything.
Obviously my favorite Nathan Fillion is going to be Mal, as should most people's pick, I would imagine, because he's fucking amazing as him. Trying to think of what like the biggest roles. Is there anything that he pops up in and you just go like, he was there, I guess? Like, not really. He's kind of just that good.
Nothing
so
I can think of.
Wondering like, oh, how did they make Guy Gardner likable? It's like, it's Nathan Fillion. That's why. He's charisma
incredibly
incarnate.
Talented and charismatic actor. Yeah.
Yeah. One of those
Next
actors.
Question.
Seemingly an impossible task.
The real surprise for me, though, was Mr. Terrific.
Wait, some people say he voiced Nathan Drake. No, he didn't.
No, he didn't. But he was Nathan Drake was clearly inspired by Mal.
He played Nathan Drake in like a fan film, right?
In a fan film, but I mean, Nolan North plays Nathan Drake.
Yeah.
Oh, and Tom Holland. I forget that movie.
That was a choice.
Thomas Holland.
And Mark Wahlberg as Sully is in my view the worst one. It's like, dude, they're nothing alike.
I haven't even played the games, and I'm like, that wouldn't have been my choice from this. Just the pictures and the the
I think,
little
I think
videos
they
I've
give
seen
him
here
a
and there.
mustache in the post credits or something, because of course, he's got a mustache. It's
We're not going
it's
to put
just
that in the
funny.
film, but in the post credits he can. But not in the
Well, it's just
film.
because, I mean, they didn't really want to. It was just a bad decision, bad movie.
Is seemingly an impossible task.
The real
Oh,
surprise.
yeah, he was in because people are referencing Halo ODST, but he was also wasn't he like one of the favorite characters in Destiny?
He well, he played Buck in ODST, and he was a character in Destiny that people liked. Yes,
I remember,
but
yeah.
I don't remember shit about Destiny's story because it sucks. I don't
I
know if it
remember-
got better, but it sucked for the first 2 games there.
Or yeah, I see him as Buck. I was like, yep, that's David
Yeah,
Fillion in ODST armor. And you know how many people complained about that? 0.
Nobody
So-
did. Yeah.
God, that was such a fucking good game.
For me though was Mr. Terrific. I did not know that he was going to be in this nearly as much as he was, and I enjoyed him a lot. Hot Girl didn't get as much time to shine.
Why would you say it like that? Why would you say it like that?
Oh, it's like this unwillingness to be critical. Just say it. She was not a
She
character.
was in the film for 4 seconds, and then she committed a war crime.
Yeah. They gave her a huge impact on the story, and we barely know who she is.
Terrific is given so much time to make an impact, and I would not be surprised if this film spawns an army of new Mr. Terrific fans.
And this is
I mean, they'll say he's
I mean,
good and liked him, but
there'll
I
be some.
don't think so. I remember there was
I
a
would similar
yeah,
kind of
like,
praise. It'll be
alright,
like
yeah.
praise for the performance again, praise for the personality, and some of the humor with him lands on like some of the other characters. But there really isn't much to say about Mr. Terrific as a character. Like his personality just about, but values not really. Motives again, not really, because
Well, he
his
wants to
decision to
piss
go and
off
help
Green
out.
Lantern.
He wants to piss off Green Lantern. What a terrific motive! And then he goes and
Aha.
thinks that maybe saving reality is an important thing to do. That tells me so much about his character. Beyond that, nothing. Because I compared him with Frozone at the end of my video. Like, there's a big long Incredibles section just comparing like how well that movie does everything versus how badly this movie does everything. You can probably say more about Frozone and Incredibles than you can say about Mr. Terrific as a character with
Oh, yeah.
backstory and
100%,
personality and
yeah, I'd say
relationships
so.
and everything.
Frozone, you get the civilian life Frozone, the way that he talks to Bob when they're trying to like remain secretive, but then also the hero before times and then hero after times. Like there's plenty to work with. And what's funny is raw screen time probably less than Mr. Terrific, right?
Yes.
I think so, because it is a shorter film.
Yeah.
been said way too many damn times already, but I'm gonna hop on the bandwagon and say that
I like how he points out that it's just something that everybody keeps saying. Yeah, Mr. Terrific's good.
Yeah, maybe try to
So,
say
yeah,
something
everybody
different,
says it.
or just the same point but
Well,
different.
no,
you know.
look, he will say something different. Don't you worry.
Eddie Gathegi is a
Ooh,
generational
that's
scene
exciting.
stealer as goddamn Mr. Terrific.
Generational scene
Generational.
stealer.
Can we chill?
Generational.
No, they
Can we
can't.
be
Calm down a little bit.
chill?
I kind of like him. That's about as far as I
Yeah,
would go.
he's a
myself,
pretty
but
likable guy. He's neat.
generational
Scene stealer. I guess
Can
you
we
could.
stop using that word, please? Generational.
Yeah, everybody keeps saying generational
Iconic.
lately. I've noticed. Yeah, it kind of is like that.
Yeah, when what they mean is for the weak, and that's about it.
Yeah.
It's like, okay. Also, is it hard to be stealing the scenes if you got basically the best dialogue?
Lowest Lane.
It's not even good. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like your competition is what bunch of. I mean, I'm trying to think of all of his scenes. It's like you got the Justice Gang and then Lois mainly. So yeah,
He
not too
briefly
hard.
talks to Superman at the end a little.
Yep.
He says, "I'm goddamn Mr. Terrific."
Hop on the
Kinda is.
bandwagon and say that Eddie Gathegi is a generational scene stealer as goddamn Mr. Terrific. I love when superhero movies don't assume you will like someone because they have a spin-off plan, but instead actually cast a great actor with a wonderful screen presence that makes you want to see them again.
Yeah, that's pretty
going to
fucking.
make a Mr. Terrific
That's borderline
movie, by the way.
self-fulfilling. I like it when they're good
Yeah.
and not when they're bad. It's like, yeah.
Mhm. But also,
I
you best.
do.
I mean, I think it would be if they make a Mr. Terrific thing. It'll be like, so we're just like actually going to burn money here because like it's not going to
Yeah.
work.
You better make it
If
cheap.
Mr. Terrific was so great in Superman that it could only make $600 million on at least a $200 million budget, because it's kind of weird how like movies just they became like $200 million in the 2000s and they just never kept going up. That's kind of weird. But like, yeah, I mean, if that one didn't do that amazing, why do you think Mr. Terrific on his own, in the absence of Superman, would be more successful? You know, it's all downhill from here.
As
You
Rex
can't
said,
plan
if
on an Aquaman level anomaly.
at a micro budget, then maybe, but we're talking. Even then, I just don't think it's possible.
Like $100 million.
Yeah.
Even then, yeah, I don't know. Even then, I'm not sure.
Instead, actually cast a great actor with a wonderful screen presence that makes you want to see them again.
I thought he was really, really good in the film. I thought he was so likable. He had a lot of the best laughs in the movie. I saw it with a packed audience tonight. He, by far, got all of the biggest laughs.
Yeah, Chris, 100%. He was so good, people liked him, and people liked him, and people liked him.
And boy, they liked him because he was so
Nice,
good.
Good job. Now,
It's
this
funny.
Listen.
Now, you know what? It's actually pretty funny. I think.
He did it again.
Oh God.
Funny. Oh, actually,
Humor
pretty
is
funny.
funny. You know what?
It's like you
actually pretty funny.
disagreed with his initial statement of it being
that's
funny
weird to
to say
say.
it's definitely funny. Yes.
It's to compare. It's funny, and then he has to clarify. It's not funny. It's actually pretty funny. But I don't know if you were to weigh those, if you were to set them on the scale, what's more humorous, funny or actually pretty funny?
Ooh. It feels like actually pretty funny is you saying that it's like it kind of isn't, but maybe it is. While the other one just feels more confident, doesn't it? It's funny.
Yeah, because I would call like Naked Gun. That's funny. That's actually pretty funny.
He's struggling.
Like any James Gunn movie, it is funny. There were a bunch of bits that were jokes that got really good reactions from my audience. And yes, this is one of the sweetest audiences you can have for something like this. Like, this is a pre-screening. It's very self-selects for people that are going to love it. But still, this is a pre-screening. It's very self-selects for people that are going to love it.
Okay, well.
Yeah, it's a pre-screening, you know, self-select for people who are going to love it. Yeah, the one that you were in.
Let me show how positive the reception was. Also, I liked it too, quite a bit actually.
It was shill central.
Yeah, me and the other shills quite liked it actually.
Well, it's just funny. It's like, yes, it was a screening filled with people who are going to love it. Yeah, what, like you?
No.
You were in it. You were there.
It's like he's like, well, I allegedly was there and saw the film.
Do I think this is the best Superman movie ever made? Yeah, I think I do.
I think that obviously.
I don't think you do.
Interesting. If you had really weaved a lot of meaningful criticism into your review here, then maybe I could give you a bit more. Maybe I could give you a bit more leeway on your self-selective gonna like it. You're not helping yourself.
Ever made. Yeah, I think I do.
I think that obviously James Gunn's film is filled with considerably more humor than any Superman film that has ever been made before.
Oh my
I think that's a bad thing. I think that your mileage will vary on that. Whether or not you are in the mood to see a more...
How does it take him so long to say, yeah, it's got jokes in it, you might like it? It's like, that's it. He finds like extra words, extra pauses, but nothing's coming out.
Hopeful, vibrant.
Wait, hold on. Rewind just a little bit there. We gotta hear that in full.
How far? Like the whole clip? Or, well,
Do I think this is the
best? We got him again.
Best Superman movie ever
Our
made?
good friend.
Yeah, I think I do.
I think that obviously James Gunn's film is filled with considerably more humor than any Superman film that has ever been made before. Do I think that's a bad thing? I think that your mileage will vary on that. Whether or not you are in the mood to see a more hopeful, vibrant, buoyant Superman film.
It's a non sequitur in my view. What does it being more?
Yeah, what does that
hopeful
have to do
and
with
buoyant
it being
have to do with
funny?
There being more jokes. Why would
Yeah,
that?
you
mean
can have
that
a
there would be
grim
more
comedy
jokes?
or dark.
Well, a lot
yeah,
of
you
them.
can have dark comedies, obviously.
If I'm in the mood for a more hopeful Superman, that means I'm in the mood for a sitcom. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's a non sequitur.
But also,
They don't
like,
even connect.
One could argue that the more funny any given film is, the more cynical it might end up being. Like, because it's trying to
Maybe.
just make fun of
There's
shit. You could go any
Absolutely.
direction with that.
There's so many different kinds of humor
That's
and
what
how
I
you
mean.
actually use it
Yeah.
narratively.
It's a non sequitur. He's just saying the hopeful shit because that's what everybody says about the movie. Oh, it's hopeful, it's inspiring. So it's like, oh, I'll latch onto that to sort of just justify kind of like what the film has in it.
Well, I mean,
like even though
just
it
break
has
it up.
nothing
It's
to do
like
with that.
it has more jokes than Man of Steel. It's like fucking obviously. It's like it has more jokes than Superman Returns. You'd be like, yeah, again, I don't even think people remember that movie anymore. It's like it has more jokes than Superman 78. And you're like, well, yeah, but that movie's not insecure about entertainment in that format. It's doing a story. So I don't know. It just seems like such a nothing statement, especially because it's a James Gunn film and he just stuffs his movies with the attempts at jokes. Or if I call a lot of the stuff that he does jokes anymore, feeling particularly.
Or akin to Raimi's original Spider-Man trilogy.
I've seen a lot of people compare this to Sam.
It's a weird comparison.
That is a weird
I don't.
comparison.
I don't.
Raimi
I
has
don't
a
buy that.
Raimi has a
style.
Yeah, and like James Gunn, he doesn't calling it a style. Maybe technically, but it doesn't feel like it's a style in the same way that Raimi has a style. It's almost like a structure.
I know what I'm saying about the
more than a
jokes. It's like,
style,
yeah,
if that makes
I guess they are
sense.
jokes, but you know, some of them are just like, And if he keeps working that fucking Flash cinematographer, yeah, I guess there is a style, you know.
I don't know how that person wasn't just executed afterwards.
For crimes against creativity. God, that sequence in the Flash with it's so rude.
So bad in the desert.
I was thinking of the
nice flat
the
desert
showcase of like a
or
bunch of
the
dead
prison.
actors.
All of the the Christopher
Oh,
Reeve
yeah.
thing.
Oh, it looks
Like,
so
man, it wasn't
bad.
good.
Horrific.
So awful.
Buoyant.
James
Superman.
Gunn said that was a great movie.
He did.
He did. He said it was one of the best superhero movies he's ever seen.
He did.
He
And then
said
everyone's like,
this.
he must have
didn't
been
say this
lying,
about
but then he
Shazam.
hired the cinematographer, so he must have believed
Yeah.
some of it at least.
And he didn't say this shit about Shazam. He didn't go and say, fucking Aquaman. He wasn't going out there saying, oh, yeah, Aquaman of the Lost Kingdom
Fringy.
is one of the best superhero films ever made.
The reasonable response to anyone ever saying, wow, James Gunn said The Flash was the greatest superhero movie ever, is to say, what was he supposed to do? Shit all over it?
He didn't
He
need
just
to
didn't
say
have
it was
to
the
say
best
that.
movie ever.
Yeah.
I don't know
You
why.
could have done the thing that actors always do, where you talk about how hard and everyone worked and how
Yeah.
passionate they were and how great the crew got along and how they really hope that you'll enjoy it and how much they're excited to have it show up on the big screen. That's what you're supposed to say.
More akin to Raimi's original Spider-Man trilogy.
I've seen a lot of people compare this to Sam Raimi's Spider-Man in the way that it establishes a new standard and a new world for superhero films.
Lol.
But I don't think that's
No.
an accurate comparison.
No.
Like, Spider-Man 1 is near perfect. From beginning to end, it's one of the most...
What the fuck is the new standard set by Superman?
I don't think I've even heard many people say
Bullshit.
that.
Well,
Hopefully it's
to
not a
be
financial
fair-
one.
To be fair, he's disagreeing with that by making the point
No,
about how
I'm
good.
I'm commenting on wherever the hell he's drawn this from, not
He
him.
no,
allegedly
I mean-
heard this from.
Well, yes, because he's not the only person who will bring up that people have said this. I mean, case in point, Stockman did it, but
Yeah.
he's not the only one in our ensemble who will point this out.
It's weird because I have never heard this, so
I haven't either.
maybe I just didn't see those comments, but fair enough, I guess.
So it sounds like the new standard of hope is okay. It's like, yeah, if that's what the film like actually managed to pull off. But
If it was well written.
you know, we've encountered this before. Like the cycles of violence is like a theme that's come up in a bunch of things we've covered. But if you cover it so badly to the point of like, well, wait, maybe the cycle is actually good. Remember, The Last of Us 2's lesson ultimately is make sure you kill the children as well. Like, make sure you kill the whole family.
Yeah, revenge isn't just the correct move to make tactically. You need to carry it out with extreme prejudice.
Yeah, anybody who is connected, get them all, and then you'll have done the correct thing.
Yeah,
It's like,
it's
thank
very
you, The Last of Us 2.
It's very George R.R. Martin-y in the way that it's
Finish the job, exactly.
kill all of them to end it.
Airtight stories. I'm gonna give Stupid Man a solid 8.5 out of 10.
Right, so like he
So,
gave it an 8.5.
You get what I'm getting
Yeah.
at here. Like, people have compared Superman to Raimi's Spider-Man, but I don't think that makes sense, given that Raimi's Spider-Man is nearly perfect. It's a negative comparison. He's saying the comparison doesn't work because Superman isn't as good as Raimi's Spider-Man. Now, to be fair, 8.5 isn't near perfect, but it's pretty fucking close.
It's very
so
good.
it's kind of a weird thing to say. It's ridiculous to compare Superman to Raimi's Spider-Man because Raimi's Spider-Man is so much better. I'm giving Superman an 8.5 out of 10.
If you assume then that Raimi's Spider-Man is a 10 out of 10, you've given yourself 1.5 worth of difference. I think there's a little bit more
and he
to
just-
say about the deficiencies
It's just
of
what he
Superman
does.
than that.
All his numbers are hyperinflated. They always are.
Yep, he's like the IGN of YouTube movie reviewers.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Raimi Spider-Man 1 comparisons I see flying around, but I'd say it's far closer to Raimi 3. And
I wouldn't, because Raimi's Spider-Man 3 is better than this movie.
Yeah.
It is. Which is a weird thing to say, but an accurate thing to
It
say.
is. It's better. It is. It's better. It just is.
I guess it's just kind of like to the average person that would be like a shot on Superman, but I guess to High Top because I already know that he likes.
High Top loves.
Yeah,
he
he likes
loves it,
Spider-Man 3 a
yeah,
lot.
so-
There are things to like in that movie for sure.
8.5 out of 10.
There's a lot of Raimi Spider-Man 1 comparisons I see flying around, but I'd say it's far closer to Raimi 3. And I really like Raimi 3. I kind of love it. So
Now, I've seen a lot of people
freak
say that the movie has a Silver Age feel to it. I understand what they're getting at when they say that, but to me, it feels a lot more like being set down about 8 issues into a contemporary run of Superman, for better and for worse.
For better or worse, scratch that. For better and worse, I think Superman really is the most comic book movie ever made. Not the best and by far not the worst, but for sure the most.
Let's talk about
It's pretty close to the worst, to be honest with you. Like it's pretty
up there.
competitive. Yeah.
It's nice to see that DC has continued to throw its hat into the rink along with Marvel to make just the most dog shit superhero movies ever concocted. We don't want Disney to get comfortable resting on their laurels.
30 minutes in the movie because I'll admit it took me a while to warm up to it.
Overall, I think this story really struggled to pull me in for the first quarter or so. And it's not because it's really bad.
Them first
but
30
because
minutes.
It's not because it's really
The first 30
bad.
minutes. Yeah, no. The first 30 minutes. Oh, the first 30 minutes. You got to notice that a few of them point out that the first 30 minutes. It's very interesting. The first 30 minutes. Okay.
thrown into this world raw while Superman has so much shit going on.
I do think it moves too fast. I do think it's a bit messy.
I have read many reviews that use the word messy to describe this movie. And these are people who
Brace
are pro
yourselves.
and anti on the movie in general. So it's not always like a deal breaker for some people, but this is something that I've seen come up in many reviews. And
about you?
I think that's an interesting way to describe it. And I understand why that's something that people say. I think there's a difference between messy and chaotic. Daredevil Born Again Season 1 is messy in that, like, it's a fun show. It's good to watch. But there's
So you've already
Really?
lost me because it's not a fun
Yeah,
show.
that-
I hate that show. But already, like, oh, there's a difference between chaotic and messy. It's like this feels like cope, my man.
well,
I'm just,
here,
I'm just
that's
struggling
one
to
of those-
follow what the point is.
Well, when I hear that difference between chaotic and messy, I'm like, I don't think so, but I'm ready to be convinced. My mind is a
yes.
sponge for
As
you.
we can see, he is about to delineate the difference between messy and chaotic.
With
So let's give it a
Born
chance.
Again as help, which is interesting.
As messy, yes, as messy in a
Yeah.
bad way.
We do know in principle it is possible to organize chaos. Like we know this quite definitively because some chapters done it. But like I don't think either messy or like whatever distinction he tries to draw, neither messy nor chaotic actually is enough to describe Superman. I think it's more
or Daredevil.
just completely fucked.
You can have a chaotic movie where it's a lot of a lot of individual compartmentalized scenes that are quite good and well constructed. And on their own, they're quite good, but like they don't link to each other in any particularly neat or intuitive way. That can happen. In a way, you could almost describe an anthology as chaotic, but then you recognize it's an anthology and it's sort of built into the structure, but it can still be good. I'm curious to see what he has to say, though.
By the
There's a
way,
lot of stuff-
it would be funny too if someone presents to you chaotic and messy as the good and bad of a similar, like it's a dichotomy of approaches or whatever, and you're like, which one do you think is supposed to be the good one and the bad one? I'd be like, I guess you could.
I would say that
do either,
chaotic
right?
is the
Yeah.
good one.
I think you could do
Chaos can have a
either.
point.
Either could be, yeah.
I guess.
Because the way you could flip it is, because I assume you're right, but the way you could flip it is like messy, meaning it's got loads of really good ideas and it's tried to get them all across. It's just moved things in a couple of places that are out of sync, so it's a bit messy. Meanwhile, chaotic, it's just got no goals. It's flying all over the place, and it's a complete disaster. Like that
But
could
maybe
be.
it can describe a particular tone of to that might relate to the like a point that the film's trying to make, or
And it can be
there's
an
some sort of
artistic choice to
freneticism.
like
I'm
portray
just saying
the
that-
chaos of war, for example, and having the scenes play out very chaotically to emphasize the chaos of a fight
Yeah.
scene can be an artistic
Yeah, maybe,
direction as
yeah.
opposed to an accident.
All I'm saying is the dichotomy is not as straightforward as saying like stubbornness versus assertiveness, where you're like, oh, I'm very clear on which is the good one, the
they
bad
kind
one.
of sound like they're similar names for the same phenomenon.
Is messy in that, like, it's a fun show, it's good to watch, but there's a lot of stuff where you're like, this doesn't mesh with this, and you could tell it's because things in the plot are kind of a mess, as opposed to what I would say this is, where it all feels like one story. It's all very cohesive. I'm sure there were things that changed in different drafts and maybe even reshoots potentially, and I understand why the word messy comes up. Superman's like,
I think it's interesting that the story not being good or its weak elements are due entirely to meta reasons, like reshoots and whatnot, instead of like, oh, the writing just wasn't good. They didn't have a talented enough writer. The writer didn't do a good job.
life is messy. He's getting so many things thrown at him from different directions he has to deal with. But I think purposefully chaotic makes this movie feel very different from something that is unpurposefully messy. But James Gunn wrote this movie, and he's the sole credited writer, I believe. So, like, I'm going to say James Gunn worked this plot into this position that it's in over a long period of time. A lot of different pieces moving and getting them in the right sync. And I just think calling that messy, maybe it feels messy, but I think it is more purposefully chaotic than messy. And I think that tells a better story of what kind of movie you're getting into. Like, expect a lot, but expect...
Okay, so is he saying shit on purpose?
Yeah, what a mess.
It sounds like it's parallel
actually making. There's a lot of weird things he appeals to here, like, oh, well, JamesGunn is the sole credited writer, so, like, it can't be messy. That seems to be, like, almost the implication.
Yeah,
but that's
like,
not how it works.
that's
I
why
mean,
he
one
went to
person
meta
can
reasons
make
as
a
to
messy
why it
film.
might be bad.
It's like, oh, well, it's all cohesive. It's like, why? Oh, well, just because I said so. It's kind of like how he
James
said
Gunn.
that Daredevil was a mess because it was a mess. Like, he's not actually substantiating. Like, this is just word salad as far as
It
I'm
was a mess
concerned.
accidentally,
Basically.
whereas this was a mess deliberately, and that makes it chaotic. But
Yeah.
it's
So I can
deliberately
understand- but
because
I can
James Gunn
understand why
wanted
you
it to be this way.
messy.
But like, if lots of people, as I believe he started the segment by saying, are confused about whether it is messy or chaotic, then assuming that the chaos was deliberate, it has failed in its task because it has come across as messy. Like you can
Exactly.
make chaotic scenes which make a huge amount of sense and which actually are internally consistent and coherent. And this movie has evidently not done that because lots of people call it messy instead of chaotic.
And they never tie that back into like, oh, well, that's like part of the thematics of the movie. It's trying to say da 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 about, and you don't get that. You don't get much of anything
Because,
actually.
I mean, if it was like an easy way that you would be able to defeat this, would be like, people are saying it's messy, but like the film makes complete sense. It's entirely coherent. But that's not what he said. He's like, well, no, it's, it's like, it's all one big story, and James Gunn was the sole credited writer, and he spent a while working on it, and, maybe there were reshoots, I think, but I mean, it purposefully chaotic, it's different from messy. It's like, it's weird. Feels like it should be easier to say, like, oh, it's not a mess, actually.
Well,
No, it's just
a bit more of the
story.
matter of this conversation, because we do try to talk not only about the film, but also the reviews as well, like, and how you make a review. When you've gotten to this point, just do it again. Like this part,
re-record it.
because you not even necessarily the whole video, but this part, because you clearly just wandered off. It's like, you know what, I need to say that
You
again.
haven't answered the question.
Totally fine to be like, okay, that was messy and chaotic. Let me try again.
Tells a better story of what kind of movie you're getting into. Like, expect a lot, but expect it to feel like it is part of something. something intentional.
There are those messy parts, the parts that don't get nearly enough room to breathe, where within seemingly 15 minutes of screen time, Clark's entire worldview of himself is shattered and thrown into question. Then almost immediately,
oh my God,
the temporary death of Robot 4, my King Gary, meet Lex Luthor for the first time, get tortured in a pocket dimension with keyboard warrior apes, meet Metamorpho, watch a Kai Man get capped, realize Lex is behind the genocide of innocent Palestine. Sorry, Jar Emporians. Then proceed to rescue Baby Joe.
Ooh, but what about what James Gunn said about that, mister? It's absolutely not about that. Respect the vision, all right? We gotta do on the High Top channel.
In crypto, while Mr. Terrific and Lois have a Guardians of the Galaxy dope musically charged action sequence, it's just a lot.
The first half hour has to speed run.
I mean, you know, the only thing I think this of super value there to think about is the Superman's worldview has been completely destroyed. But of course, the problem for me, and I think that kind of how we broke the film down, is that you shouldn't really do that to him. To find out the second half of the message.
It doesn't really do it.
And it doesn't really, yeah.
He insists that every time it comes up, and I think the same conversation is had 3 or 4 times when he says, I didn't know about the second half of the message, and I never want to do that, or ever would want to do that. And everyone says, yep, that's fair enough. So his worldview hasn't been shattered. What the most you can say has been shattered is, I guess, his self-image, because he believed he was doing it in line with the instructions of his parents. And now he realizes that his parents had a very different idea of what being doing the best by humanity is, and it's fuck them all to death. And then he's like, well, oh, but my parents told me to do that, but I don't want to. It's not really a worldview change there.
Shocking. And,
wow.
Yeah, so, and this kind of comes back to what I was saying earlier. So he said there's not enough room to breathe with all this stuff, and it's like, okay, well, but imagine we did have just a 10-minute scene where they give you all the space in the world to think about how Superman just heard the second part of that message. It's like, what is there to think about? Like, what are you really, truly, churning in your mind for the character and what he's heard? It's like, well, there's really nowhere to go. He obviously doesn't agree. So, and that's all he's got is the one message, and he doesn't really know what to think of it other than just, wow, that sucks. My parents were evil.
It's like when someone, if someone gets cloned, and they don't have an existential crisis or anything, they're like, "Oh yeah, the clone's just different from me." So there's no conflict whatsoever because the characters that's just how they are. But the film really wants to be like, no, like you're really concerned about this and worried about this. You wonder who are you and who are they, and they go, no, I'm me, and the clone's like me but different. They're different people.
Kind of funny because like you wouldn't have known that he was cloned and killed his clone in this film, judging from his attitudes and reactions.
Oh yeah, I never even considered that for the analogy because you are right. Yeah,
that's something that happens.
Point
And
in
it's
this
just
film,
like, Which, by the way, just I'm cutting it off now. Some people are like, he didn't kill him. He just sent him into a black hole. Like, okay,
all right.
Like, okay.
And then his next line of dialogue is a joke.
Yep.
Showing us everything going on in Clark's life and everything going on with a dozen other characters in the movie, and it feels difficult to latch on to any one conflict that we're shown in these opening scenes. Superman
I don't know, man. These sound like big fucking problems. Why is it an 8.5 out of 10? You know?
Well,
is this what an 8.5 out of 10 movie is? Man, that first 30 minutes, I had no idea what the fuck was happening.
He's just highlighting that, that 1.5. He's highlighting where that is.
Yeah, there are some good performances,
okay.
and that's
the first 30 minutes. Yeah.
Superman has like 4 to 5 different conflicts in the opening act of the film, and some of them have been going on before the story even started. It's just hard to care about that many things that quickly when the movie just began.
This movie begins with the action already happening, and because of that, it can feel a little bit like you are jumping onto a speeding train that doesn't stop at the station. You just kind of leap onto it, and you're like, whoa, and there's no brakes, and you're just moving. It's not that I never caught up, because eventually the film does get into a really good groove, and I felt that I was enjoying the movie and getting it and grasping it. You're in a world where Superman is established, Clark Kent is established, there's a relationship in the movie that's already been established, and you're just off and running. And I think that is the best choice. But as a first-time viewer, it can feel a little bit, like I just said, you're getting smacked in the face and you are just full speed ahead.
After the movie.
You didn't fucking say anything. He had a chance to say something and he didn't. Tell me why we should not do the origin. Tell me why. Tell me why we shouldn't see him meeting Lois Lane. Tell me why we shouldn't see...
He will talk about the origin, don't you worry. He will talk about the absence of the origin story.
I want more people to justify that claim.
He sets into its groove a little bit. I found myself getting more and more engaged.
Seeing it a second time.
When the movie sets into its groove, it's good. What does that mean?
I guess it was bad
How
before
does it
that.
do that?
Why? So why? Yeah.
How
What's
does
the what's the point where
how
it
does
swaps?
it set into a groove? Like, what does it do that means that it gets into a groove, other than just saying it does? Fuck's sake.
In time, knowing the pace, knowing that's how it was structured, how it moved, I was able to collect my thoughts a whole lot easier. I was able to fall into the pace a bit more and understand why the gun ain't slowing down, why he's firing off the entire clip at flash-like speeds.
So really, my only complaint...
Well, yeah, it's like he created something that belongs at the end of fucking Phase 4 or some shit.
Yeah, that's one of our biggest criticisms, is this does not feel like the first movie in this series. It feels like the fourth, fifth, sixth.
In this movie are with the plot and the pacing. And once that first half hour went by, I was much more on board.
Superman is not structured like a standard narrative film. It doesn't really have an act one. It's structured like an issue of a comic book that has...
Okay. I was curious for a second there about like how he would turn that into a positive. It's like structured like a comic, and it's like, what do you mean a comic? Like the comics. Every time.
Comics have the same structure. I don't think they do, my man.
Well, and it's just like movies. And
movies
like,
aren't comics either. So if there is some inherent fundamental difference between them, you kind of have to fix that when you translate it over.
There's so many things you could say about it. I'm just gonna let him go.
Narrative film. It doesn't really have an act one. It's structured like an issue of a comic book that has faith that you will be able to figure out the context.
Are you kidding? Hey, I was with you all the time.
And I'm in love with that.
It has faith in me that I will figure out all of the context for all the shit that's happening.
I mean, that makes sense. He would say that. Remember what he said about fucking Lex and Angela?
Oh yeah, he's glad that he's glad that they didn't say anything about the backstory and how incredible it must be what they imply could potentially be the case.
He's constructing a whole system to praise stories for not having story.
How does this guy have any movie? How does he not like any movie?
I guess if they tell you too unambiguously what the story is, he won't like it if he doesn't like the story. But if you don't tell him what the story is, then he can write the best one in his head.
Context that makes it work.
The movie can't do what it says it has faith in you to do. The movie can't make sense of all of this. Like, it doesn't know how to add in 300 years of backstory. And of course you have to do it for it. But if the movie and the writer of the movie can't do it, you probably shouldn't be expected to. And you doing it is doing work the movie didn't do. So you're not reviewing the movie anymore. You're reviewing something that you've imagined.
Are you kidding? Hey, I was with you all the time.
And I'm in love with that idea. I could gun goon to that idea, but at the same time, it takes a moment, took me a moment to adjust to that rhythm, to connect with.
I love how many people were like, he's the director, so it makes sense that he was there with all the cast. It's like, yes, because this is commonly done with all other movies, where the director is just kind of like there with them in every single thing that promotes the movie. That's not normal. It's not usual.
And also just,
if you think that that's the way that it should be, that's fine. But don't be baffled by people saying that that's unusual. If you think directors should get to be like involved in these things, that's one thing. But it is unusual.
This is odd, yeah. The amount that he's inserted himself, or has been told to insert himself, it's probably the former, into this movie and its marketing, and its success or failure is going to be like very inextricably tied to specifically the person who's James Gunn.
I was more hit by
this is like it's like James Cameron's Avatar, but worse.
All of these people have basically said the first act is a mess, but all of them have tried to find a way to avoid saying that explicitly. Like,
pretty much, and then they'll have these weird things of like, oh, but once you pass it, it's good, or oh, well, when I watched it a second time, it was good. It's like, that's weird. Usually, it should be good the first time around, and then better the next time around. Not like, oh, well, yeah, I had kind of no idea what the fuck was happening there for a while.
The world and the characters.
The narrative of this film takes place over a few days in Superman's life, and supposedly, Gunn's original idea was to have a title card for each day to set things up. But for some reason, he scrapped the title cards, and I think that they really would have helped unify the presentation.
They would have done nothing, because it's just the same story.
Yeah, I would have.
No, I don't think wouldn't do anything. Why would it saying Tuesday or Wednesday at certain points in the film make it like a better script?
There's a couple of points
Oh, it wouldn't have changed
where
the
it
script.
might
It
potentially have
maybe
helped.
would have. It maybe would have helped people organize the structure of the story in their heads.
But also, it would,
They
it would
should
help
do
explain
that
some of
without
the
text,
there's.
like other
You
movies
should be
do.
able to do it, but like there are a couple of moments where, so for example, where so when Gurkos, the Bavarian, no, Baravian guy, goes through his little portal and meets Lex in Lex's pocket universe, and then the next scene is Superman flying to Luthor Corp headquarters and meeting Lex in his office, and we know Superman can fly from the Antarctic to Metropolis in 3 minutes. So like, those two scenes are right next to each other. So somehow, in the time it takes Superman to get from his flat to Luthor Corp, Lex has met with Gurkos and gone back to his office and sat down and made himself a cup of tea and waited. Like the timing doesn't actually work. It would make more sense, kind of, if a day had elapsed and if there had been a title card to say a day had elapsed. Maybe that scene would have been less janky than it was, though it wouldn't have actually solved the problems. It would have just sort of glossed over them. But there's a bunch of time distance scene changing fuckery where they don't really stitch together, and you do have to assume that more time has elapsed than we've been shown, and that would actually make sense to have elapsed as well.
I feel like it would still just be an absolute mess with the title cards.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
As the credits rolled the first time, I ain't gonna lie, I was unsure how to feel. I really could not put my thoughts together, man. I think I was not expecting the movie to move as fast as it did with so little breathing room.
And he's saying a lot, you know, just talking about how hard it was to understand it.
I didn't know how, and he said this before, but I didn't include it again. Like, he repeats this point a lot, and I would have skipped this again, but unfortunately, because of the way that he writes his scripts, it becomes very hard to just chop out, hey, can we just, like, get to your argument here? Like, can we just
I
deal
would
with,
also
like,
say
the point that you're trying to make right here?
we have watched enough High Top. We are High Top aficionados, fans, you might even say, to the point of I would conclude with everything I've heard so far from him that he didn't really like Superman.
Well, the fact that he said I didn't know how to feel, it's kind of almost an interesting way to say it. I didn't know how to feel.
Well, combine it
almost as if
all.
there was no way that you were supposed to feel.
He felt like confused. He felt he was out of sync with the rhythm. He felt like it was, you know, we crashed into it. He's been talking about all this meaning with the characters that he's had to invent, and he's somehow managed to say that's a good thing. I just get the impression from him, like, dude, I think you didn't like the movie. Like, if a friend told you all of this and how they loved the film, wouldn't you be like, I don't know.
Sorry you didn't like the
Did
film,
you like
man.
it? Yeah, that's
I mean,
weird. Because when I
maybe the
talk
next
about a
one will be
film I
better.
love, I don't say things like this. I just kind of talk about why it's great.
Maybe it's the fact that I knew that the movie was originally sectioned into days of the week like this. So those few random cuts to black in the movie instead feel like the end of one day going into another. I don't know why they cut those days of the week. I think that kind of helps the ultra super fast sonic pace the movie is moving at, but I'll shut the fuck up.
This feels more.
But I'll shut the fuck. Why is he?
Okay, but I mean, it's your
just
video,
own it.
man.
Own it that you think that it would be better. Just own
Yeah,
your
it's
position.
it's not even like a crazy take to be like, I think this little structure would have made the movie easier to follow. Da, da, da. It's like it's fine. You
I
can
think
have
you're
that
wrong, but,
opinion.
you know,
Yeah, it's
own
it's
it.
not like you're not a crazy psycho weirdo for thinking that. It's fine.
You're allowed
Just
to
own
be
it,
critical
man.
of Superman. It's okay.
Yes, it's okay.
It's so
Also,
boring that the
prepare
fucking
yourselves
culture
for,
around this movie is so protective. I'm just waiting for it to end. It's so lame.
Well,
Prepare
that's not
yourselves for this
optimistic
one.
to be critical. It's not optimistic
You
and
gotta-
Uh-huh.
hopeful.
Got a great take inbound.
Yeah. Oh,
Let's roll it
Wow,
back
let
to make
me
sure we get this
lock
full.
in.
Those days of the week, I think that kind of helps the
Tuesday.
ultra super fast sonic pace the movie is moving at, but I'll shut the fuck up.
This feels more like how it felt to watch Avengers 1. Like, when that movie started, it's throwing a lot of stuff at you. It doesn't feel very distinct yet, and it's hard to see how everything's going to come together. But after that first half hour or so, it really starts to get going.
This film
Just categorically
What the
fucking
fuck-
wrong.
what do you-
Avengers.
Yeah,
I
totally
feel
wrong.
like
Completely
Avengers
and
is
utterly
way
wrong.
more-
Avengers is great right from the start.
Avengers is very structurally like I was going to choose a
Coherent?
word. Well, I was about to say standard, which doesn't capture what I'm trying to say. It does everything so very reasonably. It's like we get plot and villain straight
doesn't
away, then we
shock
get
you?
our primary characters are all introduced one by one by one, and like we keep moving the plot along while doing it. It is so perfectly made. Avengers 2012 is one of the best superhero movies ever made. It's kind of unbelievable how good it is.
Pretty stellar.
To say like, oh, it's a bit confusing, you don't know what they're doing. It's like the first scene is establishing that Loki's got the Tesseract and they're going to use it to do some crazy damage, and we're bringing in the Avengers. It is so straightforward. I don't know how the fuck you could
And
possibly be confused.
I think it's safe to say that that film was made expecting that a lot of people would be watching it, actually didn't watch all of the films that were leading up to it. They're like very much trying
Yeah.
to treat it as if you could jump into this right now without having watched those films and understand what's happening, and you do. Clearly, film was very successful, a lot more successful than each of the individual movies that preceded it, which means a lot of people saw Avengers, didn't see those films, and fucking liked it. They didn't come out of it going like, man, those first 30 minutes, Jesus Christ, I couldn't keep up with it because it was moving so fucking quick. But then when you watch it the second time, oh, that's when it becomes good. People weren't saying that shit. It was just good, and everybody liked it. Everybody loved it. But like, oh no, this movie's like Avengers 1. No, it isn't.
No, it's not. It's not like you enter Avengers 1
fucking
like,
wish.
whoa, slow down. It's like, no, I mean, it's the cap
Slow
off
I mean, we're
to...
moving at like a pretty normal pace here.
Yeah.
Ditches the origin story smartly.
Oh.
We don't need to see
Oh,
Superman.
smartly.
whoa,
Smartly.
Christopher.
Rewind. Rewind there, yeah.
It's to get going.
This film ditches the origin story smartly. We don't need to see Superman getting packed up as a baby in his little spiky icicle ship and then crashing in Kansas, and we don't need it.
Why?
Is that the criticism? But we don't need it, but we can be a little better with explaining. Like, it's not necessarily good or bad either way. It depends on its execution and what part of the story you want to tell, and how it links to what theme you're trying to say, and how the recurring characters are a part of it, and where you're established already. Like, it's just it's how you do it. It's how you mold it into the rest of the narrative.
I need him to tell me why, because there's plenty of things you can say, but what is he gonna say? Tell me why, Chris.
'Cause
Why?
remember, the first Superman was like very much that was a huge part of it, and that movie is pretty great. So, well, I mean, the first Sam Raimi movie that we've already gotten praise for. I mean, that was an origin story too.
Sorry, but he just said you got to hear it. Okay,
Spiky
here's his reason.
Icicle ship and then crashing in Kansas, and we don't need it. We get it.
Like, it makes a lot of sense.
We get it.
We get
We
it.
get it.
We
Look,
didn't get it here.
He will say more on this, unfortunately, but it does seem like, and he's not the only one, that we have very much normalized, we don't need to see the origin story, we know it, so we don't need to see it. It's treated as if the origin story is like, it's almost like reading a manual for like a game before you boot it up, rather than like the content itself. It's not like viewed as a vehicle for telling the story, but like, oh, we're getting you up to speed. Yeah, kind of, and it's so weird that that's become the case, because it's, the origin story is always character. It's meant to be foundational. It's meant to be a part of establishing why they do what they do.
How we get a really good answer out of people for this question would just be, tell me why we have one in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
And once you've got that sorted out, and I don't want a short answer, then tell me why we do not need one in brand new continuity.
And if the answer is, well, we've all seen it, first of all, we haven't all seen it. Somebody's got to see a Superman movie for the first time. Somebody's got to learn the origin for the first time. We all know it. We know it, but like...
Would you say that most people who saw this Superman have seen the Donner original?
I think
a good number of them would have, or...
You think it's under over 50?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I think we might actually find out that a good number of people haven't seen the original.
I have a feeling it is under.
That's more true over time as well. Like the more time passes since that movie comes out, the fewer and fewer people are going to be that familiar with it.
I think so too. I think that especially because, I mean, as you said, it has been a while, and most people haven't seen most movies. So, just assuming, oh, we know the story. Like, people probably know of the story just through cultural diffusion, but actually seeing it put in a film and shown and displayed in that way is probably something most people have not seen.
Well, and then we get to, the origin in Man of Steel and the origin in 78 are completely fucking different.
Exactly.
Gunn could have told his own version, could have gained a lot from it, but no, we don't need it. And it's like, well, do we need every scene in this movie? Do we need a film where Superman is being Superman? It's just like, well, it's maybe, I don't know. It's just like, why is need the description as opposed to what is possible when you create something like this, because I still don't know why we've skipped so much of the crazy payoffs for so many different relationships Superman has with not only people like Lois Lane, but obviously his parents, both, and every character in the universe, and the world itself. Superman growing up in this world, or how they took his first arrival, or when he first significantly saved the world from whatever have you. We've skipped all of it. Kind of crazy. It's so crazy, in fact, that I wouldn't be surprised if they opt for a fucking prequel at some point.
Sense to skip over the origin story. I know who needs to see that again. But I do think the movie really counts on a...
What about the people who need to see it a first time?
What even?
I think
like,
maybe
there is
imagine...
There's no
Go
one
ahead.
origin story, is the point, though. So, like,
Yeah.
it's one thing to say, yeah, actually, quite a lot of people, if not most people, haven't seen the 1978 Superman movie's origin story. That's probably true at this point. But also, like, there are as many variations on that origin story as you care to write. You're in a new universe. You have a bunch of new characters, a bunch of new relationships. You can turn that origin story in any number of different directions and create something which is new and important, and which doesn't bore people who are familiar with the 78 movies version or the comics version or whatever reference you want to use. This assumption that, like, well, we all know the basics of where he comes from, so we don't need to see anything about where he comes from in this universe is the flawed assumption. You can make light even of the fact that Krypton is destroyed and the ship comes here, because that is the bit that's common to most movies. But then you can, create your new versions of his adoptive parents. You can create the new versions of his real parents, his relationship with them, his first interactions with Guy Gardner, his first, as Maura said, like the first interaction with any character in this new world that you've built. There's nothing innately wrong with doing any of that. If you make that boring, that's just your failure as a writer to create something new and interesting. In fact, even Fantastic Four did a brief prologue origin story surrogate thing, and it was one of the best bits of that movie. So, why not try it with this one too?
Pre-existing knowledge of who these characters are in a way that at times can feel a little bit undercooked.
If they had done the origin all over again, I think everybody would be like, really? We know it, we've seen it, it's done, it's enough. 3 or 4 Superman movies from now, I like the idea that I can go back and not have to sit through an origin and just have it already be happening.
Sit through an origin.
Like it's a chore.
He's
He's saying it like it's a chore.
Sit through an
like,
origin.
I have to see young Clark Kent interacting with his parents.
If this is true, this phenomenon for his experience, then why wouldn't it apply to those that have the origin, like 78? Is 78 boring to you now because you know that scene so well?
Well, no, it's
great.
his favorite
Here comes the
Superman
origin
movie,
scene.
So seems irreconcilable with that.
Well, and then
I
of
don't
course
see how this doesn't extrapolate into just rewatching movies.
Yeah, everything. I was about
period.
to say every scene. So it's like, here comes Superman saving the day again. I can't believe this
Wow, it
movie
ended
did
the
that
same way this
scene.
time.
Oh my god, he saved another person again.
Wow.
It's,
I don't know. It's an odd thing to say.
I do think it's
boy,
one of those examples. It's an intuitive argument, but a lot of people just don't think it through. Like, for why they have this position, they just have it.
Well, I think a lot of the people don't imagine like other minds a lot of the times. They think, oh, I've seen it. Me, the movie YouTuber, who obviously knows these things way better than the average person probably does. I can't imagine that other people don't have the level of knowledge and familiarity with this sort of thing that I do.
I just don't
understand doing older things anyway. Like the number of people who say it was nice to see a Superman that's optimistic and that saves people because that's what he always does. I actually like, say, people that he saves a squirrel or a girl who doesn't properly react to a giant monster behind her.
Yeah.
We want to see Superman doing the things we all know that Superman does, and this is a point of praise for the movie. But we also don't want to see Superman having the origin story that he always has, because that would be boring. I actually think an origin story would have done way more for the film than him saving a squirrel, but I might be in a minority.
And adventurous from the beginning, even though it was a little bit of a tough sell for me for those first 30 minutes.
As for the Kryptonian...
Yeah, that's pretty funny, right? Like, all this notion of the origin's not necessary, don't need it, blah, 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 but everyone has complained about the first 30 minutes being a mess.
We dropped into the middle of the story. We don't know what's going on. It's too chaotic. We don't see, like, the train example somebody gave earlier of, it's like the train didn't stop at the station. You just have to jump onto it while it's moving. This is all kind of a function of you aligning the origin story.
Parents' twist, I really like it, honestly. I think it works really well.
There's been a lot of talk on the interwebs about the House of L plot twist. And yeah, as an immigrant allegory, I understand the upset. What does it say that America's ultimate refugee was sent here to conquer and mass produce? I get it, and I'm
Why does James want to Why does James Gunn keep doing this shit, man? Why does he keep doing this weird shit?
How does he keep doing it and then getting praised for what it doesn't say?
It is a really weird thing to because if we're all about Palestine and blah 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 and immigrants and it's like okay, but you take the whole package, you know, if you're gonna lean into that stuff, and there are some weird implications. That is true.
Well,
the guy just doesn't think through his narratives at all. It's like, Peacemaker is the Nazis give you actually the clean, safe, happy world, and Superman gives you, immigrants are here to rape you all, and corporations can solve Middle East conflict. And I don't think he's realized any of these things.
Yeah, and you'd be like, oh, no, there's a bit more nuance. It's like, no, that's it, and he's awful at this. It's very obvious. You can't have a pattern that strong and be like, no, actually, it's just completely not what it actually is. It's like, okay. Very, very interesting choices from James Gunn, and I'm curious how High Top's going to reconcile this.
Well, it seems like he's ramping up to a butt here.
Does it say that America's ultimate refugee was sent here to conquer and mass produce? I get it, and I'm empathetic towards that, honestly, I am. But personally, though, I don't think that was Gunn's intent.
Why?
I mean, it doesn't matter what it doesn't matter what his intention is.
What a kind man
what is in the movie?
I don't think that was his intention. I'm sorry, but like, where was the mistake made that he managed to just completely fuck it? You know what I mean? Like, it's like, oh, it was just, he just moved one thing.
He didn't mean it. He didn't mean it that way.
Yeah, he just pushed it that way a little bit. There was one letter was changed in the code. It was 10 where it was supposed to be a 1. It's like, no, I mean, that was a pretty deliberate, definitive choice about the history. And he's doubled down on it hard.
He went out of his way to make sure that you knew that it was real and that Jor-El is evil. He went so out of his way.
Yeah.
I know these tech guys. They never lie about
that. There were even interviews with him where people are like, yeah, but it's not real though, is it? And like, because they're still in such denial that he would do this, and he insists it's real. Like, he did this. He did this. He wrote this.
I feel like this is
don't defend him. This was a really bad choice. It's probably the worst choice narratively in the movie, especially in terms of fan stuff and Superman Legacy.
The whole notion of like gun-tods being a thing now because of him being the god of DC is like, I would say this is one of the best examples of he lays out how much he disagrees and does not like this choice, and then simply says, "Yeah, but it's James Gunn though." Like, oh,
I understand why you might be upset about the implications of this story, but I liked it, so.
Okay,
you know,
I don't even like this movie, and it upsets me a little bit.
Too bad for you. Oh no. I wonder how he does deal with the Peacemaker one, because again, it's fucking weird. It's weird. I don't know why he would write it like that.
Which Peacemaker one do you mean?
The one where the Nazis create the happy alternative universe. The way he deals with that is to have a character in that show say, you know what, I think the world run by Nazis isn't as different from our world as we'd like to believe.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, and there's people who are saying he's, oh, how incisive. You're like, are you fucking joking?
He's so brilliant. He's genius.
I get it. And
I mean, it's the same as like, oh, The Boys is brilliant satire. It's like, brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, it's just sad people don't realize, like, when you have a show that just agrees with your crazy political take, or it doesn't even have to be political, any given take, and you don't have to think about anything. You just have the show say, you, points at the screen, are correct. And you're like, wow, this is good. Like, this is a good story. I like this.
Towards that, honestly, I am. But personally, though, I don't think that was Gunn's intent whatsoever, even if it incidentally plays like that to some.
I don't know what he said.
Yeah, he didn't mean it. He didn't mean it, I promise.
Incidentally.
It plays that way to some.
What the
Okay.
I think it's almost critical that this Superman, a very classic Superman that has to speak for a new era, has to define himself.
It's not just about.
Well,
I don't see what that has to do with what you said about Gunn and the immigrant allegory.
Christopher Reeve's Superman defined
himself.
Jor-El isn't evil.
Jor-El shapes him to be the man he is, because Jor-El's a cool guy in that movie.
It's just the broad spirit of the character. Two very influential pieces of his life from his original homeworld and the found family. They both have very good points about what he needs to do, and then he combines it, learns, and commits to a particular action. Is like that is Superman, very much human and Kryptonian. And then what is this, like the Kryptonian parents being evil allows him to choose like who is. It's like, what? This is bizarre, but all right, fair enough.
His heritage and about how he was meant to protect and all of these types of things that we're so used to hearing in a Superman film or in a comic.
We've seen him be told.
I guess, yeah, we probably, maybe it'd be worthwhile to get that origin story considering how different it is, huh, Chris? Yeah? But we're not allowed to do origin stories, so.
Told that he is a savior again and again. We've had brilliant actors tell him that his purpose since birth is to protect us.
The last 20
Well,
oh no.
I'm a little confused, yeah, because they're all different. They're still different versions, even the ones he flashed on screen, right?
Yeah.
Again, we've had brilliant actors tell him that his purpose since birth is.
Yeah, like, sorry, but Man of Steel Jor-El and 78 Jor-El are not the same.
Nope.
And the meaning in each of the films, even though I don't like Man of Steel, it's a different approach. There's different ideas. This is so weird. It's like in an attempt to defend how shitty the choice was in Superman 2025, we have to be like, yeah, but
he has to shit on the core interpretation of the character, which is that he is told by both of his parents who they want him to be. It's just so weird.
What happened with Star Wars all over again?
Movie. Yeah, pretty much.
Actually,
it's
Star
weird.
Wars was always
a lot
shit.
of the hyper-positive people, oh, I'm just nice vibes and good feelings, kind of can't help but shit on other interpretations of their story, you know, in order to
the
prop up
past
the
is
one that
fuel
they
to
like
burn for
right
the
now
present.
today.
yeah, and we have commonly advocated that we like the idea of trying to tell different stories or adapt differently, but again, and this has come up a lot recently, don't destroy something before you understand why it was built that way. You need to make sure you account for all of the repercussions of your decision to tear it down. And it seems to me that everyone is trying to justify James Gunn's choice in post while desperately clawing at any reason that he might have done it. Because like everyone recognizes how bad of a decision it was. Because of the consequences of it. And those are to come, by the way. They're not just in this movie. There's plenty more in the future of the Superman stories that are going to be crippled by the decision for the L's. I don't... but like this whole, you know, oh, well, it frees him up to have made his own decision to become a savior. Like, that's not a good reason. Like, okay, it's different. You don't have to watch the same thing every time. Like, is that good enough? Just that it's different? Not that it's good, not that it's better, just that it's different.
To protect us.
The last 20 years or so of superhero stories have become obsessed with this concept of an evil Superman. The Boys, Invincible, Superman himself in Injustice, and to an extent BVS. Hell, James Gunn has even produced a version of that story with Brightburn. It seems to be the question surrounding Superman that resonates most in the 21st century. It makes sense that a Superman movie released in 2025 would want to tackle this question of abuse of power in some way. And I think how...
I mean, it doesn't, though.
The film does not
doesn't
address
tell
this in any way. Superman is
to be
good
evil,
through
and he never
through.
even remotely entertains being evil.
Yeah,
and it's not even like
he's
a paradigm that makes sense. Oh, the only way to deal with this question is to make his parents evil.
The parents that he didn't know has only a single half a message from...
Yeah. And bearing that in mind as
And in
well,
no
is that
way
he
he
knows
struggled with.
less about them than previous interpretations of the character did, because they got to interact with like an AI version of Jor-El. He's got like a 30-second message, yet he seems to derive more of his identity from that 30-second message than Christopher Reeve Superman did from years of training with like a Jor-El AI. Doesn't really make much sense.
Also, it's baffling me because we were critical of this for all angles, but I remember several people telling us that the film is absolutely not about entertaining the notion that Superman would engage in any of the activities that his dad basically instructs him to. But some of these reviews are basically saying it's like, there's a discussion on that point. It's like,
yeah. So sorry, fellas.
Yeah, seems like the people who like the film seem to think that happened.
The movie goes about it works really well. The character
Why?
is still who we always knew him to be, up to his adulthood. So when this revelation happens,
Well, we don't know him because it's a whole
New continuity.
Superman movie with a new character and a new guy. Like, you're just assuming, which is a shame because it's part of the reason why, like, doodling all over the concept of portraying the origin story. Like, well, there's so many ways to do it, and that determines on who he is. You're just assuming, oh yeah, of course, this is Superman. Like, there's only one mold for him that he can't be you can't have essentially infinite permutations of this archetype.
But yeah, simultaneously, it's good we didn't show certain things because we all know how it goes, but also the things that are different are good because they're different. Seems pretty flimsy to me.
It's made clear to Clark that his parents had an agenda that he finds horrifying, shoving in Superman's face that central question that people have been obsessed with for years in a very literal way, and allowing him to reject it on his own terms. I think it makes for a power
to reject becoming the fucking evil ruler of Earth on his own terms, as though who the fuck thought he was going to accept that? Why is there any temptation to do that? Why would that be meaningful? Tell me why.
powerful moment, and it was a smart way to go about reintroducing the character.
Why is this the image you showing for this?
Smart way? This is a robot we know essentially nothing about, who doesn't really have...
I think I missed something here, hang on.
Allowing him to reject it on his own terms. I think it makes for a powerful moment, and it was a smart way to go about reintroducing the character. Tackling this dark question head on while allowing him to remain noble and
doesn't
heroic.
tackle
What are you talking about? Yeah, well, I don't understand what he's referring to.
3 or 4 times he just says, I never knew about it and I don't want to do it. And Lois says, nope, I know and I never believed you did. And that's it.
There's no conflict. It would be conflict if he considers it, or he feels, I don't know, a particular way about it.
See,
that
Rex,
isn't
you're
just
having trouble
instant
because
repudiation.
it doesn't make any fucking sense in the story. Like, what do you do with this? Like, oh yeah,
It's a
Superman's going to
very
consider
strange-
being... It's like, no.
Of course not.
Of course not, yeah.
Not to mention giving him an internal conflict that critics of the character often like to claim that he lacks.
There's a great sequence.
What internal conflict?
He doesn't have an internal conflict. The counter example, the thing that he is told by his parents in the revealed half of the message to do is so evil that the minute Lex Luthor sees it, he says, fuck me, that's so evil, that'll definitely bring him down. It's like the villain in the movie understands how impossibly bad it is and uses it as a weapon against him. Superman never wanted to do it. There's no internal conflict. There is internal conflict in 78. He doesn't lack internal conflict in that movie.
Because I'm pretty sure we highlighted, like, it wouldn't even make sense to the world if he had 3 years of exclusively saving people in the most altruistic way you could imagine, and then this information comes out. Most of his fans would just be like, what the hell? That's completely incongruent with everything that he's done. And then there was like a cope of, but he did those 3 years of saving in preparation to begin his evil arc. You're like, oh, okay. That's really viable, 100%.
Once in the middle of the movie where Clark is brought back to his home in Kansas, and we understand what his upbringing was like. 2 very kindly people who would never hurt a fly, who taught him how to be the person he is. And at the end of the movie...
Which of the 17 words between them was really captured that the best, you reckon, Chris?
You're
when
good,
Superman
Clark.
is
Yes.
I mean,
scene.
You know, I appreciate the actor and the sentiment, but it is pretty meh, right? Like, your choices make you who you are. It's like,
Yep.
And like a few scenes in the movie as well, it can be detached from this movie and placed in any other Superman movie or any other place in this movie, and it would have roughly the same effect because it is self-contained. It's a good performance delivering a perfectly nice sentiment. It's not what your parents say that defines you, it's what you do. Great. Shame that that's never actually been in doubt or in question, so it's not telling Clark anything he doesn't already know, but it's well performed, right? It's almost a character scene, and there aren't any of those in this movie, so it sort of gets the praise by default.
and it gets BTFO'd by the 78 scene, the equivalent 78 scene, right? Because if you go with 2025, it's he says the parents aren't for telling who like they're not. We're not supposed to tell you who you're supposed to be. We give you tools or something like that. And then he says your actions make you who you are. It's like, cool. And it's prompted by what? Superman saying, yeah, my parents were like evil. He's like, okay, doesn't really matter because you're a good person. It's like, 78. It goes. It's like the prologue, right? He's much more. He's like still growing up. He's in Smallville and everything, and he's talking about how he could use his powers. He's kind of like Dash in Incredibles. Like, I could be doing amazing shit, like scoring a touchdown easily, or doing this or doing that. And then Jonathan's like, you're on this, like, you've been brought here for a hell of a lot more than that. That's like, you've got great purpose and you've got great potential. I mean, I'm not doing a good job of representing it, because I'd have to pull it up, but like, it's such a good...
Side by side, you have Jor-El says explicitly, you must never use your powers to intervene in the course of human history. And then Jonathan Kent says, I believe that you were put on this earth for a purpose. It's the Jesus story, is what it is. It's a classic archetypal Jesus story. It's the conflict between your position as a god and your position as a man, and the recognition by the end that you can be more human by being more godlike. Like, your job is to redeem all of humanity by using the tremendous power you've got and the knowledge that you've had from being a human to use it wisely. That's the central conflict. It's not like either kill and rape everyone or be nice. It's you are too powerful to use your powers to change history versus you are so powerful you must have been put here for a reason. Faith versus caution. And then the faith versus caution thing is resolved at the end. It's quite a meaningful story. I like it. And it's what sort of redeems the memed about flying around the world to reverse time thing is, like, it actually does work in the context of that movie, because that is the reconciliation of the two parental instructions, and in fact the repudiation almost of one of them, to redeem humanity because his father had faith in him that he would do so, like, wisely and rightly. That's really good. I like that quite a lot. This movie doesn't have it. This movie doesn't have the conflict, or rather, the conflict is so stark that it isn't a conflict.
Yeah, I don't see how anyone could make that same sort of analysis or breakdown of this scene. How is that? It's just not possible. There's nothing to work with. It's, as you said, it's all very nice, but you can actually pluck it and drop it into most any story with a parent just being like, "Hey, kid, do good things." Sure.
Pokemon the first movie does this better, because like Mewtwo's like has the line at the end where he says, "I see now that the circumstances of your birth are irrelevant, and it's what you do with your life that defines who you are." And he's been a villain up until this point, so it actually does represent an internal character conflict which creates a meaningful change in his outlook. It's the same message, but Pokemon the first movie knew how to do it in an artistic way.
Pokemon 2000, right?
I remember liking that movie. You know, we need to do an EFAP movies.
We should do.
I haven't seen that in so long.
Yeah, I haven't seen
That
it
would be
since. God.
Chilling out in the Fortress of Solitude, he asks the Superbots to put on footage of his parents just like they used to, except this time it's footage of Ma and Pa Kent.
Should have been the whole time. It's stupid.
Yeah, weird how that is a change from the standard behavior.
Back in Kansas. And the final message of this movie for me really was that Superman might have believed that he was doing the right thing because of some message that he had in a ship.
Nope, it was probably the Kents that instilled him with all of that meaning the whole fucking time, because they were his parents for entire life.
And he was with the Kents way before he probably discovered the Fortress of Solitude and learned about his real parentage anyway.
And all he had
knew
was
that
a 30-second message. It was just a little message.
Yeah, again, as Free mentioned earlier,
interact with.
This is a conversation to be had if he had access to AI Jor-El and an insane amount of history and teachings and all that sort of stuff. But like, even then, there's a discussion on how he should feel about who's most influential on him. Not in this context, not in this continuity. Sorry, you've not created the story that can justify that.
From his real biological parents, but in reality he was doing the right thing and being a good person because Ma and Pa Kent raised him to be a good person.
Fucking obviously. Why would he think anything else?
This isn't a revelation, though.
He had good parents that cared about him and showed him how to have empathy and kindness for other people. I thought that that was such a sweet way to acknowledge the true heroes in Clark's life. Yes, he had this admiration for his...
So sweet, they were barely mentioned in the film, barely had lines. Yeah.
Real biological parents that he never knew. But it's really the people who are there for you and show you love throughout your life that matter the most.
I love the idea that his view of himself has to be redefined in this movie. I love the notion...
Man, I can't believe I'm saying this. Like, can we go back to the way Chris was talking? I can't deal with Mr. Like, you know,
you got a lot. There's a lot left of the high top. His video was like 30 minutes long, so it's the longest one of the bunch.
I guess this is definitive proof as to which I would prefer, like the emotionless or the super over the top emotions. Like, I guess I'll pick the emotionless one.
I prefer the emotionless myself.
love the idea that his view of himself has to be redefined in this movie. I love the notion that even when it turns out that there is no pure-hearted biblical purpose for his existence, he still makes the active choice to dress up in a goofy outfit and save any and all life he can.
But he didn't think there was a biblical purpose or some kind of like a form of destiny.
No, just that
he just thought his
should
parents
make
weren't
people.
evil.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure where he's getting this from.
He is not doing things because of someone outside himself. He's doing things because of that's what he believes. It's not an outside force telling him what
Well, right, but we also just acknowledged that the reason he has those values is the Kent parents.
Is an outside force. Yeah, his parents. So,
I was a little confused.
to do or what to think. It's not destiny. It's his own choice.
And who knows, man? They might pull a Smallville. They might undo this, honestly.
it's not funny. Yeah, it's just funny. And very definitively, this is just the case. They were evil.
Sorry, Superman 2025 fans coping and seething forever, but James Gunn has made it very fucking clear. If he was to be fair, James Gunn does lie. I'm not going to give that away. Like it's he might just change it.
There's the interesting detail with the news Kyron at the end though, which I couldn't get a clear enough version of the theatrical version, so I don't know if it's in the theatrical version, but in the digital re-release, the news Kyron at the end calls it faked footage released by Lex. But James Gunn says it wasn't fake, and all the characters in the movie say it wasn't fake, and James Gunn cites all the characters in the movie, including the villains themselves, saying it wasn't fake. But the news Kyron at the end does say it was fake, so I don't know if that was added as a bid to maybe set up a change or a retcon of it in the future movie because it was so unpopular. But there is a little bit of rope that you could be putting on there.
I was going to say that's incongruent with the world that James Gunn describes. He says like it's just true. There's no mistakes to be made. It is a true 100% definite thing that happened.
Choice.
He describes it as the clincher in the interview that was just played. He describes it as the clincher is that when Lex is speaking to Gurkos, the two villains who are in on this plan together, Gurkos says, "Oh, well done with the faked footage," and Lex says, "It wasn't fake. Who knew it would be his parents who'd be the ones to bring him down?" That is in the movie. Like the villains have no cause to be lying about this to each other in that scene.
What's funny about all of this is you can still, in the second movie or whatever, have Lex say like, "Yeah, it was fake. Yeah, you got me." And just be like, okay, well, all of that was a fucking waste of time.
Who knows, man? They might pull a Smallville. They might undo this. Honestly, Supergirl comes out dumb soon, and I would be surprised if Maestro Cooper doesn't show up and give us more context to the decoded message. That said, I also would not be mad if it is true, if Jor-El wanted his son to reproduce and take over the Earth. If they did pull a
You already said you are mad that that's the case. You didn't like it. You gotta fucking settle on this shit, man.
Telltale Batman and flip the "my father was a great man who knew I would be great" thing on its head. To me, Superman can still accept his heritage. He can still be of two worlds. He can still have his pa and his biological father. The only thing this changes is that maybe his biological father was a bit of an asshole who cared far less about—
The only thing this changes is Jor-El is evil. Like,
yeah,
right.
And therefore the entire movie
that's
lacks
what
a
we're discussing.
fundamental thematic conflict to it. The only thing it changes is that it means that there is no story to the movie.
What an insane statement.
All this means is the difference is the thing that
it is
the thing that's different. It's like we agree.
Life and equality as his son does. Superman does not need two perfect sets of flawless parents.
Whoa!
So you don't like the core interpretation of Superman then, where he does have two good sets of parents?
But
you don't like. You can't help it.
Why we dichotomize?
Why do they say it? Why do they use the words?
We've got evil, and then he said we don't need them to be perfect, and you're like, okay, but they don't have to be evil. Why do they have to be evil?
Yeah. Your false dichotomy is, I don't know, accept your false dichotomy. It's so crazy. It's like, oh yeah, I love Superman, but he doesn't need two sets of perfect parents like in all of the other interpretations of the character. And also just sort of goes to show that he doesn't even understand that there is a conflict between Jonathan and Jor-El, that they don't have the exact same view on how Superman ought to conduct himself and interfere intervene in the affairs of man. You can both be good and disagree with each other. That's entirely possible.
And maybe it's just an over-exaggeration in this context, but of course, neither in every circumstance. You wouldn't want to portray them as perfect, right? You want the Kents realistic. You want them to be, they do what they can, the best they can, and they're pretty damn good. They're not supposed to be like automatons that get
Good
everything
parents.
correct every time in every way. Smallville had plenty of conflict between Clark and his parents. And you'd be like, oh, well, does that mean they're not perfect? And it's like, well, that's kind of what I'm getting at. It's like, why are we saying this? Like, they don't have to be perfect. You're like, okay.
He doesn't need to have 2 sets of perfect parents, just 1 set.
Right, yeah, by his own sort of logic, yeah.
Have a more than messy history, as most of us do.
What is this messy history? We know nothing about it. They're just evil.
Yeah, that's not messy, really.
Most of
That's
us have
just-
parents who tell us to rape the planet to death. It's,
It's messy history.
It's complicated.
And still choose to be
Also, someone in chat just brought up, is like, okay, fine, let's just go with this then. The Kents are also evil, and they tell him to rape everybody. But he chooses to be good. I've made this even more meaningful now. He had 2 bad parents, and he's become a good. Isn't that different, too? I wonder how you guys would have taken that, if we'd made the Kents evil.
man that he is. And I think that's more important to see, to feel now than ever before.
It's really the focus on Pa and Ma Kent doing a good job.
Focus.
The
That's something
focus.
There's no focus.
focus.
What are you talking about? The
3
focus.
scenes.
I mean, the scene they were in was in focus, but I'm not sure that that's what he means here.
Oh, God.
About the movie that really touched me and that actually snuck up on me emotionally in this movie.
It snuck up on you.
You never would have thought
Clark,
the Kents would
Jonathan
be...
and Martha Kent were good.
But simultaneously, he's so bored of seeing the origin and so these elements of Superman that have been done over and over again. Thank goodness we got something new.
In this movie, that there are some moments that focus on the fact that Superman is Superman because of the way he was raised, not just because of some blind faith ideology.
They can't help it. They can't help it. They
The
can't
fuck is
help
going
but shit
on?
the normal the normal version of Superman.
Well, but are we
It's
pretending
crazy.
now that even in Man of Steel it had nothing to do with the Kents? Like, we've made fun of it, but can we chill? Like, obviously they were good parents. Like, in that story, that's the idea. Why are we saying, like, oh, it's just fucking some weird ideology about a biblical purpose of destiny? Like, what are you talking about? No. He was also raised.
Yeah. And the climax of 1978 is him going against the instructions, not fulfilling the instructions of his real father. Like, Jor-El says, do not intervene in the course of human history, which is what Superman ends up doing. So it's not that he's acting in accordance with weird biblical prophecy, it's that he's heard it, and he's tried to abide by it, but his real parents had that good old human faith in him that he was good and would do the right thing with his power, and that's what he ended up doing. So it's a repudiation of the prophetic aspect of it, which is the culmination of his arc in 78. So I'm not, like, I don't know when Stuckman last watched that movie, but he doesn't seem to have grokked the idea.
Supposed to do for our planet and for our people. He's the way he is because he had good parents who cared about him.
Of course I want to see him be on the Kent farm for 20 minutes instead of 2. But the audience needs this fast-paced, I think.
Oh, God, you're so...
Oh, and the Zoomers need the quick pace of a James Gunn film. They can't...
So just to be clear, High Top, it wouldn't have worked. Having more time with the Kents wouldn't have worked. We couldn't be doing that. That's not this generation Superman. He's got to be
Because
faster.
it's not that they would prefer the fast pace, they need it, which means that it couldn't be any other way. Otherwise it would have failed and everybody would have hated it.
Okay, alright, cool.
I think this movie
say so.
is going to be compared very fairly to All-Star Superman because every single time they wanted to promote this movie or talk about this movie, James Gunn talked about All-Star Superman, or he had a picture.
I like how you're pointing out the only reason why the comparison
funny.
exists is because he keeps making the comparison.
Yeah, just be like, people are going to compare it to this because it's been compared to it in the marketing. You're like, okay.
Yeah,
There you
that would draw attention to that being the reason. Yeah.
Picture of All-Star Superman when he even presented this movie. So, like, before the movie even existed, said this is going to be our North Star. And
that is typically the order in which these things are established. Yes, you have your inspiration before the thing is finished.
Also, like,
yes,
people will comment upon the
yeah.
statement after the statement has been made. You're like, uh-huh. So, all right.
And I think you can feel it. All-Star Superman is a very
You can
definitive
feel
take
it.
on Superman. This is a comic, one of the great Superman comics by Grant Morrison and Frank Quietly, and it's excellent. I would say definitely read it. It's all over the place in a way that I do think spiritually feels like this movie is taking a lot from that.
So the major way you connect them is how much of a fucking mess they both are. Holy shit.
Which what a great way to I do love
Sell
it.
the
It's like-
comic. Yeah.
yeah, like
Now
what
I
are you
really
doing?
want to read this comic.
Why is he doing? Why would you do it like this?
Unbelievable, man.
What a wacky guy.
I think that is supposed to be, without spoiling the conceit of All-Star Superman, that is a Superman.
Wow, I'm not
who
going to read
has
it anymore.
Already seen it all, and is made.
Yeah, so it's not even remotely the same.
What?
'Cause he's right. This is not. Yeah, like it's not an origin story. It's not near the origin of Superman. It's the opposite.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's a little bit awkward. Yeah, like oh yeah, it's like All-Star Superman. I mean, not really. I mean, Superman is a totally different fucking person, but you know, James Gunn said that they're similar.
Maybe at a late stage in his career. Well, this movie is not that. He is in very much the early stages.
But it's okay because spiritually it's a mess. Cool. Thumbs up.
Yeah. Nice. Good job.
Supermaning. So, like, for that reason, there's just a lot about this movie that can't fully mesh with All-Star Superman. On the other hand,
Really?
I do think
Okay.
Dude,
oh wow.
we-
All right then. Well, why the fuck are we here?
Dude, the
then?
fact that,
the
the fact that
adventure.
we're past doesn't mesh, we're into can't mesh. Like, okay. Despite the fact that he's already admitted it was marketed as being inspired by it, it cannot mesh.
He seems to have just said the only way that they're similar is that they're messy.
Yep.
thematically it shares a lot with All-Star Superman. And I think in terms of presentation, because
How is that
All-Star Superman.
possible?
Thematically a mess.
How is it possible? How can you even say that it's the? Because I don't. The reason I assume that the reason why you would be saying this is because All-Star Superman is. I mean, it is structured like a comic book, as High Top said, in the sense that each issue is dealing with like its own individual smaller story that ties into a bigger overarching story. But I mean, that ain't the same as this, because this Superman movie isn't a bunch of like small individual, in some sense, you know, disconnected stories. It's just like a dumb, stupid movie that doesn't really make a lot of sense. But a lot happens in it, so, you know, yeah, it's like All-Star Superman. James Gunn said it's like All-Star Superman. Fucking hell.
And is very deliberately divided up into these vignettes. I think you do kind of get that from the Superman movie. So while I don't think it is like, you know, a one-to-one take on All-Star Superman, it is.
Yeah, it would be weird if you did. 'cause
Yeah,
they're
but
not
after
the
everything
same.
you said, you said it can't
They're not the
mesh.
same.
It makes me wonder why you even brought it up at this point.
He brought it up because James Gunn said that was the inspiration.
Oh, I guess that's true, yeah.
And the reason why James Gunn said it was the inspiration is because this is one you point to because it's like the most well-known Superman like comic book run.
Entirely
It'd be
cynical.
like if
He did
someone's
it
like,
for
"Man,
points.
You know, I was really inspired by The Dark Knight Returns, and it's just like nothing like it at all. But you just point to it because it's the most well-known, well, one of the most well-known Batman comic book storylines.
It is impossible to have read and know All-Star Superman and see this movie and not see some of the DNA at least.
Nah.
And I believe even
Like,
certain lines
that it's messy?
I mean, it's
That's all he
just wrong.
said.
It's not the same. It's not even remotely similar, and it's really stupid to compare them qualitatively because yeah, one of these things is not like the other.
I think were actually really great.
All the CG in this movie is quite good. And
No.
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 Cool.
Oh man.
And there's a lot of 360 moving with the camera and tracking shots
Sure
that are
is.
following Superman throughout this
Yeah, it
battle.
looks like
The
Madam
camera
Web.
is turning around on itself
Dynamic.
and doing all
Madam
kinds
Web.
of spins,
It
and
does.
it all looks pretty good.
I
And the
also really
Flash.
like the way that Gunn presents the action scenes in this movie. When it comes to superhero action, I'm easy to please. You just gotta
You really
Really?
like how it's presented. You're easy to please. Okay, well, doesn't give
Not
me
really
much hope.
authoritative, right? Yeah.
move the
I
camera
have
around a
no
little bit, and I'm happy. And damn, this dude
Wait, look
moves
at
the
that. That looks
camera
horrible.
around.
I just
That one.
man.
When he's fighting Ultraman, all of that looks crap.
And why is it good? The camera's moving. Okay.
The camera's moving, yeah. It's moving, but the camera moved in Flash, and none of you guys said that was great.
Except James Gunn.
Camera moved in Madam Web, and none of you said
Yeah,
that
maybe
was great.
James
I will
Gunn,
keep-
yeah, he was the visionary. He saw
Mhm.
it. He saw the numbers and the patterns. He had to get this
lot.
guy.
I love his obsession with extreme close-ups, and with how tight he brings in the camera, it can make fights more frenetic, and the flying scenes feel absurdly fast.
Music, great.
Do they? Flying scenes
I-
feel absurdly fast.
It can,
not
but it's
real.
probably
I
based on
mean-
a lot of things. Do they feel fast here? Sometimes, I guess. Yeah, but
I mean, not that
but fast
like,
can be good
you
and
know,
bad.
Kinda, like not super
Fast isn't. Yes, it's. I don't know. That's not really a mark
Absurdly
of meaningful
fast? Nah,
quality
not
here.
really.
Not absurdly fast. No.
I found them pretty jarring.
And I would say that
because
would be a negative thing too.
There's a couple of scenes where, like, obviously the camera does a little trick, like blur or whatever, to show you when it's a close up on Superman's face, like when he goes back to the Fortress of Solitude trying to find his dog. Like that's telling you how massively fast it is. But then when it comes to fighting while flying Superman versus Ultraman, like based on the information I've got, that fight feels really slow and clunky because like my brain is saying these are supposed to be like the fastest beings in the universe. And here they are being really slow, and Superman has no reaction time whatever. By which I mean he has no reactions, whatever. Like it's really slow. I don't think it does a good job of scaling these things at all.
Special effects, fight scenes, all that, great. There was a little bit of weird stuff, and I will say this movie, you can kind of break it up into different zones, let's say, and there is.
I don't know, man. This whole thing is like weird chaos mess. I would just be like, dude, just wait a bit. Think about it a bit more. Just you don't need to just.
It's okay if you didn't like it.
Well, it's not even just that. It's that you clearly haven't concluded what you think yet. Think on it a bit more before you make the video.
Like you're trying to find excuses.
He's been fighting with himself the whole video to figure out what he thinks. It's just like, just wait, calm down. You need to make the video instantly. Okay.
Or accept the confusion that you have. Make that a part of the video. Tell people that you're mixed, that you haven't really decided, and then go like, well, how come I've decided about other things so much more quickly? How come there's something about this that's stuck in my craw? How come I can't quite come to a conclusion about this movie? It doesn't seem as like it's settled in a way that other movies have. Make that the point of the video.
That I think maybe kind of lost me with some of the visuals, but beyond that, like the flying is excellent. The look of a lot of the non-human characters is terrific. And
I mean,
Hammer
you're showing
Bravia
Ultraman
specifically,
who looks pretty fake, honestly. The Hammer of Bravia looks pretty
excellent.
Pretty fake looking.
Yeah.
The look of a lot of the non-human characters.
Yeah, I mean, look at him.
Yeah, not great.
Is terrific, and a lot of the fight scenes are really creative.
Having seen the film and not just the trailers, I can see exactly what James Gunn and Henry Bram were going for when it comes.
Oh yeah, no, I saw what Henry Bram was going for. Yeah, no, cinematographer Henry Bram. Yeah, no, I'm totally on board with his vision. Don't talk like you're invested in his career. You don't care. It drives me crazy when like people talk
I'm
about
anti his career.
Well, it reminds me of like, oh, Matt Shackman. Oh, Matt Shackman. It's like, dude, why are we pretending like these are people who... Why are we pretending that you're invested in these creators in the same way that you would be in like actual well-known creators? I don't believe you. I don't believe that you actually care about these creators. You know,
It's
you're
okay
talking
to
about them
say-
like, oh, it's like Steven Spielberg or, you know, like James Cameron or George Lucas or any of these guys. It's like, dude, like, you don't care. You don't know these filmmakers. You don't watch their other films. Like, I don't buy it. That's all. I don't buy it.
It's okay to say, hey, I looked at this. I like the cinematography. I looked it up. It was this guy. I don't really know him, but you know, good job, you. You did a good job, whoever you are.
Yeah, no, I saw what Henry
Okay.
Bram was going for. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I can
Well,
really get behind his artistic vision.
We're lucky it wasn't. He was probably rescripted originally. It was probably like Henry's done some great work here. Like it just he and I hang out a bunch, you know.
Yeah, like on a first name basis. It's just. It's just
Henry and I go
don't
way
know,
back.
It just really bothers me when people talk about like obviously not well known, not particularly well revered like creators as if like they actually have some impressive career that they're really invested in.
Yeah, meanwhile, the
I don't
opposite
buy it.
usually happens for us, where it's like, who fucking wrote this? Then you're like, oh, that name, I'll remember it forever now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You wrote those
We'll watch your
movies?
career with
yeah,
great
that explains
interest.
a lot. Yeah.
Exactly what James Gunn and Henry Bram were going for when it comes to the cinematography. It really is just
Bramster.
non-stop camera, nearly always in motion, spinning, twirling, and
Nearly.
flying
You hear
alongside
that?
these
It
guys.
sounded like you
The
said
action
nearly.
and hit
I'm just blown away by how it moving is the height
camera
of the
moves,
praise.
yeah.
It moves.
The
It
camera
moves. It moves.
They keep showing this particular shot where the physics look kind of weird.
Camera chooses who is on screen and who is off.
It's even if there is just so much being spewed at you in any given frame.
That's a crap shot. Why have we all allowed
You
ourselves to be
described
convinced that
it
looks
as
great?
spewed. Spewed.
Yes,
Maybe it's that people want to.
I feel like do people tend to spew things positively? Is that something?
I
Spewed.
love when
Yeah,
people
me-
spew things at me.
Yeah.
Man, I'm just so happy to
Mm.
be spewed at.
In motion, spinning, twirling, and flying alongside these guys. The action, it hits, even if there is just so much being spewed at you in any given frame, any given second.
Some banging action.
But any superhero
Man,
movie that
points at
dedicates
me.
its action almost to an absurd degree to really making the ultra-powered hero feel vulnerable, that shows him getting beat down again and again, only to stand back up, barely holding on for the sake.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't
That's
think this film even really
incredible.
captured the whole like never give up, never surrender sort of. Like, there's plenty of stories that do it way better than this.
You know, the whole way
Hercules
fight.
does it better.
Hey, Captain Marvel did it too. Okay, you keep standing
That's
back
true,
up,
she got
Carol.
up. Yeah, that's right.
Don't let them keep you down,
Oh.
Carol.
Of his selfless heroism is a fucking winner in my book. And yeah, bro, I ain't gonna lie, I still wish certain framing choices went a little bit closer, went a little bit more intimate, and still wish the colors were a tad bit warmer. But what
Ooh. Why are all the criticisms from High Top so like sheepish? He's just like, I guess maybe they could have done the.
Because his feelings are that he liked it, so he can't speak thoughts. If you speak it, you make it so, as they say.
I told you, man.
So he can't say out loud.
I'm not convinced he liked it. I feel like something else is going
His
on here.
brain maybe didn't, but his heart is what controls the body.
the fuck do I know?
For me, this movie.
Own it!
What
God.
the fuck do I know,
Own
huh?
it! Own
I
Your
agree.
perspective. If you think that the camera should have been moved in closer, that's fine. It's okay. Own it. You think that would have been the better choice?
Isn't that
Don't
the
run
second
away
time
from it.
he's done that, where he said like a criticism
Second time
and
he's
then
done it in this one. Oh,
Yeah.
what do I know? I'm not James Gunn. Who fucking cares? You're allowed to have a perspective on the framing. It's allowed.
Yeah, don't be a Weasley little liar.
Would you say this about The Flash? Would you say that? Oh, what do I know? Sorry, Mazza, whatever his name is, the guy who made it.
because now
no,
like
that's your-
yeah, the Deadpool Wolverine
and
video, he
Henry
was
Brahm's vision.
he
Yeah.
was so-
Oh, yeah, Sean Levi. That's right. Yeah.
he was
shitting on
desperate to
that
shit
guy.
all over him, but he was
Yeah.
also trying to hold back a
And
little.
remember, I think he made a dog shit film. I think he sucks as a filmmaker, but we're allowed to do that, boy. This
Well,
is
yeah.
EFAP. We're allowed to. We're consistent on that one.
I
He's
mean,
not.
I don't understand how a scale can mean anything if we're gonna say there's masterpieces created by just generational. Yeah, I threw it in there. Artists, but while simultaneously just never acknowledging there's people who are shit at it. Who's like, well then, what's the scale? It's just everyone's good. And it's like, no, everyone's either good or great. That's as far as I want to go. Okay, it's too mean otherwise. Like, no, there are people
It's
who are
actually
really shit
not
at
even
it.
good to be good.
And yeah, you have to get someone like a what do you call them? Like a hired gun creator to get High Top to finally start saying some mean things.
Care about the Ant-Man director, right? He wouldn't say like, watching Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, I understand what Peyton Reed, right?
That's him.
Peyton Reed, and who was the cinematographer on Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania?
Oh,
yeah, no,
I'm
watching
guy.
Ant-Man and
Everyone
the Wasp:
knows.
Quantumania, I can understand what Peyton Reed and Bill Pope were going for. Moving the camera, having it look at the
That's such a
socialist
shame,
stance,
dude.
having
Boy, they moved that
not
camera.
be real.
Bill Pope being the
Mhm.
fucking cinematographer on that is sad.
Well, yeah, because he's made a lot of good stuff. He's worked on a lot of great movies throughout his career. Yeah, Raimi Spider-Man, the Matrix movies, Scott Pilgrim, World's End. Like, dude,
Well.
what happened to you?
And still wish the colors were a tad bit
Maybe
warmer.
he didn't know what
but
scenes he was cinemagraphing when he was doing it.
No, he did How to Train Your Dragon as well, the remake, and that kind of sucks. But so yeah, he just kind of makes shit. And Shang-Chi as well, he did that. And the Charlie's
Oh.
Angels, the 2019 one, the one that nobody likes.
The
You
one that
didn't like
nobody
it?
saw. Certainly not
Yeah,
men,
to be
you know.
fair, yeah, that's true. Oh, and also did the Jungle Book as well, the remake, of course, not the original.
the fuck do I know?
For me, this movie, as the jumpstart to the new DCU, needed to be really good, obviously, and invest us in a new world. but
would've
not
helped if
be
it was really
such
good.
a benchmark of a movie that could never be topped. I think often.
Yeah, we wouldn't want it to be too
Okay,
good.
yeah, that was he had to really kind of handicap
To-
himself a bit, you know.
To be
Always
clear,
leave him wanting more.
To be clear, the point that he is making here is that it was a good thing that the Superman movie isn't so good that no subsequent DC movie could best it.
Yeah, okay.
It's actually good that it's not better.
We know for a fucking fact that if it were a 10 out of 10 film, he would not be saying, well, it's a shame because now nothing will be as good as it. Like, it shouldn't have been 10 out of 10, guys. It just shouldn't have been 10 out of 10.
Doesn't that mean you should try and make your first movie in a universe as bad as possible, so every subsequent movie is better?
Well, just you wait, because you see Batman's up on screen. Stockman's got a great point to make here.
They deliberately didn't make Batman Begins too good, because if they'd done that, then The Dark Knight couldn't have been better.
And then they deliberately made Dark Knight Rises really shit, so that you look back and be like, wow, what a great trilogy, because you wouldn't want the third one outshining the first two.
Oh boy.
Benchmark of a movie that could.
I mean, I hope that Shelby Oaks isn't
too good, yeah.
either.
Otherwise,
Shelby.
I'll never be able to top it. Yeah, Return to Shelby Oaks. It's gonna get upstaged.
It could
by its
ruin the
original,
Oaks verse if it's too good. We wouldn't want that.
Yeah, the Oaken verse.
Never be topped. I think often about the way Nolan did the Dark Knight trilogy because he purposely avoided all of the most popular villains and characters in that first film. He didn't do the Joker, he didn't do Two-Face or anything like that. He saved those characters for the second movie.
Like, Ra's al Ghul and Scarecrow are not obscure characters for starters, number one.
Number 0 would be, this is a non sequitur. What the fuck does using
yes,
popular characters?
Quality.
Popular characters doesn't mean a benchmark that can't be topped with regard to quality. Doesn't even make any sense. But also,
Superman movie used Superman and Lex Luthor. Like, you've kind of, by that logic, shot your wad in your first movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they should have used. Oh fuck, who should they have used? Who's like Solomon Grundy or something?
Yeah, by this logic, but like, I don't know, anybody who would have thought, oh, it's a bad idea to put Lex in the first Superman movie. It's like, what? Why? It's like, for the same reason it's a bad idea to put Joker in the first Batman movie. Like, what?
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 Who are you?
Why are you saying things? Stop it.
Why are you on my screen?
And it's, I don't know, kind of amusing too, because what are you saying? Okay, by this logic, why wouldn't you save Joker for the third movie then? Why does he have to be in the second one? And then, of course, Two-Face, he arrives in, like, the end of Act 2, and he's gone by Act 3. Is that a good decision? By this... I don't think I've ever heard this sort of argument before, where it's like, you gotta put your major villains in the second movie of trilogies. You gotta, that's how it works.
It's like, yeah, the Gunverse is on the opposite trajectory. The second movie is Supergirl, and the third movie is Clayface. So we're actually going in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
It just shows how genius he is to buck the trend, you see?
Oh.
Also, I guess Rip, Scarecrow, and Ra's al Ghul. But I don't know about like I guess they're just not popular enough.
If we were to rank Batman villains in terms of recognition, Joker is S tier. He's probably the only one in there. A tier would be like Bane or Penguin. Or Catwoman. These would be like your A tier, maybe. But I mean, if you'd be like, oh, so where does Ra's al Ghul and Scarecrow? It's like, I mean, they're definitely in B tier. They're not in C tier. They're definitely like up there and towards the higher end of B tier. C tier would be like Condiment King.
Legend.
Something like that.
But the thing is, like, this is just crazy logic from him because, if it's executed brilliantly, it's like you could start with Condiment King or you could end with Condiment King. It's like if you manage to make something out of it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, James Gunn should be the person who knows a lot about how do we bring very not well-known characters and how do we make a movie about them that really catches a lot of people's eye. You think that he'd be pretty keen on that, and it seems like he is, but he's starting off that way. He's not establishing the universe well first.
Topped. I think often about the way Nolan did the Dark Knight trilogy because he purposely avoided all of the most popular villains and characters in that first film. He didn't do the Joker, he didn't do Two-Face or anything like that. He saved those characters For the second movie, he established his world, and he made a damn good movie, and even a great movie, with Batman Begins. I think that Gunn has done a really good job of essentially emulating the same basic approach, not saying that this is anywhere near the same tone or even quality as Batman Begins.
Ooh, okay. We got a lot of things being said here.
Batman Begins did a really good job of setting up its world, and I'm not saying that Superman did a good job of setting up its world, but it did, and it's similar, even though it's
But it's
not.
probably good that it didn't do
will,
too good.
I'll help us sort. You can.
Also, if I could
please, remove the
Ultraman and Lex in the first movie is following the same dynamic as not including Joker or Two-Face in the first Batman because they're too popular villains. I feel like we've already broken it completely.
And it's gonna become Bizarro. It's like, yeah, Bizarro is like pretty high up on the tier of like recognizable
Well, and Lex
Superman
is
villains.
Lex is S tier.
And Lex is the arch enemy. Yeah, he is S tier. Lex Luthor is almost certainly more well known to basically people in general than like even Green Goblin.
Mm-hmm.
To be honest, like
I'd
he's
say
probably
so,
up there with
probably.
Joker in terms of recognition.
He's Lex Luthor,
So,
yeah.
What are we even talking about?
He's
and none of this.
Close.
He's Batman's
is
Joker.
anyway.
Yeah,
close to
he's
Joker.
really close to being synonymous with like evil tech billionaire, big rich strong evil man. Like Lex Luthor. It's people know the name pretty well.
Yeah.
Near the same tone or even quality as Batman Begins. What I'm saying is that he made a really good movie. He made.
So could you please remove the copyright filter just so that, because I've got some text to help guide us through what I find fascinating about what he just said.
Okay.
So
a damn good movie, and even a great movie, with Batman Begins. Not saying that this is anywhere near the same tone or even quality as Batman Begins. What I'm saying is that he made a really good movie. And
makes
now
no fucking sense.
No, it doesn't.
Batman Begins is a really good movie. I'm not saying Superman is near the same quality of Batman Begins, but I am saying that Superman is a really good movie. Now, I suppose damn and really are not the same word, so there is a difference between them, but this doesn't really make any sense.
It's a very, very poor communication skills considering the words you're using has meanings.
Does it ever feel like Batman Begins is a damn good movie? Is something he just came out with because how he feels? That's that. Superman.
I believe him. Yeah.
Superman's nowhere near Batman Begins.
Nowhere near it.
And then in his brain, he's like, "Oh fuck!" Like that means the truth because we know how deductive reasoning works.
That means the truth.
You know what I mean? And it's like, let me correct the record. Superman is really good. Like,
it feels like the statements become less true as we progress chronologically. Well, except for Superman is nowhere near the quality of Batman Begins. That is that is particularly true. So
Batman Begins is pretty. I haven't seen it in a while, but it's leagues ahead of Superman.
No way. It's not. Yeah, no way. But I mean, it's just pretty funny.
That he made a really good movie, and now himself and other creators that he's going to be working with can play in it without being daunted by having to follow up the greatest Superman movie ever made.
That is so fucking funny, dude.
Wow, what's the copious thing you could possibly say?
Oh my god.
It's actually good that it wasn't too good.
He's not even right, but on the front of it being not a daunting task. Because if someone said like you can make a sequel in this universe, I'd be like, what the fuck have you done? This is one movie.
Really
I can't use this.
You said you get to make Iron Man 2. It's like, well, that's a pretty exciting prospect.
Yeah. Meanwhile, like, oh, just make sure you take account of the 300 years of history of metahumans. The Superman's been around for 3. That we got all of Lex's tech, the universe creating clones, blah blah blah. Yeah, just keep all that in mind when you make your movie. You're like, oh, cool, thank you. But no,
did you keep it in mind when you made your movie?
It's just funny as hell to be like, good thing the movie wasn't great. We would have been in trouble if it were. Like, okay.
Really dodged a bullet there.
Having to follow up the greatest Superman movie ever made.
The gang serves as a statement on the U.S. militarization of superheroes. Sanctioned, funded, and dumb leather outfits that not only
what was that scene?
Well, wait, yeah, careful. They're the ones that save the day, bud. So
yeah, they're the ones whose intervention saved Jarhanpur. So
also, it's funny to show Iron Man 2 when in Iron Man 2, like Tony really doesn't want to like work with the government. As a visual for like government superheroes. Yeah, it's a bit awkward.
Also, he's getting reckless and crazy because he's dying in that film. Something a lot of people forget. Like, some of the decisions he makes, like I remember the conversation of like he letting Rhodey escape with an Iron Man suit. It's like, yeah, the film mentions that it's deliberate because he's expecting to pass on the role.
Bullshit Lantern Corps codes, but also to billionaire bureaucrats and politicians. And it's
billionaire bureaucrats.
He's
is
not a
weird
bureaucrat.
Term. Yeah, he's a billionaire, but he's not a bureaucrat. A billionaire bureaucrat's a particularly abundant group of people. You know what I mean? It's like, does he know what a bureaucrat is? Like,
I don't think so,
does he
because he
actually
seems
know
to
what a
think there's
bureaucrat
like
is?
a much stronger difference between bureaucrat and the
person.
government than actually exists. Whereas, like, one of the big major problems that the movie introduces is that a billionaire who is not a bureaucrat and has no relationship to the bureaucracy owns a company, and then the superheroes he owns as part of the company look at the TV, think, well, that Middle East conflict is sad. Let's go and intervene in it with no government authority whatsoever. Nothing can possibly go wrong, even though this is exactly what Lois bitched at Superman for at the beginning of the movie, but this time it's fine, because theme.
What do you say about Green Lanterns?
Heroes, sanctioned, funded, and dumb leather outfits that not only answer to bullshit Lantern Corps codes, but also...
Bullshit Lantern Corps codes?
Is he saying, because, does he know, he said that he read a comic book with Guy Gardner in it, so he has to know more about Green Lanterns than I do. And, like, as I understand it, Green Lantern's code is, like, pretty good, like, in terms of being, like, rock solid as a foundation for going out into the world to, like, try to protect people. So,
Is there like a
Not really
core
sure what he's talking
singular Green Lantern code, or is there loads of them or something? I'm not.
Well, there's different.
I know there's the
cores that
Oath,
have
right?
their own
That's in the Ryan Reynolds movie, I think.
Yeah, no evil shall Green Lantern's light and all that. Yeah.
The only one in
Like
the movie,
I don't
though,
know.
is that we just don't get involved in politics or something. That's the one that comes up in the movie.
Yeah. But, I mean, the movie doesn't do anything with that, and then they do, so...
Yep.
Like, okay. Yeah, I presume he's not talking about the Oath, because it's not exactly...
He must be talking about Guy Gardner being like, "Oh, it's part of the Oath
joke
to not
of
get
it.
involved in
Yeah.
politics," even though.
But it's
I don't know,
only
man.
used
If
as a joke.
people know who the Green Lanterns are, like if they're aware of them, wouldn't like they know that he's full of shit because there are other like they're doing a Green Lantern show, so you know what I mean? Like,
We'll have
wouldn't
to
it
see.
just sort of be known that he's full of shit because the Green Lantern Corps would actually be kind of known to the world to some extent?
That's the...
Like, do they know about
What
the
a
Green Lantern
fucking
Corps,
mess,
the Yellow
dude.
Lantern Corps, and the Red Lanterns and Parallax and all those
300
guys?
years of history that is just going to have to be written post a world that's already been created that clearly has no fucking history in it.
Mm-hmm.
To billionaire bureaucrats and politicians. And it's incredible that their arc is to learn from Clark.
They don't learn shit from him.
They don't
That's
learn
not what
anything.
happens.
There's
They
no
don't.
exchange. There's no
It's actually
challenge between the
something
two.
that you point out in the video, Platoon. It's like there's actually like nothing that happens in the movie is like actually relevant to their decision to like intervene.
No.
They would have done
They-
it anyway,
They see the news
regardless.
reports and they see people raising the flag for Superman, and based on an example they haven't seen him set because he set it in Lex's private universe, they decide, let's go do the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Guy Gardner doesn't
The
even want
right
to fucking
thing-
save Superman.
No. Like,
And yet he's
I think I said in the
inspired.
video as well,
Okay.
like, it scans
Okay.
just as easily as they're seeing a PR opportunity that they're going to exploit. In fact, that's the more plausible explanation for what they do, especially considering that Hawkgirl, following Superman's example, decides to kill an unarmed leader of a foreign state.
Also, maybe rewind. I think he said something that we didn't even catch there. That's probably worth talking about.
Statement on the U.S. militarization of superheroes. Sanctioned, funded, and dumb leather outfits that not only answer to bullshit Lantern Corps codes, but also to billionaire bureaucrats and politicians. And it's incredible.
Is it bad for them to answer to politicians that you elect?
We have forgotten. Civil War has been buried.
Yeah.
You know, what's that
You
meme?
know what I mean? It's like, oh yeah, well, they
what's the
shouldn't answer to
meme?
the politicians that are meant to be the representatives of the democracy.
They should do anything
Why
I
why
want,
is it bad?
personally. That I've decided that this is so... Civil War is so underappreciated in the fucking pantheon of
Yeah.
superhero movies.
Really? Yeah, they tried to
There
do
is,
something that was a little bit more interesting, and it's like, and it just seems to go completely unappreciated.
But is this a really interesting comparison? Because that takes what the MCU takes maybe 10 years, I think, to get around to introducing the Sokovia Accords. And that's in response to, obviously, like the Avengers have done some. Well, actually, even then, because you've got the council scene in Avengers, which shows that there's a bit of government overlap anyway. But then the Sokovia Accords are the thing where the government's like, well, you've done too much damage at this point. This is the time when governmental oversight is required. And for you to act in the world, you have to be overseen by someone who is not yourselves. Interesting debate comes from that. Meanwhile, Superman, 300 years of history of metahumans, and you have people on the news saying, we've got unelected metahumans dictating foreign policy. This is intolerable. Like, maybe someone should have done something about that in the last 3 centuries, because they don't answer to the government. The Justice Gang doesn't answer to the government. They answer to Maxwell Lord, who is a billionaire private businessman.
Because in this world, there were metahumans like arguing on how specific that 300 years is. There were metahumans fighting in the Revolutionary War, in the Civil War, probably on both sides. World War II, what did that look like in this world? And obviously there would have been offshoots for, the political landscape based off of that kind of thing. None of that exists in this movie. Its absence is conspicuous, considering the Justice League in particular, but also the fact that the government of the United States just doesn't seem to be an actor in this movie in any meaningful way, and they have no perspective. Kind of like people in general, like the people of Earth don't seem to have any sort of perspective on what's going on here.
It's kind of you just don't expect this kind of analysis. It's so infinitely naive, especially with what happens in the film.
Bureaucrats and politicians. And it's incredible that their arc is to learn from Clark, learn through his actions. If any form of life is...
Even though they're explicitly said to be against his actions, I just don't get this. Do you think Clark would be wrong to have spared Gurkos, High Top? Or do you think that Hawkgirl was correct?
Yes. How does he reconcile that Superman makes a point of the fact that he inflicted no casualties on the bad guy forces, but then the Justice Gang kill all of them?
Mm-hmm. Who's right?
Yeah, exactly. Is Superman right for not wanting to kill anybody, or is it cool that the Justice Gang kill all of them?
in danger, whether that's as fantastically Silver Age as a confused baby kaiju, or gutturally raw and timely as a Middle Eastern child about to be shot down with a weapon paid for by the United States. It's your duty as a hero, a person, to intervene, to try, despite any and
to intervene, to try. Just do whatever the fuck you want. Doesn't matter.
Yes, the conclusion is that he would be like, yeah, so to solve this problem, it would be that you want a private military company just kind of like go in and just topple the government.
Fuck it.
And kill their leaders,
okay.
This can't work. Because, Superman did intervene. It's the Act 1 controversy between him and Lois, right? Where he says that he took Gurkos to a cactus or whatever, right?
Yeah, held him against the cactus.
And then she said it was torture.
Yeah, and spared him. So, High Top, you're going to be critical of Superman for that, right? He should have acted. He should have killed him. Should have executed that fucker.
Yeah.
What he should have done.
Like
what a coward.
Yeah.
What a
she's
shitty...
not like Superman, and that's good, because that's a moral failing of his.
Yeah, like, fucking pick one. Stop messing around.
It's also the act that Lex takes to the government to say, hey, it's a bad thing that Superman has free reign and agency and is going around intervening in foreign policy. The government isn't okay with this. The government is ambivalent about it, and like a couple of members go in different directions. It's not the government that backs Superman, and it isn't the US which funds the weapons that Bravia is using, because they bought them from Lex Luthor, who is again a private businessman. I'm not convinced like he's actually watched the film.
Nope.
He clearly watched a different film. When it got filtered through his mind in his video, it became a different film. I would be curious
the film
to
that
see
the
this film
engineer
one
was a
day.
character in. He watched the same movie as the actor.
Yeah. Those two got a private viewing of some other movie that I would like to see.
I cannot wait to see more of the engineer. Sorry, she's Gal Gadot in my head.
Fair.
I don't know why. It's not.
fair.
I shouldn't. She seems like a nice lady, but I just.
Political repercussions. It's your
Wait, sorry, hold on. What did he say?
Something about geopolitical repercussions.
Person to intervene to try despite any and all geopolitical repercussions.
What is a
What does that
geopolitical
mean?
repercussion? Because that could describe a variety of things, some of which could be catastrophic.
Well,
for
let's just go for example. You
you?
should do it even if it means World War. Just do it.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter.
Nuclear
Because
retaliation.
As long as you believe you're doing the right,
Hello.
sort of the
Hi, hello.
unintended message of the
Okay.
movie.
But yeah, that's an
Platoon,
insane.
I think you flumped for me there. What? Could you say that again?
Oh shit! I was just saying, like the message of the movie, probably unintentional, is that as long as you believe you're doing good, and as long as you believe you're doing the right thing, then anything you do is good and the right thing to do. Like consequences be damned.
Yeah, but
Doesn't
so
matter.
what about Lex Luthor splitting Metropolis in half, which he believed was essential to protecting the world from Superman?
What about
'cause of
Iron
his
Man?
views?
Well,
It's like,
he's the
but
Frankie, he's the
wrong.
villain.
He's
Yeah, he's
wrong,
the
though.
villain.
It's like, oh, yeah,
Superman's
Well,
the hero.
that's what I was going to reference. What about Iron Man creating Ultron? That was a bad fucking move, dude. And it's like, yeah, but
He unilaterally decided to create a global police force that was an AI that was accountable only to him, and it went insane and tried to destroy the world.
oh well.
Yeah,
Whoops.
well, he was trying to. He had good. Well, my family can't live in good intentions, Marge. We can't blame you.
Oh, your
because you
superheroes
have
are out of control, but we can't blame you.
intentions.
That's what this is. It's like, even if the whole fucking world gets destroyed, they had good intentions. It's like, okay. I think this is a bit more complicated than that, but fine, yeah. Damn the repercussions, just do it.
It's your responsibility to protect all life, no matter how big, no matter how small.
Protect all life except geckos. Fucking drop him.
Yeah, fuck
This
him.
guy got to have a responsibility to protect all life that he violated when he was killing all of the soldiers.
What
or-
movie did he watch, man? Like,
Portugal? Yeah. And again, it's I would say it's kind of like a laziness with the writing, which is that James Gunn wants to essentially have Superman be like, no killing, we don't want to do any killing. But the reality is that death is often really like useful in writing to get around more difficult problems. Like, for instance, it would have been a little bit more difficult in Avengers for the Avengers to deal with all of the aliens if they didn't all just instantly get killed as soon as the mothership got blown up. But it's like, oh, but then the battle's over, so that makes it nice and easy for us. Same with the kaiju. It's like, yeah, it would have been a lot harder to deal with if Superman had to try and get it out of the city. So just fucking kill it. And then have him go, oh, damn, I didn't really want that. And it's like, yeah, but now we don't have to deal with the problem. It's really like a lazy thing. You're dealing with a character who can't kill, but you're kind of like very comfortable just using death to like make your story happen, which is kind of interesting considering that compared to, I think one person dies in Spider-Man: Homecoming. I think we only see one person die.
the vaporized.
That's like a film that makes way more of an effort to actually like prevent people from dying. Consequently, and in doing so, make things harder for the hero.
Well, but and it's just like the
oh,
presence.
We'll kind of try, but then when we need to solve the problem, fuck it.
The presence of so much death makes you wonder, and High Top's really brought this into focus. Like, what is the film's opinion on what should be done about any of these given circumstances? It's like, well, unfortunately, we see that the film celebrates its ending of getting all of those heroes to do that. So that's it.
No matter
Which is
how
weird, 'cause,
big.
like, it's on Lois's side all through that interview earlier in the movie. Like, the movie is on her side. It's good points, good questions, quite clearly shown. Clark has no answers to them. And she's bringing up all of these problems and these questions. And now the movie has repudiated her because, like, by asking difficult questions, she wasn't doing good, I guess. Difficult questions are evil, so you shouldn't ask them.
No matter how small. Is this a groundbreaking take? No, not really. But is it wild that James Gunn got to put this into his Superman movie in this current era we're living in? Fuck yeah.
I don't think you understand what he put in his movie.
What?
He clearly doesn't understand what's in the movie.
You're inventing a movie that doesn't exist and was not produced or funded by anyone. 'Cause
Remember,
it's an imaginary one.
he
It's a hypothetical that exists in your brain.
He himself laid out regarding the origins of Superman that it was a really bad message, but it was James Gunn, so it wasn't intentional. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, he didn't mean it. He didn't mean it. It was
Just fucking amazing that he's now like glazing Gunn for having the balls to get all this in here when not at all what is in there, and you've already ripped into him for doing something that shouldn't be in there. So I don't know what a problem. This is just delusion at this point.
Yeah, it is, man. And compared to the borderline corrupt and U.S. military-funded majority of the MCU, it's
majority.
Majority.
I don't think that's how the word sounds.
I'm sorry, but like the films he's going to be scanning past, some of them are going to have way more integrity as to the message of like, you know, superhero intervention than fucking Superman does.
U.S. military-funded majority of the MCU. It's revolutionary.
I don't want to.
It's revolutionary.
What?
Revolutionary.
Can we kill the fuck?
It's
out?
generational, Rags.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Iconic.
It's generational. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sound too grumpy about this one. Even if personally I probably would have liked a more stripped down, focused version of the film a little more, I have found myself still thinking about moments I loved from it days later.
Do I have nitpicks? 100%. There
We
are
need to revisit
certain
this again. Sorry.
storylines that I think are kind of insane, but none of them stopped me from loving this movie. They're just like things that I feel like you're gonna look back on in like 5 years and go, oh my god, yeah, that's a Superman movie that did that. That's wild.
All in all, I think this is a really good Superman.
I agree.
Well, no,
I will
well, no,
in 5 years be like, that was fucking wild.
Agreed. 5 years.
Our
We will
inflection will
always
be a
say
little
that.
different. We'll be go, oh my god, there was a Superman movie that did that. But it was
Crazy.
yeah, it's like
That's
we will
insane.
indeed be saying that, though maybe we won't share the same inflection.
It's not my favorite one. I think Donner's original is still the best because he somehow pulled it off in the 1970s and they just made a miracle with that movie. But
it's good because it's
Can
good.
Can you say anything insightful?
It's good because it's good.
Ever?
It's
Good
your
because it's
favorite
good.
Superman movie, and all you have to say is they made it a long time ago. Wow.
That's like we should have an extremely high standard when it comes to Chris Stuckman. Our expectation should be very high considering how
He's a
long he's been
filmmaker.
doing this. And he's a filmmaker now, that's true. So when he says things like this and they're just completely devoid of anything approaching like an insightful thought at all, you're just like, man, how did you get to this point? There's just a lot of mindless people who watch videos and they're not critical in any way. It's just background noise to them. They don't actually give a shit. They never second guess anything that someone tells them, anything that's said. I mean, obviously, some people will think that it's insanely hypocritical. They'll say that, oh, coming from EFAP, the idea that people are not critical enough or that they don't engage with art in a good way. Like, obviously, that some people will think it's crazy, but it's true. A lot of people just engage in art in, I guess you could say, a very unengaging way. A way that's just not, there's no substance behind it. It's just like, I mean, it's the negative form of consumption, I would say. It's just something to hear, not to listen to. It ain't fair that this guy is as big as he is.
You should be able to say at least fucking something about Superman 78, so why it's meaningful, why it was well made, as opposed to, man, they did it. They did that. That's something
and
they
in the
did.
70s, wow, they sure did.
In the olden times, they did it.
Yep. If it was in the 80s, I still would have liked it, but not as much. And if it was in the 90s,
Nah.
But wow, the 70s.
Because
Because you know how stupid they were back then. Wow, they made a good movie in the 70s. Ooh, it's kind of the soft implications.
good Superman movie. And if, like me, you are a massive fan of the Superman animated series in particular, I think this film is really going to work for you.
I think I loved Superman himself and his cast. I liked a lot of individual elements at play, but I'm just not sold on how it all fits together, which can often feel jarring and extremely unfocused. That being said, I think I'm leaning positive overall.
This movie very vocally reasserts the idea that being kind, being honest, being true, and fighting for what you believe in is the very definition of punk rock.
God, yes.
It says that.
Movie says that. Yeah, movie
it
says
suggests
it.
that, yeah, but can we explore why that is or is not true?
And everybody's been so nice in talking about this movie. Hasn't been like incredibly venomous. The conversation surrounding.
Yeah,
this
they
film.
haven't desperately tried to tear down every other Superman iteration ever existed.
No, everybody watched this movie and then they were all really nice. That's what happened. It's not like
they wanted to spread that
happened.
kindness. They wanted to spread that punk rock mentality to the rest of everyone else on social media who didn't suck this movie's dick.
I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. Fuck.
Is the very point of Superman. He's a champion of the oppressed. My only hope is that whatever
The
sequel they
line
have...
delivery, I'm sorry.
He's so funny.
He's a champion of the oppressed. God, 1 HP. We're at 0.1 HP voice at this point. This is the end, but it's gonna take a while.
Man, I've always felt kind of bad because obviously this is like a maybe this is like an interview format, but it's just making me think about table reads, right? And like how annoying it must be to be at a table read and you have basically like 2 lines. For example, Hawk Girl, right? She's there. She's like, "Yeah, here I come with my line." All right.
Oh wait, let me do my favorite. Yeah, that was a good one. I like that line I did.
That was a good impression.
And has now earned our trust to slow the hell down and let moments breathe.
For me, it was a really good time at the movies, and it made me happy. It made me feel good. And that doesn't happen as much anymore. Sincerity and earnestness are in short supply in movies. We've become so smart.
Jamie Guns is like a pathological liar. But
sorry,
okay,
you got to rewind it here.
I don't
so
think
we
this.
can
I just don't associate this movie with like sincerity. To me, it feels very like inauthentic, forced.
Agreed.
Yeah, I agree. It doesn't feel that way to me.
I find more hope in a movie like Weapons, even though it's like horrific and loads of horrible things happen.
Someone might wonder what you mean by that, but I mean, I understand what you
well,
get
yeah,
at.
because
it feels truly like
what happens in the story in
like
totality,
a movie that's trying
you know.
to say stuff.
Well, I'm not even referring to this in the sense of it gives me more hope for movies or something. I mean the events of the film make me more inspired for like better things to happen than Superman. You might be like, well, why? It's like, well, mainly because the characters in Weapons, the good people, do manage to triumph through being so invested in trying to protect the people who are in trouble in that film. Like it can give you a sense of like, yeah, you can get it done. You can stop the bad guys as long as you work on it. Superman, I don't know. Nothing made any fucking sense.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're looking for a more
beats the bad
overtly
guys.
positive, just go watch Life of Chuck instead. That's like a much
Yeah.
better movie in terms of making you feel good about life.
That one is one. That's a much more overtly like, well, yeah, it makes sense. It's like, you know, it's compete with Superman. Maybe it shouldn't make so much sense that Superman gets fucking outclassed so hard by it, but it does.
Yep.
Much anymore. Sincerity and earnestness are in short supply in movies. We've become so smart and clever that we can't accept the notion that a movie can just be a really good time. And
ouch.
Remember, fellas, every single time that someone uses fun to describe something, no, sorry, I will amend it. Typically, when someone describes something as fun, it means it's not good. Because if it was good, they would use different words.
Yep.
They wouldn't default to it's fun. It's a good time. I had fun with it. They'd say things like, no, the characters were actually quite riveting. The theme is compelling. The plot is tightly bound. Like, they wouldn't say stuff like, oh, well, it's fun. We become so smart that we can't have fun. It's like, you realize that you're conveying to me that this is some bullshit dog shit.
That's what I take from this. He's just said the movie is stupid. It's true, but it was fun.
It is stupid, but it's fun. And we become so smart that we can't just have fun. I like when I can have fun, but it's good as well. Like, that's like really cool when that happens.
Yeah, I like to know that my fun came from a place that deserved.
I've heard about these
like I wasn't tricked.
Make sense movies that are also fun. They're out there apparently. You know, unicorns running around the forest. You got to find them. But you know, we need to stop being so smart. Everybody, stop that. Turn your brain off.
If the way that you describe why a movie is good is indistinguishable from like a crack addict describing why they love crack, maybe not a great film.
Short supply in movies. We've become so smart and clever that we can't accept the notion that a movie can just be a really good time and can have things that are cheesy. And cheesy isn't necessarily always bad. Sometimes you can like that stuff and it can be fun.
It is just...
That's fine, yeah, but the main
by the way,
problems with
imagine
Superman
James
are not
Gunn
that
hearing
it's
that.
cheesy. Like, cheesy is not even in my top 100 list of things that are wrong with the Superman movie.
Imagine making a film that you really tried to like have a message and a theme that resonated with people. And Chris Tuckman's just talking about, yeah, it's cheesy, but it's fun. You know? I mean, it's fun. Like, boy, people are trying to like look at this movie from like an intellectual perspective, but they shouldn't because it's just fun.
Imagine at the end of the Iron Giant breakdown, we were like, you know, I think we've gotten a little too smart and people just can't just chill out and have some fun, like with Iron Giant. Like, no. If your brain needs to be switched the fuck on, you'll be having plenty of fun. I don't know, why would I ever use that to describe something like a good movie?
Yeah. And again, it's just not a term I would use to describe movies that are like actually very fun. Hot Fuzz is incredibly fun. I don't use the word fun to describe that film though. It's excellent. That's the word that I would rather use.
Yeah, it's so interesting, isn't it? Because it's just like accompanied automatically. If you describe a movie as excellent over and over again in all these different ways, and then someone goes, "Is it fun?" He's like, "Fucking yeah." Obviously,
Yeah,
like, what?
you know, unless we're talking about again a film like The Father, where it's like it's excellent, but you're not gonna have fun with it. You know, it's like this is not meant to be fun, because obviously not all art is trying to be fun. You know, it's like kind of how the word entertaining might not necessarily be the correct word to describe a lot of things, like, you know, gripping or engaging.
Engaging, yeah.
Even though these words can be
But
kind
that
of
is,
vague.
I do think that is the fucking purpose of the word in the way that these guys are using it. It's not fun. It's just meant to mean good experience, not necessarily any particular
rather than
emotion.
well made, well crafted, well wrought.
You know, in the case of if you describe a horror movie as really, really good over and over again, someone says, "Is it scary?" You're like, well, you know, which is actually a more complicated question in a lot of ways, because plenty of people can appreciate the shit out of a horror movie and not be scared, you know?
Yeah.
But I doubt you'd love Hot Fuzz and not be having fun, I suppose. And then I doubt you'd think The Father is amazing and not be engaged by it. You know, this is getting into a really complicated discussion. It's just fascinating to see this whole selection of clips talking about how messy and how weird and how like out of place a lot of things are, how bad, not necessarily bad, how controversial choices are. And then being like, but it was good. It was good. It was great. Oh, 8.5 out of 10, blah, blah, blah. And then, by the way, stop trying to be, you know, thinking so hard about movies. All right?
Turn your brain off.
Yeah, we don't need to be doing that.
A really, really fun, good Superman movie. And I understand why a lot of people, that is exactly what they need right now. Should you see this movie?
I feel like that's actually one of the most insightful things that he said, but he doesn't realize it. A lot of people really, 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 really like needed this film to be good.
Yeah,
And
even if doesn't matter what it was.
explains
Yeah,
the way that a lot of the reactions to the film and the way that people talked about it on the internet.
Movie opening weekend, yes, if you have time. You know, if you can afford it, and like if you,
yeah, I mean, if you've got time, what are these caveats?
if you've got
Should
time,
you see the movie opening weekend?
If you
yeah,
can
if
afford
you've
it.
got time. Well, I
You got
assume
time
if you
and
don't
can
have
afford
time,
it.
you wouldn't be able to go see it. Or and if you couldn't afford it, it's like, come on, man. God damn.
and like if you,
You know, it's
wanna
so
watch it in the
good.
theater.
From my
Break into the
social
theater
media
and steal it.
feeds, the general public is so in love with this movie in ways I haven't seen from Cape Media in a long
yeah, and it's already died down because that's what happens.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yep. We'll check back in a couple months and see how much you've forgotten about it.
Mm-hmm. Generational film.
time.
I cannot imagine most people that watch my channel are not going to enjoy it.
Gunn has the trust, he has the full clip ready to go, locked and loaded, and I would personally love if he made the ballsiest choice and made a sequel that did not feel the need to up the action, but to up the calmness and romance and sincerity that this film showcases in between the supers.
I think it would be ballsy if the second one was good. It's like, okay.
Revolutionary, yeah. It really wants to buck the trend.
In between the crypto chomps and the lantern middle fingers, if he allows us to sit within these moments, sit alongside these brilliantly casted, adapted characters. But at the end of the day, if the
Dude, this is a secret criticism video. He didn't want to make a praise video, but he had to because he saw the reaction to the film. He's like, okay, fine.
film made me want more, made me so desperately excited to see these characters in any facet, anxiously awaiting getting another glimpse into their blue eyes.
That's what a Nazi would say.
Something I've
Weird, isn't it?
That is
Isn't it blue eyes? It's like, yeah, I mean, I guess they are blue, but like, okay. Sure. Yeah, they're blue eyes, okay.
noticed about myself over the past few years that I really wish I could get rid of, but I don't think I'll ever be able to, is that when I see a film that I'm very excited for, like super anticipated, on the first viewing, I do tend to focus so much that it's not as enjoyable for me. And the second viewing, when I can just
Like Blade Runner quote is coming to mind.
Yeah. 5
sit
times.
back and I know what the film is like and I can take it all in and I can see it as a whole package, is usually a better experience for me. It's only exclusively for movies that I just can't wait to see, like this one, for instance. And it's something about the way my brain works that's a little obsessive, and I wish that I could get rid of it, but I can't. I said all that to say that I like this movie even more the second time, because I was really able to just sit back and watch the movie and just see Gunn's vision for what it is.
I don't think
You
a lot of
enjoy
people
it more the less you think about it, which is the sign of a great work of art.
I'm sure Gunn appreciates that bit of
I'm not even
praise
sure why he
for
left
the movie.
all of that in there. I don't even like me
Like, if you want to do
specifically.
that quiet reflection privately, where you think about why it is that you sort of, go into movies this way, you don't need to do that on the internet. You just turn the camera off and sort of think about it in private.
It's like someone could say, like, is he saying give it a second chance if you didn't like it the first time, or is he just saying stop thinking about it, which was the other point, so probably.
Yeah, maybe scrutinize it less on a second viewing and you will enjoy it more. But like that's an especially damning comment coming from somebody who does fancy himself to be a filmmaker, because like presumably he's trying to make the best film he can possibly make. And I am assuming also that that has involved a lot of care and attention and almost obsessive focus on detail. Because if he allowed himself when creating a movie to sit back and say, you know what, I don't want to be, pernickety and nitpicky, and I don't want to think too hard about this. I should just enjoy it for what it is. Then he's doing a disservice to his own movie, and it's going to be shit. But I assume he hasn't done that, because no creator with an ounce of self-respect would.
Also, someone's very angry. Holy fuck, why are you giving these idiots a voice? Do you think you're doing something of value? Discuss ideas, not people, you fucking idiots. These are ideas.
I guess we
it's
can go in
always
order.
Missed the last hours of the stream.
I guess top to bottom, so all these people
It's
have their own
always
channels.
ideas.
Some of them are massive channels, so they don't need us. So don't
Well, yeah,
worry
so,
about that. I suppose.
I mean, if
They
anybody
have
was
their
wondering
own platforms
and wanted a reason to do this beyond just being like petty or angry or bitter or something, these are all very much like the general capture of the opinion of a pretty influential and possibly the biggest discussed film in terms of social media this year. So it's interesting to see, considering how we felt about it, to see it broken down with patterns of what about it we missed or perhaps is celebrated by people, and to see just how either vacuous or absolutely incorrect all the details are regarding how the film... Yeah, there's that too. Like, I find this really fascinating in terms of how rationality is just like sort of put to the wayside in favor of an emotional sort of desperation to try and create a reason. Like, why is it I feel this way despite the fact that I know these things? That you watch like how the brain tries to do it. I find it all pretty interesting. But I don't think I want all of these guys to continue making content. I want them all to continue reviewing things. I want them all to hopefully get better at what they do. I find that there's an interesting selection here. They all have different approaches and different perspectives, but at the core, they are all expressing different ideas that we've been talking about. I don't really see this as
That's
particularly
kind of the
like
whole point of this format. Like, I'm not particularly interested. It's only about like what things are said, and are they a jumping off point to discuss broader storytelling concepts? That's like the interest here.
I think the most important thing here is that they should have a voice. I'm happy they do. Like, I don't know why.
Yeah, but the idea that we're like a significant influence on whether or not they do or don't is, I mean, I guess it's a compliment, I suppose. So,
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if we're in a position to do that, sure. But I you know what? I think Chris Stuckman has, I don't think he's struggling with the ability to essentially reach an audience.
Yeah.
Will hate it, and I think most people will probably love it.
I do think it got emotional.
Oh, yeah, all right, sure.
People had different levels of emotional attachment to this movie, and I could see
it's fucking like that. I mean, come on, yeah, really,
That's
people had different levels of emotional responses to this film. Yeah, like they do with everything, every movie ever made.
People going in this movie crying a bunch of times. I can also see people going in the movie and going, "Oh, that was great," I liked it. you know, but not like reacting that way. And I think that's fine. I have no problem saying when I cried in a movie. I did not cry in this movie, but I really, really liked it.
As this new
Okay, man.
So,
All right, man.
We are very nearly done. We just got to get through the next little bit of High Top concluding his thoughts on the film, okay?
All right.
DC universe of gods and monsters begins to form as the beautiful rays of sunshine start hitting our world. The moments that
I'm sorry. Sorry, the delivery of that line.
The beautiful universe of gods and monsters, when he said he's much happier that Clark is not godlike in this.
No, but it's because chapter
I know,
one is gods and
but
monsters.
you got to think more about your script if you're going to do that.
That's true.
Because if you, and this doesn't make any sense, but if you say like the world outside your window is something I don't want, but I'm very glad that Marvel is doing the world, you know, usually like you gotta, can't just doesn't make sense.
Of gods and monsters begins to form as the beautiful rays of sunshine start hitting our world.
Stop it.
I'm sorry, it's so funny. It's so funny.
Oh my god! It's so pathetic.
As beautiful rays of sunshine begin hitting our world.
It's like iDubbbz is making a fucking video.
Let the sunshine in.
Now remember, the core premise here is I think this is insincere. Okay?
Funny.
I think it is funny, but I think it's insincere.
Moments that will stick with me for a long time are the moments where Pa Kent talks to Clark about
moments. Mainly just the one.
I mean, he might literally mean like multiple moments, like instances,
multiple seconds. Yeah,
like it takes place over multiple moments, not just a single one.
the burrito spot he drove up to last week, trying so desperately to connect with his son.
Please, hurry up!
The moments where Lois takes him to his childhood bedroom, his mom cradle him, this god rested on a twin bed in this converted double
Hey, no, he's not a god.
He calls home. And she finally gets it. She finally understands. It's not a show. It's not a performance. Superman Clark Kent genuinely is this kind, this sweet, this dorkishly sincere, and he doesn't care how that might make him seem. He loves breakfast
Shut up!
after his entire life has been shattered. He smiles with such a boyish charm, a radiating contagious glow when the woman he loves says it back to him.
Didn't speed it up fast
he needs
enough.
to be reminded of all the moments of human beauty that made him who he is, that allowed him
Bam,
to
bam,
feel
bam, bam, sick! Quicker!
The final shot brought tears to my eyes. Genuinely, man, the road might have been rockier than expected, but that final moment more than makes up for it. The camera spinning around the Kent's home movies while Clark lays in his ice.
Camera's spinning around.
Robots. This
It's still going! Why?
Clark is lifted into the air, pretending to fly long before
We're
he
gonna
gets
get a
to the
Monty
sky as we
Python
slowly push in
reference
towards
here?
his adult face, looking right at us. As the sun gets brighter and brighter, his smile wider, looking right at us, right into our eyes, just as he is his human friend.
Right into our eyes.
Oh my god!
Love.
Yes, that's it.
Love.
That's it.
Fuck me.
I'm having fun. Are you?
Look, alright. We got a little epilogue here, okay?
I
figure there's actually no point in explaining it. It's kind of, you know, why don't we...
don't need the cover for this. It's from what I.
You don't. You need
thing.
to, in fact, get rid of it so that people can see the text on screen.
I am excited. Super Smash Bros?
Sure is.
Remember, this was a failure. This was not considered good enough. This was not good enough for them to make one sequel. Bear that in mind. Now, what is inflation? Inflation doesn't matter. It's not a real metric. Who cares about inflation?
It's just a magic
nobody cares
economy
about
number
inflation.
that the mathematicians
it's just this sort
make
of
up.
abstract concept. What do you? Money has different value at different times. Wow, shit, huh? What? Nah, we don't really care about that.
Sir, if you adjust for inflation, the first Superman movie did so much better. That's
$1.5 billion.
insane. Why would anybody do that?
Nah, come on. I'm like, what do you want me to say? This is just truth. This is just reality. Batman v
This
Superman
movie,
didn't do well enough.
I think one of the interesting things too is that this movie kind of came out alongside Fantastic Four somewhat, and that movie made less. However, that movie made less in an already struggling, pittering out kind of franchise, to the point where we see what they're doing with Doomsday. So we would probably be talking about Fantastic Four's failure a bit more. However, I think Superman 2025's has kind of overshadowed it a bit with talk about
It's because
how
it's like people are talking about how, Superman is some tremendous success while Fantastic Four failed and it made $100 million more. Not
like,
that
they
much
both,
more,
yeah,
relatively.
they were both failures, guys.
Or at the I think here's the thing. At the very least, you have to admit it's not a great result. Like whether you want to argue about if it was a failure, like it lost money, that's one conversation. But the idea that like, well, we just broke even is like, what? So,
Do you
so
think
what?
that if
Like,
given a time machine, DC, if they knew ahead of time this movie will make 600, whatever, $15 million,
that they would have done it,
that they
or
would
they
have
make
would they have
Conjurings?
completely, yeah, would they have completely redone the strategy if they knew? Or do you think they'd be like, you know what, that's pretty good, we'll stick with that, that sounds like a good safe number, we'll take the 6 whatever 100 million? Yeah, like obviously they would re-roll, obviously they would rethink their strategy, or they'd choose something else, they'd completely rethink what their marketing would be, or the structure of the movie, or they wouldn't do it at all. They'd obviously hope for a different result.
Fair
Obviously.
thing to do is adjust the budget for inflation. So I don't feel like doing all the calculations on this, but like, I don't know, man. Isn't it a little bit like, why is it that like movies suddenly stopped costing more than $200 million like 20 years ago? I don't know. Like,
Well, and to anyone
Oh, you
saying
know how
that,
frugal
make sure you
Hollywood
get.
is.
If we're doing all the numbers, you got to grab the ticket sales as well. Where Man of Steel is going to slaughter Superman.
Yeah, exactly. And also, at the end of the day, it's just this is the reality. Adjusted for the real amount of money that it cost back then versus now, Man of Steel made like $300 million more money, relatively. That's just the reality, regardless of how much it costs. But, of course, budget does matter. Because $200 million to make $600 million, I don't know, compared to something like Saw 1 that cost $1 million and made $100 million, man, that fucking return on investment, huh? That matters to film studios. I don't know why we're pretending that it doesn't. It clearly does if you look at the choices that film studios make with the franchises that they pursue and the types of films that they make.
Well, you
Also,
think
just as a
they'd be wanting
reminder-
to chase the Joker money more and lean a lot further into that.
Just a reminder: no inflation needed for Man of Steel 2.
No, Man of Steel beat it nominally.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just outright made
That's
more
a
money.
big oof.
Explain it to me, please. Explain to me why this makes sense.
The only thing that I could come up with is that it was
Go on.
attached to the MCU, and the MCU was strong at that time.
2023?
In 2023, though, yeah.
Well,
23.
I guess it was specifically writing off the success of Guardians 1 and 2.
And the success of James Gunn at that time, I think. It's just kind of one of the really interesting things about it is that they seem to have been, as a studio, so keen to get away from like the stink of the Snyder era, which made more money, that they went for the guy who was a Marvel employee. That's what James Gunn was. He was quite a good one for a while, and then it sort of he built up his reputation as a Marvel employee, and they hired the Marvel guy. The Marvel guy made a Marvel quality Superman film, and it has performed like an average current Marvel movie. They've Marvelified their thing from the beginning, way after everybody could have told them that this was the wrong thing to do. They wanted so much to differentiate themselves from Snyder that they went for probably the most irritating franchise by number of films at this point that there is. I don't see how the Gunn hiring decision is going to be looked back on as anything other than severely outdated.
And then add into that, I mean, the fact that we have Batman 2, the Batman 2 is confirmed. Like, I think that is not a meaningless thing either.
No, neither is it going to streaming faster than even the people who like was celebrating the box office. Like, whoa, slow down! Don't put it on streaming yet. It's like it's gotta get on there, ready for Peacemaker. Which is like, what?
Chat, you're right. It's Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 made 845 million chickens.
Because you
That's
missed
what
the
it made
dollar
at the
sign.
box office. Yeah, that bothers me. That's annoying.
Oh,
Anyway,
no.
we'll get off screen here. Not adjusted for inflation. This is just nominally here, okay? Just bear that in mind. If you adjust for inflation, it gets worse.
Okay, I'll be curious. Wow, back to 2002.
Venom.
Yep. With quite literally every single Avengers Marvel movie released after 2012. What? Yeah, Hancock.
Hancock.
The Will Smith Hancock, that
Hancock
made more
at the
money than
end.
Superman. It did. It
Jeez,
made more
Hancock
money.
coming in
And
at
this
the
isn't
end.
adjusted for inflation, because once you do that, you get more X-Men films. You get, obviously, the older Superman films. You get the older Batman films. Like, what do you want me to say to this, guys? Like, I don't... Like, oh, yeah, tremendous success right here. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Is it? I'm not convinced, personally. But yes, Hancock made more money. And of course, The Incredibles did as well, back in 2004. But, you know. And literally every single Marvel movie, I think every single Marvel movie released between 2012 and 2023, except for like fucking Ant-Man 1, made more money than this film did. Not adjusted for inflation, because again, you adjust for inflation, Iron Man beats it out. I think Thor might even win. Thor 1, first Thor. These are just the numbers, guys. What do you know? So, why are we pretending this didn't happen this year? This is Warner Brothers. Cost less money, made more money.
Way
of
less
course
and way
Minecraft
more.
is more successful than Superman. Why, of course? Why have we all decided, of course, that would be the case?
Why does
Minecraft is incredibly popular. It is.
It's
but
huge.
Superman
So
is,
Superman.
like, Superman is one of the most recognized characters in fiction.
Well, and he pulled it
In the
off
world,
in 78, so...
Yep. Also, by the way, I find this funny, given the next film that follows it up. Why didn't we all talk about this? Final Destination Bloodlines cost half as much money and made about as much money as Sinners. I didn't see a billion tweets talking about how much of a success it was. I don't get it, man. Like, the conversations that people have on the internet about movies do not reflect the reality of how successful these films actually are. I just find it crazy.
Budgets are these
Esoteric,
amorphous,
nebulous things.
esoteric.
Yeah, they don't matter.
If anything, they're kind of figurative when you get down to it.
Now, to be fair, you could look at this one and go, well, hang on, that looks pretty similar. And I think that's a fair point. I don't think F1 actually did particularly well. But when you bear in mind, I feel like I've seen people say stuff like, oh, well, Superman's like a lost leader or something along those lines. Like, you know, you got to spend money to make money.
Superman is a lost leader is a funny thing to say.
Here's the thing. You can make the argument that F1 can be a loss leader. It's a commercial for the sport. And if you even get a very small number of those people paying hundreds or potentially hundreds, or even I think some of the Grand Prix cost like $1,000 if you want to go the whole weekend. If you get even a small number of those people to pay for that, I mean, you know, this is a good outcome. It was like made in collaboration with the FIA. Like it's an advertisement. So there's something to be said for this being a more acceptable outcome. But
Like
at
it's
the
a
same
big
time,
commercial in a sense, yeah.
it still made more money. So, you know, just a little bit more money, but it still made more money. So.
It'd be interesting to test and disprove
And people
anyway. We
are-
don't have to wait too long to see if Superman is the lost leader. Well, Supergirl comes out quite early next year. So that will be the immediate test of that claim.
Exactly. No,
I'll say
but
that-
Peacemaker's doing great. That's what I've heard. People keep saying Peacemaker's doing great. It's doing really well. Is it?
And everyone says F1 is, you know, decent to good. There's no
Yeah,
controversy when it comes to F1. So
it's the kind of film where I'd be surprised if you didn't like it, unless you're a particularly big fan of Formula One. Maybe you wouldn't like it because of that, because of any of the shenanigans of movies. But
who knows?
I mean, that's a fair point to bring up as well.
How much?
And also
I was
this as
literally about to
38
ask
million,
weapons.
yeah, $38 million made $265 million, a much greater success story than Superman. But to be fair,
Yeah,
people
this
have
is
kind
amazing.
of made that point.
It was very successful.
Now here's the one that's like, yeah, so far.
Yeah,
So far, we're not even done with this at the box office, and it's made $436 million against a $55 million budget. So what you can't deny is that basically every single one of these films was definitely more successful than Superman, right?
By easily.
So I'm sure that
Not
there
even
was
close.
a proportionate amount of glazing for how much these films made money compared to Superman, right? But I didn't see that myself. But, whatever. That's okay. If you don't care, I mean, I'm sure the
Superman
Conjuring
was the risk, Superman was trying something new. It's
Yeah.
revolutionary. It's iconic.
Okay.
It's a
Not
generational
like
thing.
Weapons, which is actually an original, like a wholly original film, and
Yeah.
managed to succeed anyway. How about everybody else this year? What's the year looking like for the highest grossing films of the year? What's that looking
About
like
to
right now?
receive
'Cause, I mean,
the worst news
to
for
be
the
fair,
year.
yeah. What's that?
This is where the worst news of the year is going to come in.
Yes, unfortunately, this is not super fun because of the other films that have been successful this year, very successful. Not all of them. I haven't seen all of them, but so far, this film has made more money so far. This Demon Slayer movie's made more money. And it's only been out for a couple of weeks. It's made more money than Superman.
Well,
that's I guess people like Demon Slayer. I mean, I see ads for it
I
everywhere.
guess.
People are going to see it.
Yep. I don't like this, obviously, as an outcome, but it did make more money, and it didn't cost as much money to make as well.
Yep.
It didn't cost over $200 million, so... Oh, wait,
Oh my goodness.
That's not looking quite so good.
Dinosaur movie. Wait,
Oh,
250
no.
million more.
Wasn't that the conclusion when we actually did the Superman breakdown, though? Was that like the expectations for the year was going to be like Superman was the best, Fantastic Four second, Jurassic World third of those big three, and it ended up being like Jurassic World is the least
The
broken
opposite.
of those three movies. And
Probably,
then
yeah.
Fantastic Four, and then Superman quite a long way down in third.
I think we were accurate on it making the most though of the three.
Everyone
But I
was.
think that was an easy guess.
Honestly, you know what's next after Minecraft, unfortunately?
There it
This
is.
happened. Grim, it's
$1 billion?
unfortunate. I don't like it. $1
Yep.
billion. Thanks, guys. Thanks, lads.
Disgusting.
Good job.
Yeah, fuck
But
all
again,
of you.
remember,
Fuck all
Lilo
of
and
you.
Stitch. Lilo and Stitch cost half as much money to make as Superman. $100 million budget, $1 billion. So a 10x return on investment.
Well, I'm
compared
just
to
as well
3x.
very happy to rank it as well beyond bad, and I wouldn't say this. There's no reason to say this about
It's horrible.
Superman. Lilo and Stitch is disgusting. Like it's just
Yeah, it's
Yep, I hate
rancid.
it. Hate it. But this is the reality of this year. But we got one more movie. Yeah.
The hell is that?
Okay.
The hell is that?
Yeah.
This is the one in
$2.2
China where if you don't
billion.
go, they
This is
shoot
the
you.
Chinese animated film. This is that one. It made $2.2 billion. It's the highest grossing film of the year.
just like nobody's seen it really.
Credits.
Hard for them to be glad.
Yeah. Come on. I believe in you. Become big glad.
I was wondering if we'd see like a little peepo pop up at the end there.
I thought about it.
Yeah, I could see. I was like, ooh, we're gonna get a little peepo, a little surprise.
Nah. Look, alright.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
just
I mean,
saying.
it's a mix of good and bad news, I suppose, is one way to look at it. Obviously, the bad news is pretty titanically bad, but
But I mean, it doesn't even matter because I mean, it's just like this is where we are now. Like it's over. We had that month where everybody was in that weird collective psychosis, and now we're sort of here where it's like, oh yeah, Superman was kind of like not great, and it's and it didn't do that well. So yeah, but I mean, hey, what a great start for the DC universe. I mean, we got such great stuff coming up. Like, I wonder how many people will be talking about Peacemaker in 2 weeks.
I wonder what grand
people are only talking
revelations
about it.
will come at that point. That wonderful series. I sure
I
do
feel like the
see
only
everyone talking
reason-
about the characters. That's what everyone's talking about.
Yeah, it's not just the controversial thing of it that doesn't mean anything. And that'll fade quickly like everything else fades. It's flash in a pan if you can even call it a flash.
I saw those posts about there's like a Hitler mural, and the joke is that he walked past it several times and didn't notice it, and it's like, oh, another classic banger.
Yeah. Because he's been going back in there and living in that universe for ages. And obviously they have to keep the reveal that it's a Nazi universe for basically the last episode. And so the excuse is, oh yeah, I never spotted that. Even though it's on the wall in the office of the girlfriend that he goes to visit. But it's funny, so it's fine.
That's funny. Oh yeah, funny. And then what's next? Lanterns, that's made by the guy who did Watchmen, the Watchmen TV show.
Oh no.
Oh Jesus Christ!
And
How
then,
does
and
it
then
happen?
Supergirl from the director of Cruella. He also made I, Tonya, which I hear is better, but I mean, he made Cruella. He also made Dumb Money, which was like not bad, but he made Cruella. I have to keep reminding
It overshadows
you.
everything.
That's a film that he made, and then after that, it's Clayface, and then you get back to James Gunn again, and then nothing else because there's nothing else that's locked in. I'm pretty sure. Nothing.
What an exciting universe.
I mean, if I am glad I am not James Gunn for a variety of reasons, but now for a financial reason, I would be. I mean, obviously, if I was the one footing the bill, and if I was him in charge of making that bill, I'd be quaking in my boots, like, holy shit, Superman's not off to a good start at all, and we have Supergirl next. They're bracing for impact. You know they are.
It only makes sense that it would be downhill. Superman, aside, because Batman is your cap essentially on like how successful an individual film should be expected to be because he's the most popular character. And I mean, hell, the Batman making 800 million, be like, oh, it's pretty good. It's like, yeah, I mean, it's good enough, but I mean,
good.
Batman movies used to be making $1 billion, so it is going down a little bit. And then for Superman to get off to this start, it's like, yeah, what are the chances? What are the odds that Supergirl is more successful? It's entirely possible that it could happen, but it seems improbable. Even if it's really good, it seems improbable. I mean, hell, lots of people are, oh, Fantastic Four is better than, what you typically get from Marvel, and they're kind of right. It's a little bit better. It's still a bad movie. It's a little bit better. Didn't save them.
But they said that about
Thunderbolts, and it failed.
Thunderbolts, yeah. Everyone was just absolutely.
Everybody said Thunderbolts was
that
great.
Movie.
They insisted it was great, and it still wasn't good enough. I think the reality is, like, superhero films are kind of screwed. Particularly with the fact that superhero films, almost by their virtue of the kinds of stories that they just assume you have to tell as a superhero movie, all cost an insane amount of money to make. Unless you get to a point where you can more consistently be making like $50 million superhero films, I think we are just in a place where like it's more likely than not that they're going to fail. I think it was something you actually said in the video, Platoon. It's like, yeah, next year's probably the end of this era.
Yeah. I mean,
like
there was the talk up until this point of, does Superman cause a revival? Does it present an alternative? Is the competition going to be healthy for the genre? And it turns out it's competing with Marvel for the stakes of which can be the least sensible and make like the worst amount of money. It's the competition in entirely the wrong field. So all you've really got left, if assuming that this dud start is representative, you've got the two big Avengers movies, Doomsday in particular, which, I mean, I think it'll do okay, but I mean, I'm not actually that confident it's going to hit the billion anymore. But that's kind of it after that point. There's nothing coming up after it. Nothing's been built, and this DCU hasn't been built to replace it. So,
do you want to make like a poll or like friendly non-financial bets on if Doomsday will hit $1 billion?
We could. I don't know. So I go back and forward on it. I don't know. I think sometimes I think it'll scrape it.
I think it will be reliably successful as Spider-Man. Spider-Man will be consistently successful, probably indefinitely, because like that'll make $1 billion. Easy.
Marketing campaign for Doomsday should be incredible, like a juggernaut, possibly more than the fucking like that we've seen before.
Yeah.
Like Endgames was huge.
Well, that is a proper loss leader philosophy. That is what they're looking at that movie for. It can't make money back. They've spent too much already without marketing being taken into account.
It's the defibrillator into the MCU is what
in the public consciousness. Forget all that shit. Forget it.
Yeah.
We're moving on. That seems like that'll be the intention. So in a sense, yeah, you could say that might make it a loss leader. But the problem is that like I don't think there's any reason to. Marvel has demonstrated over the last like 4 years that they just like can't make good movies. It's actually impossible. There's something fundamentally broken. Because there's just no way. With the amount of stuff that they made, you'd think that one good movie could get through
Yeah,
that. There is
you'd think
something
they'd
wrong
fuck
with
up
the
and
way
make a
that they
good film.
movies. Exactly. Compared to the ecosystem that we're in now. So if nothing changes on that front, and I wholly anticipate that nothing will change whenever they move into whatever their next era is. And then, of course, you've got this issue now where it's like, well, James Gunn's intentions and direction for the DC universe, I don't like. And it's clear that it didn't resonate as well as it needed to, because this film just wasn't... At best, it wasn't successful enough, and at worst, it might have failed. Like, it might have actually lost money. You know, so you got both universes already kind of in a bit of a death spiral here. And they're only going to get more expensive, because it's probably going to get harder and harder to make them cheaper, because it's probably going to be harder and harder to get actors who want to do it for cheap. You know, the worse that it gets, I don't know, the less inclined you'd want to be a part of it. How good is this for your career at this point? Wasn't there a thing recently where it was like some like talent agent or like someone at an agency said like, oh yeah, people still want to be in Marvel movies, but like less of them do. Like it's not as many as 5 years ago. It's like, oh, geez. But also, like, of course, it's in decline.
Obviously.
But it's so funny
these
that people
films
are like,
don't have a There's no prestige in it anymore. Nobody points to these
Well, they don't
movies that are
make
coming out,
money.
these slot
Yeah,
movies.
that's the
They
thing as
not
well.
only do they not make money, but it's like, oh yeah, I was in the Marvels, I was in I was in Alien Earth. It's like,
God.
okay, all right.
So
I feel like we've
yeah, I mean,
already stopped talking about that.
That's what that means. I mean, it feels like the lesson that should be taken, particularly when you look at something like Warner Brothers and the broad success they've had this year, is, oh shit, it might be a good idea to like make films that don't cost like $100 billion gajillion dollars. Maybe just make like some movies that don't cost as much but have decent like broad appeal, and then you can just make your money back. It's kind of
Well, they got
crazy
half
that was
of
a
that
lesson
with
that had to be
Clayface,
relearned.
right? Because Clayface is supposed to cost quite like a pretty
20
low
million?
budget. So yeah, and but then they didn't get the other half of that right, which is make it sort of universally appealing. Because I still have no idea who Clayface is. But they got the budget dimension of that equation correct. I think that's almost the one I'm now most interested to see how it does.
I'm the most interested in that one because it was written by Flanagan. That's
Yeah.
That is the only thing that's
There
But
might
as
be
for
like
everything
human
else,
characters in it.
Wasn't this I think this came out like a day or so ago. I guess speaking of Alien Earth, I think Timothy Oliphant had mentioned that he was still asking about what's going on with his character Cobb Vance or Cobb Van
In Star Wars?
Yeah,
Oh,
in Star
God.
Wars.
Oh, wow.
Because of the Mandalorian stuff. I think he was still talking about, yeah, I'm still interested in playing this character. He's still out there. He's alive in the world. So
Yeah, he was in the
you
back
wanna
to
do
tank,
something
wasn't he?
with it.
Last time we saw him, he was putting Boba's
That was
little
the back to
bathroom.
tank was one of the central characters of that television show.
That was such an awful season
That
of
was
TV.
where
It really
Boba Fett
was.
lived. He was floating around. Now Cobb's
Yeah, so
floating
it's really a
around
great
in
era,
stasis
yeah.
forever.
It really is.
No, good time for franchises. Oh, and what's next up? Tron. Tron is next, and then Predator.
Tron Leto.
Yeah.
Yay!
And then Avatar, which is not a franchise I care about, but you know, still.
It at least has a lot of cultural relevance for a couple weeks to where we should probably talk about it.
Oh yeah,
before people
that
forget
movie
that
will
it happened.
definitely make $1 billion. Fuck knows why, but it will.
Because it looks very good.
Mm.
And people want to fuck the blue aliens.
Well,
Yeah,
excellent collection
that's
of
Todd
clips.
invented Superman.
Yeah, bringing that was wonderfully fun,
insightful. I learned a lot. I learned a lot about many people.
We would have enjoyed that a lot more if you just stopped being so smart about it. Just turn the brains off,
true.
you know?
That's true.
Give it a
That is
second
true. That's a
go.
big problem.
Understand the
I'll work
frenetic
on that.
pacing.
I'll,
It's kind of a
I'll
messy,
shove a
chaotic
crayon.
thing, but you know, it really comes
I got a
together in
crayon
Act
up
2.
my nose there. Shove a crayon up my nose. That'll sort me out.
Yum.
Maybe a few.
That's the.
I like the blue one.
It's got to be a blue one though. That's the important one. It has to be blue.
They taste the best.
Well, you wouldn't taste it in your brain, would you? I guess if it's gone up your nose, you get the
Get a bit of
smell,
taste.
the-
Like
Back-
80% of taste is smell, right?
Yes, I think so. But once it's in your brain, you wouldn't be able to. Like, you can't smell your brain. I assume.
I enjoy, well, if you I like to inject the crayon directly into my brain
Yeah.
through the nose, through the nostrils, because it's the, like, as the crow flies, it's the easiest way to get in there, and then it just, oh man, oh, blue. You just you feel it, you feel the
Ash
blue.
bit of blue.
Everything is everything's as it should be when blue.
And so, perhaps yet another episode of Every Frame a Pause. But before we go, Jay Longbone, thanks for joining us. Why don't you tell everybody what you're up to as of late? What they can expect from your journal?
Oh, I've got a couple irons in the fire. I'm working on. Well, I'm trying to work on a Sinners review, and I still need to do my Craft Legacy review. I'm close to filming that. I'll probably have some movie reactions out sooner rather than later.
When you
That's
say the
about it.
Craft Legacy, I
was thinking the same
think about
thing.
macaroni.
Yeah,
I
was
think about
thinking that.
macaroni. I'm like, oh, interesting. And it was,
They're really running out of ideas, huh?
it's about Jesusaurus Rex, and he has
It is
to
an
make all the
it's
new.
an unfortunate title. Why?
Well, beautiful. Link, of course, in the description, as well as you are appearing in our Halloween arc this year of going through the Child's Play movies. So,
Yes.
for those who don't know in chat, one of them is already out. You can watch. As to when exactly the rest are coming out, it is in flux because of just how the things are going right now. I can't exactly promise. It'll either be Sunday or Monday. The thing is, this gets uploaded on a Sunday, and then I need to do the Bloodborne second stream on Sunday. But then we also need a Child's Play. Probably Monday. Monday makes the most sense, probably. All right, you'll get your Child's Play 2 on Monday, and you'll love it. I swear. What a great series! Good old Chucky running around stabbing people. It's fun stuff, and yes, but you know, on top of that, you know, it's Halloween, so we got some fun episodes planned this wonderful month, as well as, I believe, if all things go according, the next episode will be hosted by Lil Platoon for the first time. It's gonna be barrels of fun.
Ron Aries. Wouldn't it be interesting?
So exciting.
So exciting.
Jared Leto. I kind of feel like I avoid him, but I can't.
That's the general impression I get from people.
Yeah.
My mother
That was a
loves
risk.
him my mother loves him because of Morbius.
We all love him. We all love him for that.
No, unironically, she unironically likes this film.
Well, you know, yeah, it's a good movie. I've still not seen it, by the way. I don't even plan to. One day we'll watch Morbius or something. But yeah, Rags, Platoon, Free. Anything you guys want to mention before we head out?
I guess not at the moment. But I'll keep everyone updated. But hopefully something soon.
I have the little Superman video that came out, as has been mentioned, which YouTube has been wonderful with, judging by the number of comments saying, I didn't get notified, and also it's not in my subscription feed. But it is there, in case anybody didn't know it was there. That exists. And I don't know what comes next either, so I'm sort of in that in-between stage of, like, Alien Earth is still pissing me off. Don't know if it's going to piss me off enough to do a video.
Ugh.
Might go back to Dune. Don't know.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, it's a nice short video. You guys can check it out. You know.
Yeah.
4 hours, 40 minutes.
Yeah, we got 10 minutes to kill.
It's very extensive, and you go over plenty of things you would not have heard on EFAP, even from Platoon himself. Holy moly, there's so much to say about this wonderful film that is Superman.
Unlike Stuckman, I didn't do my second watch brain dead, so it turns out there's actually more to say.
Well, you would have liked it.
Yeah, I'm just working.
Sometime hopefully internet will allow me to do it, because like I have good news in terms of internet, in terms of I'm getting like an upgrade of sorts. The bad news is that it's kind of like a little bit spotty, but I wanted to get I want to stream I will be streaming internet permitting. I need to do my Amnesia the Bunker stream, because I didn't do that before. So I'll do that sometime in late October as we approach Spooky Ween and it gets closer. So that'll be something that I want to do because I've heard good things about it, and also I guess the Mahler and such. There's a frictional released a teaser for the next game, so
I
oh
treat them with
boy, we'll
nothing,
see.
nothing but peepo
We'll see what it
sauce.
is.
Just
Oh yeah, it's a big peepo sus, but already it's like, well, I wonder what it'll be. I guess we'll find out.
but it'd be cool
Hopefully
to see
it's
you
good. Fingers crossed.
play Bunker. Hopefully that does it. I will say
Yeah,
it's both annoying, but also kind of a good thing in the sense of Halloween falls on Friday this year, so we will be a day late. But that probably means that I'll be able to stream a video game on that night. It'll be Halloween appropriate, directly. So fun. I recommend everyone do that. Everyone play scary games.
I love scary. Well, actually, I don't play many scary games, but it's like I don't watch a lot of scary movies. So
I'd rather watch
it'll be
scary
good to.
movies. Scary games scare me.
We wouldn't want that.
They scare me too. I get big scared. I go, ooh.
Hell yeah. I've already said that you've kind of we reached the cap on me announcing how many hours the video is going to be. It is solidly between. What did I say it was between? I've forgotten, but it's like a minimum of. Chat's gonna remember, I think. But instead of me adding anything new, I'm just gonna say I'll do a stream. I say tomorrow. Technically, it is today for me. Where I'm gonna talk a lot more about the production. I did a stream already. I think Joe Danger's gonna cut that down to something reasonable that I can put on the Moolah channel once it's done. But I need to do a part 2 because I didn't get through a lot, and I got messages as well. So tune in tomorrow if you want to get a bunch of information. That's 16 to 18 is apparently what I said. Sorry if I kind of forgot about that, but yes, that is no lie, and you be coming. That's all I can say for now. And yeah, anything else for anybody before we head out?
Yeah, I think that's all.
Well, alrighty then. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a good night, morning, afternoon, whatever, and we shall see you next time. Bye bye.
See you later, everybody. Bye.